kidding, but all right. It says that we are ajar. I'm just kidding. Okay, it's streaming. Let's see here. Oh, hey, my GPU is actually getting a little bit of a workout today. Nice. Wow, the video encoder is actually showing usage. Is it possible that by selecting AV1 and OBS, it's actually finally working?
No way.
That would be amazing, right? That's actually one of the cool things about the 4090. I didn't realize that. I don't know if it's all the 40 series cards or if it's just the 4090, but the 4090 has 2 encoders instead of 1, and they can both be running simultaneously. So when you're encoding, it only uses 50%, and then if you start another encoding process, it goes to 100. The other cards would just have 1 encoder, and this one does where the old cards just did H.264. This does H.265 or high efficiency codec, the HVNC. And it also does AV1, which apparently AV1 is a big deal. So I mean, I don't know. I don't really study the shit closely. So
yeah, it's supposed to be more efficient. The AV1, like YouTube uses it to on their side when they are processing your videos and stuff. I don't think. Well, the last I remember reading, and this was probably a while ago, that it wasn't all of the videos.
Yeah.
I think it was like only the fancy people. But
I think it's the master. They store the master in AV1, and then they encode off of the master to the H.264 or whatever they get.
Yeah, probably. Because it's super efficient though. It's supposed to be real fast and whatnot. Intel's really good about it.
Yeah, I know YouTube doesn't do transcoding anymore because it's just too expensive. So what they do is they just eat the storage to encode it in all the different resolutions and then store a file. And that's why you can immediately, if you use what is it called, YTDLP or whatever, the open source program, you can basically run that from the command line and just point it to any YouTube video URL and tell it what video quality you want, what resolution, and what audio format you want. And it'll automatically just download that raw file from YouTube. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
I'm actually surprised YouTube allows that. And by allow, it's probably a strong word. I think they do try to disable it every once in a while, and then they just update the code and it works again.
Right.
Because you can't block it. That's the thing, is how do you block something when the user has to be able to see it in a web browser? That's the minimum requirement, is no matter what you do to block or obfuscate or whatever, at the end of the day, it has to be visible within a web browser. And if it's visible within a web browser, then any external program that can control a web browser can intercept it.
Right.
So that's why I think it's funny that like sites like Twitter or X.
I still call it Twitter. I don't care.
I'm gonna call it Twitter forever. So sites like Twitter, what they do is they obfuscate the shit out of the HTML using something called WebKit. And if you right click and go view source, it's just everything is jumbled. All the class names are random and shit. It just looks like total garbage, like miles of garbage. And so you can't really decipher it or write automation to control it, because every time you refresh the page, all the names of the classes and shit change. And so it's really confusing. However, because it still has to render in the browser, and the browser still has to know how to navigate around it, what you do is you just let the entire web page load into the browser. You let all the JavaScript load into the browser, and then you let the JavaScript translate the HTML into something that's controllable and that it understands how to read and do stuff with. And then you control it from that point on. So even though they go through all that trouble to obfuscate it, all you have to do is just let the browser demystify it in the end so that it can display it, manipulate it, and let the user interact with it. And then at that point, you can do the same thing because you're controlling the browser. There's a whole automation suite called Selenium. And if you never use Selenium, it's really cool. They have plugins for every major programming language, but I usually use Python. And with Selenium, you can control Edge, Chrome, Firefox, Opera. There's a different host for each of those different web browsers. And what it does is it ties into the web browser and gives you full automation control. You can select tabs, you can navigate those tabs to web pages, you can pull the post-processed HTML or the pre-processed HTML. So you can say give me what the server sends, or you can say give me what the browser presents when it goes through and runs all of its code.
Cool.
Which is more useful. That's always the more useful thing. Yeah. But there's been websites where they put in so much crap to try to prevent you from just writing a little command line tool that can just connect and manipulate the site.
Yeah.
But then you just use Selenium, and Selenium just opens.
Selenium?
Selenium. Sorry, Selenium. That's what it is. Not Selenium.
The chat was saying.
Chat's got my back. So Selenium, right? So
which I think is an element.
Yeah, so you open up the browser, but you don't even have to open up the browser. You can just open up a hidden instance of a browser. So it's not even on the screen. Your program still looks like a console app. It's still output, but it's all in the background controlling an invisible web browser instance. And it's really freaking cool. Wow, dude. My graphics card right now is using 36% of the GPU right now.
Good.
To encode the stream. That is crazy. Oh, but that's right. We're encoding at an insane bit rate. I forgot about that. So just so you guys know, we're actually, even though we don't have the video quality to back it up, we're literally encoding at 25 megabit.
The crispiest blurry stream you've ever seen.
Seriously, we're usually using, just to give you an idea, just for a comparative analysis here. If you watch something in 10-bit HDR, 4K, the highest quality video you possibly can on Netflix, we're talking like, max out your UHD TV, right? We're streaming at 5 times the bit rate of that. so we could technically be streaming at like 8K, 120 frames per second using the same bit rate, but we're not. We're streaming at, I think we're upscaling 1080p to 4K.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So that's why it's beating the crap out of my CPU, because I'm literally encoding like, this would be like me going into Adobe Premiere and like editing like a 16K 30 frames per second video in like real time. Let me see here. Okay, so I'm just trying to pull up the stream. Oh, there we go. I got it. Now I got to go into the dashboard. Trying to figure out. Man, I hate YouTube's UI. I really do. I hate their dashboard. I wish that they would rework this. Because I can never learn it no matter how long I use it. Everything's in places that seem counterintuitive. Enable back. Okay, it's so annoying. All right, there we go. Yay, I found the dashboard. Concurrent viewers. Okay, looks like we're up to 85. All right, let me go share out the stream. Hey, what's up, Indonesia? Oh. We got Indonesia in the house.
Very cool.
Thomas said, hey guys, happy Saturday. Did you know you can bypass the account requirements for Windows when you use Rufus to create install media? Yes. Not only that, you can bypass that manually too. So if you're installing Windows, all you have to do is tell it that your region is United States International instead of United States USA or whatever, like for the keyboard layout. Mm-hmm. And if you do that at the beginning, it skips over a whole bunch of the crap. And then when you get to the point where you want to use a local account, just say, I don't have internet or whatever. Click on the little I don't have internet button. And then it'll like bitch at you. And then you just click one more button. You can enter in the account name, and then it lets you proceed with a local account. The other way that you can do it using the regular keyboard layout is, I think you hit Shift F10. It's either Control or Shift F10, and it opens up a command window when you're at that stage of setup, and then you have to run this batch file. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of it, but you run a batch file, and then you reboot the computer, and the computer will boot right back into setup to the same point where you just left off, and now it'll let you create a local account. I don't know why Microsoft decided to make it so goddamn hard. I think it's just to force people. Butt, it's so dumb. It's so stupid. Like, local account is the only way you can guarantee security, and they make it like damn near fucking impossible for you to do it. So, but yeah, Rufus does it natively. Because what Rufus is doing is it's creating an unattended file. So when you run setup.exe on Windows, it looks for an INI file that's on the media that has basically like all the settings for, they call them, it's the unattended file. And it'll basically just implement all those settings. So as long as you answer every question in that ini file, you can basically just start the install, select the drive that you want to install it to, hit enter, and then come back and you're sitting at the desktop logged in as your user. I'd actually be surprised. Do you guys use that at Puget Systems, like where you create the custom image so that you basically just say install the computer and it just automatically goes through the whole thing, puts a base account on and everything? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think most companies do that. Like I think Dell does that, HP does that. Like when you get your computer and you boot it up, you don't where you start the first time setup isn't necessarily at the beginning of the first time setup for Windows. It's like after they've already installed the things that they want to install, they've already done the things that they need to do to configure the system, they've already installed all the drivers. That way you don't have to like log in and then go do a whole bunch of updates and go to device manager and stuff. A lot of users don't know how to do that. So what the OEM will do, or the people building your computer or boutique or whatever they'll do, they'll go install all the drivers, they'll do most of the first time setup, they'll put in all the default options, and then when you start your computer, you're basically just sitting at the screen that says, hey, what's your username? Like, what do you want your first time username to be? And then that's it. It logs in and you're done. So let's see, what do we got over here? Gamers Unite said I created a local account after setup and only use that because there's less BS running. I need to reinstall Rufus though. I will tell you though, the trick, I did try it in an emulator and it totally works. If you start setup and it says keyboard layout and language, and you have to change the language. Normally it's like US English or something like that. There's like weird. International and there's US. And I think there's even Canada. I don't know why. Is Canadian English different? Or they must spell words differently or something.
I mean, the extra U's and stuff.
Yeah, like color or whatever. Yeah. So
color.
So if you select international, if you select international and you go through setup, like half the crap doesn't get installed. Like none of like the little game bootstrappers get installed. You know, normally when you install Windows 11, you open up the start menu and there's like 20 little pinned games for like pay to win games and crap like that. You click on to download from the store. None of that stuff's there.
Nice.
If you do the international English, I don't think it installs the Edge browser. I think you get to add that by choice. There's a whole bunch of stuff it leaves out. It basically does like a bare bones Windows 11 install. And then what you do is once the install's done, and the other thing too is it can't send telemetry. If it tries to send telemetry to the server, it just has an error because it's like the telemetry server only speaks certain languages. And that language pack isn't supported. And I think they disabled it on Microsoft's side because of the EU ruling on data gathering and privacy and stuff like that. So it basically doesn't upload any telemetry either. It basically kills the telemetry service. But just know that if you change it back from international to US English, it will start sending telemetry again immediately. Like it won't even miss a beat. So, but leaving it international, I didn't see any really downside to it because everything's still in English. Everything's still in dollars and pounds, right? So so I don't really understand. And by pounds, I mean like weight, not like dollar denomination. So it's very confusing. But yeah, anyways, that's like a really good trick. If you're installing Windows 11, it's just the very first screen that pops up when you run setup, it'll have like 3 drop down boxes that you can select. And it's like keyboard layout, language, and I think it's time zone, like what time zone you're in. And time zone doesn't matter. You can leave that GMT -8 if you're like in my time zone, for instance. But you just change the language from English, or it might be the keyboard layout. I can't remember. It's either keyboard layout or language. You just change one of them to international, English international instead of English US. Give it a try sometime. Let me know what you guys think. Because I did it in an emulator. I haven't done it for like my full install on my box, but I did open up Hyper-V. And I basically created a new VM and I mounted my Windows 11 image and I booted it and I did it. And sure enough, because it's just a couple clicks to see if it works. And it worked. Yeah, it bypassed all the crap. And all it asked me was for a local username. And I logged in and I was good to go. And I was like, damn, I wish more people knew about this because a lot of people would opt to have the clean install instead of having all this extra crap loading because it loads so much crap. If you've ever installed like just Windows 11 standalone and you click on the start button, you'll have like 20 games in your little pinned menu or whatever. And they're not actually installed. What it does is it installs a bootstrapper. And then when you click on the game to open it, it downloads it from the store and then runs it. But still, you have all these icons littered all over the operating system for like all these games and shit that you never play, like not Castle Crashers. What's it called? Like Bejeweled and stuff like that. There's a couple games that if you go into the Microsoft store, they'll be at the top 10. And you're like, how could that be in the top 10? Like nobody plays these games. Like these are games you've heard of, but like nobody plays them.
Yeah.
And how is it a top 10 game? And it's because they count a download every single time somebody installs Windows 11 and that little stub is there. They count that as an install, even though they didn't even open the game and play it. So, and it's because those companies pay them to be there. Like you can pay Microsoft a certain amount of money, just like with search engines, like with Bing and Google, you can pay them a certain amount of money to put you in the top 10 or on the main page of the Microsoft store.
That's dumb.
It's so stupid, dude. So stupid. You know, I probably should share out the stream so that people know that we're actually here today. That would probably be a smart idea. So let me go ahead and grab that linkaroo. Hope everybody's having a wonderful 2024, by the way.
Yeah, so far so good.
I'm off to a decent start. I mean, I had to miss a stream on Wednesday on Twitch, but then picked up again on Friday. But I finally got like 2 full days of sleep where I literally skipped a day. Damn. You know, I was telling you I only sleep like 5 times a week, and then I stay up 2 days out of the week. And I'm not doing that for any specific reason. It just kind of works out that way because I have such a hard time sleeping with the pain that I have. And so I finally got to the point where I was so exhausted that I just drugged myself like a freaking elephant at a zoo getting a surgery. And I went down hard and I slept one day, I think, for 19 hours. Damn. And the next day I slept for 14 hours. So I skipped a day. So I was like, I slept a whole day, skipped a day, and then slept a whole nother day where I woke up and it was really messing me up because I was like jet lagged. Like I woke up and it was midnight. And I was like, how do you wake up at midnight? And then I went back to bed again at like 6 a.m. And then woke up at like noon. And then that night I stayed up. And then the next night I went to sleep for another 14 hours. And so I feel like I'm a little bit more caught up, but I'm still super exhausted, dude.
Yeah.
I never feel not tired. And that's the most annoying thing. Like the pain I can even deal with most of the time. It gets really extreme sometimes, but for the most part, I'm used to having it. It's always there. It's ever present, right? So you get used to it a little bit. But the not sleeping, that just burns you, man. Like sleep is so critically important. And you know, it's like I don't know if you've been watching what's been happening with Jay lately. Jay's 2 cents, but
I saw he'd posted something about you know, we've got to talk about my health and stuff. But I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah, he has some kind of a deal where like his body isn't absorbing iron and his white blood cell count is like super low.
Damn.
And so, you know, they're worried that it could possibly be some kind of cancer, but I don't have any update on that. But it could be a million things, right? I mean, it just his body is not absorbing iron and his immune system's all fucked up. But it's making him exhausted. Like he's suffering chronic fatigue just like I am now, where it's like he's struggling to, you know, stay awake and it fucks with your head and it makes it hard to remember things. And you like, people don't really understand, but like I'm not exaggerating. When I do tech talk or I do a Twitch stream, as soon as I end that Twitch stream, I'm struggling to stay awake just to get downstairs to bed so I can go to sleep. Like, and I'll go take a nap for like 2-3 hours because it just drains me so much, you know, but I can do it because this thing is like when I'm on camera, it's like the adrenaline's going. I got somebody to talk to, or with my stream, it's just, you know, we're fucking around with stuff constantly. And it keeps your mind so focused that you kind of can push through it, you know, because it's like forcing you to think. The second your mind slows down, it feels like you hit a brick wall and you're just like derp, 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 derp. Got a visitor?
Yeah. Say hi.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Jerry.
How you doing?
Hello.
Oh man, you got drugs? I want drugs.
No, they're mine. Can't do that. That's I'm sure DEA would be upset at me.
I don't get the Adderalls.
Nope.
Oh, dude, I forgot to take my Adderall.
Oh man, we're both gonna fall asleep on stream.
What am I doing? I'm like wondering why I'm like so tired. Also, I'm like, man, I feel extra tired this morning. I forgot to take my goddamn Adderall.
Oh man, I stayed up too late and then woke up. I have a bit of just a mild headache. Like I feel like I should have my eyes closed.
Oh no. Well, hey, if you need to take a little nap during the stream, you go right ahead.
I'll be okay. I'm sure.
You're just the eye candy.
But man, yeah.
Man, I wish I had a coffee right now.
I had my coffee already this morning.
I did have a coffee like an hour ago, but I want another. I want coffee too.
Man, you know what? It's like the caffeine's nice and all, but sometimes it's just nice having something like just warm to drink in the morning.
100%,
like I like,
100%.
you know, sometimes I just like if I'm trying to cut back caffeine a little bit, I'll just have like hot cocoa. I'll make myself a little hot cocoa, and that feels good.
I'm exactly the same.
Sleep record. The longest I think I've gone without sleep was probably close to 48 hours straight.
That's the longest you've ever stayed awake?
Yeah. I think a couple times. Because like I'm thinking about Black Friday when I worked at Fry's. That was like a 20-hour work day plus like there was still awake time after that. And then a few times like in high school where you stay up all night kind of playing games and stuff until the sun comes up, and then you don't crash until 6 p.m. the next day, and then you sleep for 14 hours. You miss half of the third day kind of thing.
Yeah, I think my record for staying awake would probably be when I was 13 years old.
Yeah.
I stayed awake for over 3 days. So probably a good 78 hours. Oh, I was. Dude,
first story, you start seeing like dots and stuff, weird little
actually things start warping. It's
and shit like that.
Everything
weird.
Starts looking like Fun Mirror, where like nothing holds its shape and everything's a little drifty.
Yeah, that's weird.
And but it's weird. Here's the trick. Like I'm not recommending this. Like don't do this because it's not good for you.
Oh man.
But what you do is right when you get to that point where you're gonna fall asleep, like where you're fighting it super, super heavily and you just cannot stay awake, like you're literally drifting off. All you have to do is do some cardio to get your heart going. All you do is run in place, do something to get your heart racing, go have happy time in the closet, whatever works for you.
Sure.
And that adrenaline boost will kick in your fight or flight mode. And you'll get over the sleep, but then you can't get to sleep after that. It literally like resets your clock, like you slept, but you don't get to sleep. And then what happens is after another like 8 or 12 hours, you'll start getting exhausted again, but it'll get progressively worse. But then you do the same thing again. You take stimulants or you do some cardio, and then you wake up again. And then you'll eventually get to the point where it's like, I think the record or something is like you can stay awake for 6 or 7 days before you die. It's not a very long time, like that you can go without sleep. And actually, here, let me go look it up because I'm curious. Because I want to say it's
like 11 days.
11 days?
Yeah, I think the record's 11 days. But eventually, you just die. Like your body, you just die. Like
This is a question a lot of people have asked, apparently.
Yeah. Everything your whole body just shuts down. You just clock out and you're done.
Yeah, so right here it says after 36 hours, you'll begin to notice a heavier impact on your health and function.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, okay, when you go without sleep for 48 hours, things start to get super miserable. You may drift throughout the day feeling foggy or completely out of touch with what is happening in reality.
Dude, I start even just like right now, like I know I didn't sleep enough. Like it's almost like a sick. Like I almost like you can even see I don't normally have such puffy eye under my eyes usually.
Yeah,
like,
you do look tired.
I can tell. And and it just feels sick. Like I'm gonna puke almost, but not right now. But oftentimes, like when I don't get good sleep or I'm up really, really too long. Yeah.
I can't find like a definitive time. Like here, let me ask the AI.
I think the record is 19. Really, 19 days? Oh man, that's intense.
Dude, I couldn't even imagine.
The longest.
Bonkers,
dude.
So the longest recorded time, like where they actually studied somebody in this state of not going into REM sleep, like just being awake the entire time, is you were right, 11 consecutive days, 264 hours before they were finally forced to go to sleep. So, but it does say, prolonged sleep deprivation causes cognitive impairment, irritability, delusions, paranoia, and psychosis. So not something you really want to mess around with. But I know when I was a kid, the way that I did it was I was allowed to have coffee when I was 13. And so my parents let me drink coffee. So of course, because I was like, yes, I can drink coffee. You know, we brew up a pot of coffee when my friend came over on the weekend, and he came over on a Friday night. And me and him were just drinking coffee nonstop and playing games. And we were up that night, and then we were up the next night. And then he went home, and I was so wired from drinking so much coffee that I stayed up another night. So I was like, boom, boom, boom. And I don't even remember getting to my bed or going to sleep. All I remember was blacking out and waking up in my bed like 14 hours later. And it was like my mom came in and was like shaking me because she thought I was dead. Because I was like, she's like, how is he still in bed after like 9-10 hours, right? And so she came in and shook me, and I woke up, and she was like, oh yeah, I was worried you were dead. And I was like, no, I just didn't sleep for 3 days. Longest I've ever been awake as an adult probably is close to 72 hours. Like I've done that a couple times where I've gone 2 days without sleeping and then go deep into the night and then finally fall asleep. So not quite 72 hours, but I regularly stay up for 48 hours.
Wow.
Like that like at least twice a week I stay up for at least 36, but usually two full days before I go back to sleep. I skip an entire night of sleep. And I shouldn't do that, but that's because those are bad pain days. And on bad pain days, no matter how tired, it's weird. It's like there's a scale, right? And it's like if you can get more tired than you hurt, then you go to sleep. But then if the pain gets higher than you're tired, then it wakes you up. So you're just on the scale where you're constantly fighting it. Like if I'm sleeping, I can be sound asleep, and then something could prompt me to change position, like a pinched nerve, right?
Yeah.
And I'll go to roll, but then the nerve pinches so hard. It's like, have you ever had a Charlie horse in like your calf muscle where it hurts super bad?
Oh yeah, dude, that's awful.
Yeah, that happens to me like every day. So I'll be sleeping and that'll just happen, and then I wake up in that state because your body's like, why are you in so much pain? So it wakes you up to investigate. And then you can't get back to sleep because this cramp hurts so fucking bad that when it finally releases, your leg feels like it's on fire. And then you have to basically, get up and limp and walk it off and try to get the blood flowing in it again. And then you go lay back down and go to sleep. But that disrupts your sleep every time that happens. And so what'll happen is sometimes I'll go to sleep and I won't even be asleep for 30 minutes. And I'll have a cramp so bad that I wake up that I can't get back to sleep. And then I only sleep for that half an hour for the whole day. And then I'll go through to the next day and just sleep the next day. And that really starts having a negative effect on your cognitive state big time. But I've been trying to get more sleep lately. So I have been, I don't think I've skipped a day yet this year. So in the last 6 days, I did sleep every night. Well, or morning, I slept at least once for at least 3 hours minimum. But my average sleep time, like when I have a good night's sleep for me is 6 hours. I either sleep 6 hours or I skip a day and I sleep like 14. Wow. But 6 hours is like my good spot. That's where if I sleep less than 6 hours, I'm groggy. If I sleep more than 6 hours, I'm groggy. But if I wake up at 6 hours with an alarm clock and I can manage to sleep that whole 6 hours consecutively, which is kind of rare, then I feel pretty good.
Nice.
So it's not too bad. Did I sent out the
I think so.
I did tweet it. Okay. Let me open Discord because I think that's the last place. Somehow in my head, I'm like, I know I forgot to put it somewhere. Let's see here, everyone. By the way, has anybody in the chat noticed Dexter arm chilling in the background here yet? Have you seen anybody say anything?
It's a little hard to see. It's like kind of right on the left side of the frame there.
I'll zoom it out a little bit so that people can ask more questions. There we go. All right, there we go. Now you can see my precious. That's my precious. That's Dexter arm. He's my buddy. He's my little buddy over there. He does all kinds of things for me that I don't have to do for myself. let me see if I've got the Dexter development environment open. This is going to make a lot of people laugh here. Dexter development environment, because everybody asks the question, but I finally did it. All right, here we go. Dexter dev environment. Let me make sure it's working. Jobs, Dexter UI. Let me home it. Ready? Okay, here it goes. Okay, it should come down into view. Do you guys see it? All right, there it is. Okay, so it's in view. You guys ready to see the coolest job in the world and why everybody should own one of these? Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let me make sure I get this all in frame because you guys are going to laugh your asses off. Because everybody asked me, hey, can the robot do this? Well, here, I finally answer your questions. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Dexter, I need you to do me a favor, bro. I need you to run this job. Here, how do I tell it to run this job? Why is this job not showing up? Eval. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go.
Ready.
All right, Dex, come on over here, bro. Come on over here. Oh, his jaw fell off. That's okay. All right. What? This is what everybody asks. Like, you got a robotic arm. Like, what are you doing with it, right?
Sure.
He's just being my little buddy. He's just helping me pick stuff up off the floor, right? Yeah, you know what you're doing. you know, you dirty little guy. He definitely knows. Oh, wait, oh, round two? Oh my god. That never gets old. I literally programmed that live on stream the other night on Twitch. People were laughing so freaking hard. I got to see some of the comments here. Let me pull up the chat window here. I got to see. Let's see. Where did I do with the chat? Oh, did I not break it out? All right, here. Breakout chat. There we go. Pop out chat. There we go. Now I can see what all you are saying. All right, let's see here. Theodorus said I fucking called it. Yep. Well, Theodorus, weren't you on the Twitch stream when I did it?
You missed it.
Carlos laughing my ass off. Anthony Mangione, ha ha ha. What the fuck? Laughing my ass off. Do you sell an amaranth detector? I mean, you could, right? I mean, its jaw fell off too. I don't know if you guys noticed that when it was coming down, but it basically spit its pincher off. But yeah, it does have like a little pincher, so it can grab things and pick them up and manipulate it. It can pinch pretty hard too. So, Theodore said he was sleeping. Oh, you didn't see it then. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Now you got a demo. So everybody right now is like dying to get a Dexter. Where can I get it? Oh my god, I didn't care about it before just this minute. And yes, I have been told by the company that it is capable of carrying the exact weight of a fleshlight. So just in case anybody was wondering. It can actually handle that weight. Pixie Punk said at least it isn't hanging its head in shame anymore. Well, it does. Like if you tell it to go home, like its default position. Like here, let me see if I can. Okay, go to jobs, text UI. If you tell it to go to its home state, here we go. Ready? It'll hang its head down in shame. It's pretty funny. Like he's like, oh, he's sad now. So it just looks down at the desk. And then if you click this, let's see. Oh, I guess it still points down in this position. Okay, never mind. So there's a ready position where it's out like this, and then a home position, and there's one where it extends at like a 45-degree angle, and it just changes where the starting point is. So super easy to program. That's one of the coolest things about this arm is that you don't have to actually, you can write code. But like if you don't know how to write code, there's a button on it, and you basically just move the arm to the places where you want it to do something. And then you do the thing and you just push the button at each step you want it to record. And then you just play it back. So if I wanted to program this thing to like say 3D print something on the printer and then pick up the thing when it's done printing and put it in a box so that it could ship it or something, and then scoot the box over and grab another box off the pile. All I would have to do is walk it step by step through that operation by moving the end effector and putting it on the thing, gripping it, lifting, move it over, put it in the box. And then I just play that back. And then all I have to do is like on the printer G code, say when it gets to the end of the 3D print and things have cooled down for whatever mini seconds, where you're confident that it's broken off the build plate, Then you send the command to this to run the job, and it'll open the door on the 3D printer, stick the arm in there, grab the little thing, pull it out, put it in a box, then grab another box, put it on the pile, then set up for the next time it runs. So you can just keep getting it to run in a loop doing automation. And then you can do stuff like computer vision. So I can put a camera on it, and then I can have the camera monitor for if it sees a condition that's abnormal. Like, for instance, the print doesn't look like it's supposed to. Like, each time it prints, it should look the same. And so if it deviates too much from that same picture in that same region, then it can stop and send me a message or whatever and say, oh, something's happened with the assembly line. You need to go and, double check and triage it. So, so home automation is like a thing, right? So, but what sucks, this is the part that sucks. Everybody asks me, where can I get my Dexter arm? You can't. You can build one. You can build one. It's all off the shelf parts. It's all 3D printed off the shelf parts. The most sophisticated part on here is the carbon fiber rod, which you can just buy. But Haddington Dynamics stopped selling it because what I didn't know when they sent me this arm was they got bought out a couple of years ago by another company that does warehouse automation. And so their entire company's resources are now are making robotics for like warehouses, for putting stuff on shelves and recalling stuff, kind of like Amazon does with their robots. So now they're adapting the robot technology that they have, and all the patents and everything that got acquired when the company got bought. That's all being applied to this new technology, which isn't public facing. Like, it's just for businesses. And so, to buy one of these arms now, if you could get them to build one, is like 10 grand. Like if you could even convince them to build it for your business. And so your only options are really build it yourself now from like what you can find online with the plans and stuff from back when it was an open source project. Because the whole thing is Haddington Dynamics was founded as an open source project. And then later on, the company got acquired. Yeah. So that doesn't negate the open source. All the GPL stuff is still GPL. All that meant is that the company from that point on was going to start building closed source hardware and software for the company that acquired them. But all of their legacy stuff up to that point is still GPL. So if you've got the time and you got a 3D printer and you've got the money to buy the parts, I think all in you can build this for about $1,000, like under $1,000. Because
that's pretty decent. For a pretty detailed little machine there, that's pretty cool.
It's super accurate too. It can the repeatability on it is it can go back to the same place in space within 10 microns. Wow. Within a 6-foot radius.
Jeez.
So like if I tell it to like one of the demos that they do on their website is they draw on a grain of rice. So they literally put down a little grain of rice and the thing goes over and like draws on a grain of rice with like a needle, and then it goes back and does it again. And the way that they can do that is it's got all these little optical encoder discs that give each joint like I think 1,000,000 degrees of travel. Jeez. And the most expensive part on the robot they fixed, like the old robot had this huge metal thing down here that was like this weird, I think they called it a harmonic drive.
Okay.
And that one gear was like $300 or $400 because it was this really sophisticated gear that it basically gave you a reduction of like 1,000 to 1 or something like that. Now they figured out how to do it in an in-house built planetary gearbox that's actually better than the harmonic drive and way cheaper. Nice. And so you can make this way cheaper now. That cut the cost of the robot down by like a third. The second most expensive thing I think is the FPGA on it. It's a event FPGA board. If I remember right, those are $300 to $500. Because it takes a lot of computational power to do this. Because what the robot arm is doing is it's not just like if you look at a conventional robotic arm that's used in like a manufacturing environment, like cars, for instance, right? Yeah. Those robotic arms that you see, the reason that they cost so damn much is because the arm is literally built out of the most stable steel alloy possible so that it doesn't change shape in different temperatures. It doesn't change, and they control the humidity and the temperature in these environments and everything to keep things accurate, right? This thing doesn't need any of that. The cool technology with this is that it can go back to the same point in space, even with every part on it changing and deforming. So like, even if this arm bends, if that arm bent, or even like broke a little bit and was like at a little bit of an angle, it would compensate to still go back to the same point in space. And you're like, well, how can it do that? How can it? Well, that's what all these little optical encoders do is the optical encoders on each joint talk to each other. The FPGA looks at the optical encoder and says, based on this step, the other motors should be in this ballpark also. And if they're not, it'll stop trusting the steps on the stepper motor and it'll start trusting the optical encoders. And then it does a bunch of really fancy matrix math to figure out where it is in space and correct for it. So if I like pull down on it like this, you probably can't hear it on the microphone, but it's like ring, 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 because as soon as I start pushing down on it, it pushes against me. Oh, nice. Go right back to the spot that it used to be. So like even if it shakes a little bit, you'll see it stabilize and it goes right back to the same exact point. Even if I push up on it, same thing. It just fights against me so that it always goes back to the exact same point in space. Nice. So, and they even have a demo where they put one of those, what do they call them, a gauge or whatever, with the dial gauge. So if you move it just the tiniest little bit, sure, it moves the needle. Yeah. They put it on one of those and they have it like go all the way like 6 feet away, come all the way back and touch it, go away 6 feet, come back and touch it, and the needle barely moves. Hey, Columby, my man, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollaroos. Woo, woo, woo. Here, we'll give him a little squirt for that. Yeah. Woo. He said, I don't know if you saw my comment earlier. I have a GeForce GT 730 graphics card on the way. Nice, brother. Wait, GTX 730. That's like super
GT,
old school.
No X. No X.
What is GT? Wait,
older. Old. The thing's gonna be like this big. It's tiny. Yeah. We used to use or at Puget Systems, they would use like GT 710s for machines that just needed some basic video out, like server thing that had no onboard videos out. It's gonna be a little rinky dink thing.
GeForce GT 730. Yeah, I've never even heard of that card. So let's see this would have been. Oh wow, yeah, 1366 by 768 resolution.
Yeah, damn, tiny, little bitty thing.
So why? So Colin B, why did you pay us $10 to tell us you ordered a graphics card that was 50 cents?
Well, no, I mean, like, depends where you get them from. They're between $15 or so used all the way up to like 50. I suppose I'm seeing some out of PNY for about $50 brand new.
What's the use though? Is it well, I'm asking Colin B. Like what is the significance of this? Because like, I mean, he told us, so he must have been like, hey, check out this cool thing I got.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like what it's for.
Yeah,
because
usually just for having video out for something.
Like retro gaming or something. Oh, you mean just literally to have a basic video out on like a server or something?
Yeah, because it's like 2 or 4 gig VRAM. It's
because I was gonna say this isn't gonna be enough to do any gaming.
Yeah,
like I mean the thing literally has just to date it, right? It has a VGA port. What was the last time you saw
HDMI? The newer 7 series ones it should have 2 HDMI ports on it.
Wait, newer what? They like remanufactured it again down the road, or
yeah, you can buy these new GT 730s brand new. They have HDMI ports on them. Like I was saying, Puget Systems was using GT 710s for a little while, for a while. Again, just to have video out for servers and stuff, or like the super micro boards.
Yeah,
won't have like onboard built, or the CPUs don't have onboard. But yeah, they're good. They're good for like troubleshooting. Yeah, great. Like Ferville here says, Greg Salazar uses a 710 for troubleshooting GPU issues.
So just a good, dependable popping in a PCIe slot, and it should boot no matter what.
They're cheap. They're GT 730 can do 8K maxed out settings at 144 hertz, right? No, I mean maybe if it's already like encoded and stuff, but you're not gaming on this thing.
Here's the thing I don't understand though. I'm literally looking right now at a Zotac version of the card that takes up 2 slots. But it's still nubby. It's still like
That's
just
silly.
the length of a fan. Like, why would you take up 2 slots?
It's supposed to be super low profile and like usually one. Says the one he's got is slim. Mine has HDMI, DVI-D, and VGA. Okay, yeah.
What are you using it for, Colin B? Though, like, are you literally just using it as just a slim video source for a computer you're building, or is there a specific reason why you targeted this card?
Smart to.
Slim case.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a slim case. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm like looking at this. It's like I'm looking at a Zotac. Yeah, Zotac launches GeForce GT 730, and it's a double height card with an HDMI, a VGA.
That's probably old.
Okay, so like back then,
the original launch was like I'm seeing the original launch was June 2014.
Yeah, because I'm looking at some of the modern cards, and you're right. They're the size of the fan. Like the fan is the whole size of the card. Basically,
some of them you can get that are passive.
Oh yeah,
some that are passive. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. No, I found the Zotac one. Yeah. It's literally the heat sink is the entire card.
Yeah.
The entire size of the card.
Like I'm seeing an Asus version that has no fans.
Yeah. Check this one out. I'll put it in chat. So this is the one I'm looking at right now on B&H video, or B&H photo video. It's a Zotac GT 730.
Can a GT 730 can it run Crysis? Probably
1 frame per minute.
Old Crysis, like on low. Like original install, probably.
Oh, dude, I have to admit this is a cool design though. That card that I put the link in there, the heatsink wraps around the edge of the card and goes to the other side. Have you ever seen that before?
Oh, that's neat. A little bit there, huh?
Yeah, they like bend the heatsink around the edge to cool something on the back edge of the card, and I'm like, that is so freaking cool. I wonder if they can do that. Like,
look how tiny the thing is, like this big,
dude. It's itty bitty. Yeah,
it's little. You got the Asus one? Okay, yeah.
Because looking at the DVI port, it's like literally like twice the length of the DVI port.
So this link you sent, it says no longer available. This is an old one.
Yeah, they don't make this one anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just considered just like a really reliable, highly compatible
GPU, I mean,
for throwing in something.
When I first started building at Puget Systems, there was like a bucket of them, or everybody had their own when there wasn't an onboard option, like if you're building something with a Xeon or something that doesn't have a onboard
not
GPU.
all Intel chips have onboard video, right? Like isn't there like usually like the ones that have onboard video and the ones that don't? Or
I want to say like the X299 ones didn't, but I could be wrong there. I know none of the Xeons. They deliberately built a bunch of Core ones that have the F on them. Those don't have, they have integrated graphics in them, but they're binned, like something wrong with the integrated graphics, so they cut it off, right? They turn it off. The F series of them, but I think they only started the Fs. I only knew about the Fs starting with the 10 series, the 10,000s, I think.
Yeah, because mine,
I feel like maybe they had the 9700K Fs or something like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm rocking an i9-7940X, which is a pretty old CPU. I mean, that's sort of circa 2017, 2018.
Man, dude, people still are paying good money for those X299 stuff. It's bonkers.
I think I looked it up, and I want to say this processor is still like $150 or something like that, which I was really surprised because usually CPU prices just tank after a couple of years.
I think it's because it's good. There's like good PLX on them, so that you can get like you can stuff 4+ graphics cards on them and whatnot, and still get decent bandwidth and whatnot.
Yeah, a lot of PCI lanes. Because I mean, this is like, I remember when we built this was like a flagship computer. Like I want to say this was like a $13,000 or $14,000 build back in 2018. And so this processor, if I remember right on the bill sheet or whatever, just the processor was like $1,200 or $1,500 back when this one came out. And so it has 28 logical cores, 14 physical cores, and then standard clock of 3.1 gigahertz, but I think it boosts up to like 3.5, 3.4, 3.5. Now I think modern CPUs, they're getting well up into the 4s now, aren't they? Like the boost clock? Clock up over 4 gigahertz?
Like, well, it depends. Like, so if you're looking at Xeons and stuff, maybe.
No, not Xeons. I'm talking like gaming.
Like your core ones, no, they'll boost to 5, over 5.
Oh, serious?
Yeah, some of them.
Out of the box, like without overclocking, or
for like Intel Boost 3 or whatever. Yeah. What are we at? We're on 14 now, right? 14.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. Because I remember back when like boosting to 5 gigahertz required like liquid cooling and shit.
It says here that the 14900K has a thermal velocity boost frequency of 6 gigahertz.
How?
All that's single core. All core boost of 5.7.
Wait, an all core of 5.7? Mm-hmm. Oh my god!
On the performance cores, and then 4.4 on the efficiency cores.
Because I was thinking, I was like, oh, my CPU is still like pretty fast by today's standards. Like, no, it isn't. Not compared to the new shit. If it's doing,
it won't do that for long. Like, you can't do that forever.
Oh, because it's the boost clock, it's gonna thermally throttle at some point.
Probably,
right? Unless you got like liquid cooling or active cooling or something. Yeah. That's crazy though if you think about it, because it's like my boost clock, like the max I can do with a single core, I think is 3.4 or 3.5. Mm-hmm. If you think about it, it's like 6 gigahertz is a huge performance gap. Like you're almost another 40%, 35, 40% single core performance, and that's not taking into account the new architecture, the new memory. If you're using like DDR5, which is much faster. I guess I really haven't been watching like CPUs because everything I do is very GPU centric, right?
Yeah.
Like video editing, video encoding, AI, all of those things are heavily GPU dependent. The operating system now, where you used to have to do the desktop composition in CPU, now that's all done with GPU through DirectX. So everything is GPU now. So it's like the only thing that really racks on the CPU are if you're encoding something that you don't have a hardware encoder for, then it has to beat the shit out of the CPU. or you're doing like you're running some kind of project that doesn't support like graphical hardware acceleration for whatever reason, like the developer just didn't implement it. Then you're doing CPU. But I'm trying to figure out like what operations would you do? And you might even know this, like, because I know Puget builds a lot of scientific computers. Like, what is the CPU so important for now that the GPU is not good for doing? Because it seems to me like half the GPU just kicks the shit out of the CPU. Like, why would you want a ultra fast CPU?
They just recently did an article looking at comparing CPU and GPU rendering. There's certain applications and stuff. I know, code compile for one is a good one.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you have to compile
certain simulations and stuff that are better. Any tasks that are dependent on previous results of an instruction. So like simulations and things. Here we go. CPU, GPU rendering. Because there is still a place for CPU rendering, but it's usually in like massive nodes and stuff. Like you have a bunch of cores and whatnot. So let's see here. I'll post it.
Oh, actually, I just asked AI. I should have just done that in the beginning. It says CPU and GPUs are specialized for different types of computational tasks. Here is a list of why CPUs are generally outperforming GPUs for these specific operations. Okay, serial processing. CPUs are designed. Oh, I didn't think about that. All accuracy. The cores are super slow.
Accuracy as well. When you need like real tight floating point accuracy and whatnot.
GPUs sacrifice that for performance. Yeah. So serial processing, I didn't even think about this, because if you think about it, it's like your GPU has thousands of cores that are running really slow, like whereas the CPU has
and that's where what they're designed for, right? Is for massive simultaneous processing, but it usually doesn't need to go very fast.
Yeah, it's like if you're rendering a scene, you're giving like 1,000 blocks to the GPU, and each thread is rendering it. But with a CPU, the CPU could render the entire scene faster as a single cohesive block, like by a lot faster.
And it's not dependent on the result of a previous instruction. So like serial, like you were saying, serial, it has to go one at a time. It's all in one long line, right?
Right. That's what it's saying CPUs are good at. Yeah.
Yeah. And then and the same goes for like ARM processors are in that similar boat as like GPUs. It's like it's spread out a bunch of tiny little cores that are all working on it together.
It also says that they can handle more complex instructions requiring multiple steps better than GPUs. So like GPUs are really good at just being a calculator. Like take these two numbers and give me a floating point back with so much precision, right? Yeah. Whereas a CPU can give you any length of precision that you want, but it also has instructions.
Something like
that. And it says its instructions are specifically designed to do more math in a shorter period of time. So like, whereas the GPU might have to cycle a thread and do 5 or 6 operations to complete one like matrix math operation or whatever, the CPU can do it in one operation because it has an instruction specifically for it. But that also slows it down. Whereas the GPU wants that, the reduced instruction set or, a RISC. The reason that it's ARM architecture or RISC architecture is so that, every instruction that it's running is cut down as clean and as mean as possible. Whereas the CPU has specific instructions for doing things. So it's more capable.
Yeah, here's a good line. They excel in tasks demanding intricate calculations and numerical simulations, such as scientific and engineering rendering. Think like fluid dynamics, simulations, structural analysis, or molecular modeling.
That's interesting. Oh, Jim,
it's that accuracy, that precision, the double precision.
Yep. He says, for my research, multi-core and RAM are the biggest things I use, putting a lot of short snippets of DNA together. Oh, that's another good. Yeah. Because like with your computer, it's not uncommon to have hundreds of gigabytes of memory, which you're not going to have that with a GPU.
Yeah. Yeah. The memory thing is a big one. Yeah.
So I could see that, like, if you needed to hold like, and this is true for AI too. Like some of the AI, or the LLMs, the libraries for them are like in excess of 32 gigabytes. And so you're not going to load 32 gigabytes into a GPU unless you have like an A100 that's like a $30,000 GPU. So 24 gig is pretty much about the max you can expect from any like top of line consumer level GPU that I know of. I don't know of any that has more RAM than that. And so if you,
China's making some that they're like hacking these like 64 gig, like 4090s and stuff.
Interesting. Jim said, if you want to hear something really dumb about scientific computing, one of the most common image analysis programs, ImageJ, doesn't even use GPUs.
I imagine it's old. All right. Yeah. I bet it's old software, but it works, right? It's like a code base that's super efficient.
But you made a point earlier too, and that is, if you're doing scientific computing and you need more precision than the GPU can give you, it would make more sense for you to take the performance hit on CPU and get a more accurate end result than to have the GPU do it and not get something that's perfectly flawlessly accurate. So, old Java baby. Oh, okay, so in his case, it really was just an old ass program. Yeah, because I'm like, nowadays it's like GPUs used to be hard to work with. Like CPUs were easy to work with, GPUs were hard to work with. Now with all the layers they've put on top of them, because keep in mind, it used to be like, okay, the GPU, you could send graphics functions to it or do math functions, but you had to do all the lifting in the code. Now they have libraries like TensorFlow, which is used a lot. They have PyTorch. They have, what's the other one that I've been seeing around? TensorRT. They have all these libraries now. And I think that's why AI community sides with Nvidia so much, is Nvidia has put out a lot of libraries and standardized a lot of libraries for AI compute. And so if you want to write a program for AI, a hardware accelerated program for AI, it's like stupid simple. It's actually easier to write the program to use an Nvidia GPU to do the processing than it would be to just use the CPU to do it. Because a lot of that scientific computing that people are using for these various different operations is just baked into the API. So like I was looking at some code demos on GitHub of where people were just loading up the TensorFlow library and then just loading a library on top of it, and then just basically writing like 2 lines of code to ask it to do a very complex task, and it was utilizing 100% of the GPU to do it. So you didn't have to write thousands of lines of code to do something because somebody else already did it, right? And TensorFlow already hardware accelerated everything for Nvidia cards and optimized it. But I've also noticed this, where maybe Jim can answer this. I'm curious. So I've noticed that, like with Nvidia cards, a lot of the programs that I use for AI support CUDA, right? And CUDA is, of course, Nvidia's closed standard. Yeah. And everybody adopts that. Like OpenCL is a second-class citizen. Like I see everything supports CUDA. A few things support OpenCL.
Intel's putting a lot of effort into it.
Into OpenCL?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because of their graphics cards. Yeah, they're working really hard with AMD and stuff on it, and it's coming up, but they have some catching up to do, because Nvidia puts so much effort and time and money into building the CUDA libraries that just make it so much easier to do that kind of work.
Dude, the gap is ridiculous.
It's silly. Nvidia is everybody think the masses see Nvidia as like a gaming company. And that is totally not the case.
They're not. They're a computer.
Their gaming stuff feeds the AI, the machine learning, the scientific computing side. Yep. The stuff that Nvidia is doing in like Omniverse and all of the support that they're giving to scientific computing and machine learning and AI and all this stuff is just ridiculous. That is what their goal really is to.
They cornered the market.
Oh man, yeah. They put That's why CUDA. That's why GeForce cards are the best at any of this stuff. But
this is what's crazy. Check this out. So CUDA was already way faster than OpenCL. Like everything that I did, if it was OpenCL and CUDA was like 2x the performance. Sometimes
at least
as much as 10.
Yeah.
And so, but then they take it another step, and now they release this TensorRT library for RTX cards. And the Tensor library isn't quite a drop-in for CUDA. Like you have to like specifically program a code path to use it.
Okay.
But people are starting to implement this TensorRT library in stuff like Stable Diffusion, for instance, right? So I tried it in Stable Diffusion using this TensorRT thing where it basically goes and looks at the training data and then creates like a cached version of like a bunch of operations to speed things up. And then once it's done, it only takes like 5 minutes. Once it's done and you load that, now it can create an image in 1 second, when under CUDA it took 8 to get the same image. So now you get an 8x performance over CUDA on the same hardware just by using a TensorRT mod under Stable Diffusion. So it's like, what in the hell are they doing in TensorRT that is like 8xing the performance of the same hardware for the same exact operation, giving you the same exact result? That's blowing my mind. Like, and I've seen it on other things too. Like for instance, there's a mod for LM Studio for TensorRT. I haven't used it yet personally myself, but I've been watching YouTube videos where people are saying they're going from 14 tokens a second up to like 48 tokens a second. So, and 48 tokens, a token is a word basically in AI when you're talking about LLMs. So when you're talking about 48 words spitting out, a second, that is super fast. That is so much faster than OpenAI even 3.5 turbo, like responding. It's crazy fast. And with the 4090 that I have, I loaded up an LLM, 24 gig LLM, which is on the large side, right? That's one of the reasons I wanted this graphics card, was to load the really big LLMs. And I think it was Orca. And I think they call it Orca because it's so goddamn big. But I was getting 48 tokens a second with a 4090. So 48 words a second replying back to my questions to the AI. And I was just blown away by that, because the 3080 was getting, I think, 6 or 7. And I went from 6 or 7 to 48 with the same library, everything the same. And if I updated to Tensor RT mod, I should be well over 100. So I kind of want to try that out now. James said, or maybe not DLS, whatever the thing is called for AI FPS thing. I don't think it's DLS.
That's
DLSS
a totally different. That's completely. Well, his original question was currently, if you want to intense things like video editing, rendering, and 3D modeling, with AI, how go forward? How important do you think having a high-end PC will be? My original answer was, how important is your time? Because you were asking about video editing, rendering, and 3D modeling with AI, and it's a time thing. How valuable is your time? If you can wait 4 days for the render to happen, you don't need current modern hardware. But now you're talking about video games with DLSS and frame rate interpolation and shit. That's a completely different thing, and you're going to need modern hardware because those like, if you have a 2080, you can't use DLSS.
Right.
Yes, because it's an RT thing only. So then
RTX 2080 could do it, because that was the first RTX card.
Yes, okay,
so,
that's my bad.
1080.
You're still only going to be using the older DLSS. You're not going to get DLSS 3 or whatever. You need the more modern stuff. The other
thing I noticed is, like, Nvidia, if you go look, they've got it as granular as the series itself. So like when you download the libraries for like there's some CUDA libraries that you can download, you have to specifically download a different library. And I checked, they're different files, different dates, different sizes, between 30 series cards and 40 series cards. So it's like 20, 30, and 40 series each have their own individual libraries. So they must have made mods to the hardware that at that level, those libraries are taking advantage of it, because you have to get the one that's specific for your card. And also another, I think, great question that we should talk about that you just led into right there is time versus money. A lot of people look at computers and they're like, oh, I'm not going to pay that. That's too expensive. Like, the only complaint I've ever heard about Puget Systems has never been about quality. It's never been about anything like that. It's always just, oh, that's so expensive. I could build it cheaper myself. But here's the thing. They build scientific computers like more than anything. Like high-end CPUs that save people like literally millions of dollars. Stock traders and shit buy their PCs.
It's the same for gaming too. Like there's a gentleman here, I assume Brother Kellerman was asking about, I don't know, he says, I don't know how to build a PC. What advice do you got? Right? He's got a budget of about $4,000. What would you recommend?
And a AuxxZillary, and he'll build you one.
I mean, I could build you one. My only concern there is shipping.
That's the hardest thing.
I'm not in a position to cover the insurance on shipping $4,000 product, and so I'd be really, really worried about it. I would do my best, and I would pack it up. I know the professional ways to pack it, and honestly, I'd be pretty confident. To be perfectly frank, I'd be pretty confident shipping something to somebody, because I'd be so worried about it getting there like safely. But it's a matter of time. It always comes back around to time. You're paying convenience, right? Whether it's a gaming PC, look, maybe you don't want to spend a couple hours watching some YouTube videos and reading some Reddit forums and stuff to build a PC. That's totally fine. Like, that is a totally acceptable thing. That your time is valuable in your own perception, right? Value is a subjective thing. So if you don't want to spend the time, then you're going to pay a little extra. Not to mention
or a lot extra in some cases. Like, it's worth it.
The markup when it comes to I don't even like pre-builts, because that brings up images of like Dell and HP and stuff. Having some other company build it for
custom
you.
Built.
Custom built PCs, or even just picking a pre-configured machine from them.
I don't like the word boutique, but people use that too, because it's like a higher quality, higher echelon of product that you're ordering, like from people that are experts.
If a company's going around the word boutique, they better have a very, very flexible customization ability, like, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
It's the aftercare, honestly, because like part of it is, if you build it yourself and the graphics card doesn't work, you have to RMA it, or at a minimum, you're going to be returning that to Amazon. You're not going to get an advanced replacement. You're going to have to send it back to them. Either buy one, wait for it to ship to you, 2, 3, 4, however long.
True.
And again, it's the time, right? When a company builds it, if something goes wrong, they just go to inventory and get a new part. The customer doesn't even know that something went wrong unless the part's like out of stock. But like so that saves time. Then it's aftercare.
Yep.
Right. You receive the machine, and in a gaming sense, this gets difficult because there's a lot of variables that can that make things weird. Oh, I'm getting micro stutters when I'm playing Fortnite or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like software issues, and who does it lie with? Yeah,
but still, they're going to have experts who know or they should. Their support team is there to help you with that, so that you're not spending time troubleshooting it yourself, digging around on forums and a bunch of other jack wagons who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, or giving you bad advice or not, and then you have to figure that, I pulled this out and plug that back in, or try this setting and do all this stuff. The having somebody there to help you who can guide you through the troubleshooting path, because there's been hundreds of other people who've had the same problem. That is where the value in paying. It's not the parts in the box. Of course, you can buy the parts in the box cheaper and build it yourself, because you as a person, as a single entity, don't have the overhead that a company does, right? Yeah. You don't have the building to pay for. You don't have employees to pay for. You don't have the electric, all this other stuff, the overhead that a company does. But at the same time, when this is one of my favorite things. One of the customer from Puget Systems is a photographer, deals with like really high, nice, like high resolution images and things like that. This has nothing to do with Puget Systems and anything that they did, but as an example of how valuable time is, they lost about $5,000 on a job because of a hardware failure. It was more like a memory card thing. So again, not a Puget Systems problem, wasn't a PC problem. But when minutes are hundreds or thousands of dollars, you can't wait. Like, this is something that I've heard of from other
customer liability too.
Is like, I won't name names, but I know of one big company that was working with a major enthusiast brand PC builder. They had bought basically a gaming machine, but was using it for video editing, four GPUs, blah blah blah, like all liquid cooled too, which is dumb. For a professional setting, that's dumb. Don't do that. They had been going back and forth like for weeks, because they had to pack the whole machine up. They had to send it to them. They would hold on to it for however long until they thought they had the problem fixed.
And that's so much harder with liquid cooling stuff. Like, oh my God.
Ridiculous. Yeah. And at customer expense, which blew my mind. They were charging the customer both ways to send it to them for support and to send it back, and for them to send it back. Yeah. Which is a little bonkers to me, but I kind of understand as well. Like,
if they broke the PC, I would like understand that. But if they got the PC and it wasn't working under warranty, then outrageous. I would say the company should pay the shipping.
Outrageous.
Yeah.
And so
crazy.
And that's more of a dig at that company. But they went away from the people they originally purchased from and went with Puget Systems because the service was better. And
customer service
probably about the same cost, maybe a little more expensive, maybe not, but probably close enough to as not to matter. But the service is better. Like Puget Systems sent somebody to them to swap graphics cards instead of having them ship it, because I mean,
that's so awesome.
It was close,
Well, that's one thing I know about John. John was always about customer service. That's like the number one thing.
But that's how you differentiate yourself. Yeah. There's a million people out there building PCs, a million people out there doing it themselves. So that's the only way to differentiate yourself is through service.
I know you're going to be taken care of. Like I know Corridor uses a bunch of Puget stuff too. Corridor Digital
Studio is outfitted with Puget Systems PCs now.
Yeah, and it's and when you're running a video production thing where it's like rendering is tens of thousands of dollars like a day that you could waste if your shit just breaks. Like,
those are some good fixed. So those are some good comments that we've gotten that Puget has gotten from from Corridor was like, I can, I can set this to render and I don't have to come in on the weekend because I know that it's not going to crash.
It's reliable. Yeah. Reliability is huge.
Stuff like that.
Actually, the one that came to mind for me that I wanted to talk about real quick was the stock traders. So when you were talking about like
high frequency trading
of time or whatever with high frequency trading, I remember I came into Puget. This was years ago. I came into Puget and there was an $80,000 build sitting on the bench. And John showed me the build sheet for it, and it was like 4 CPUs, like 256 gigs of RAM. It was a big build,
those are
right?
gross. Really I don't like that. Those
but the reason
I understand their place, but
it was maxed out with GPUs, and it's like but it's like $80,000 for a desktop computer. This isn't a server that goes in a rack. This is a desktop computer that's connected to like 12 monitors.
Yeah,
and the purpose of the computer was for high frequency trading. And you're like, why would the people pay so much money for a computer with like 12 screens? But if you knew these traders, it's like literally milliseconds count with the trading that they're doing. And so their portfolio is highly dependent on you being faster than the next guy trading. So if you have to spend 3x the money to literally save 10 milliseconds, to them it's worth it, and they'll do it. And it's wild, the investment, because I know a couple of people that do the high frequency trading, or at least did it in another life. Oh my God, these guys, the setups that they run are insane. Like, for instance, I've seen rigs before that are like crypto mining rigs, like literally 8 GPUs in a chassis, and like 2 of the GPUs are used to drive like 8 monitors, and then the other GPUs are literally just running algorithms to measure like all the stock market trading stuff in real time. Like they've got a real time feed of the data coming in through like a 10 gig internet connection, and they're basically processing that stuff in real time, and then having bots basically engage on trades, and then they're watching the 8 screens to basically oversee the bot, so that if the bot goes like too far under, or the bot starts making bad decisions, they can interject and shut it down. And so they're basically just sitting there, and it's like the matrix of a wall of 8 screens just monitoring. All you see is just red, green, yellow, red, green, yellow, red, green, yellow. It doesn't make any sense to me looking at this data, but they can sit back and watch that and basically have their hand on the stop button if something goes wrong. But it's just sitting there making money, right? It's a ching, so they can afford to spend that extra money to get those couple of milliseconds, because those couple of milliseconds allow them to beat the traders that were kicking their ass. Yeah, and then those traders build a faster computer, and then you have to build a faster computer. And it's like this race to the top, right? But to them, it's worth it.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And they'll pay millions for like to lay their own fiber lines and stuff from here to London and whatnot. Yeah. But what usually happens, especially in a creative sense, like when we're talking about like 3D rendering or video editing and things like that, what tends to happen is the hardware ends up not really saving them time, really. What tends to happen is they the creatives will instead fill their time savings with more complex projects, which is still a value add, right?
Yeah, it's still like, that game.
Another good example for Puget Systems and Corridor Digital, this was years ago, is the video that they did of Gizmo Duck, the Gizmo Duck video, something like that. There was a good idea, but they weren't able to actually execute on it due to the complexity of that project until they had better hardware. And so it's not like, okay, like say you're a videographer. No, that's not right. Whatever. Say you do wedding videos or something, right? Like you're hired to do video work for people as a freelancer.
Yeah.
You're not going to continue to do like 1080p editing with your $12,000 machine to save 4 hours so that you can go eat lunch or whatever. You're going to now be able to do 4K editing faster, or within that same amount of time, you're going to be able to do better, bigger projects.
Yeah.
Whether it's like if you're, there's one guy I think of, I can't recall his name, but does like product renderings, like sunglasses or cars or whatever. You're able to do more complex, higher fidelity, better, just more complex, higher quality projects in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
You're still going to spend 8, 10, 12 hours doing work, but the work that you're producing is going to be of a better, higher quality.
Well, the biggest thing too is you save time on not having to find optimizations.
Yeah, proxies and stuff for video editing. You're not having to wait for proxies to build and things like that.
Well, my friend works at Bungie Studios, kind of so he works on the Destiny games. At least last I talked to him, he was just finishing Destiny 2, And so he has a system at home that his work hooked him up with. It's like a $30,000 build that has like 4 graphics cards in it. Yeah. He has a rendering server and everything. And they gave him all this hardware, but still, even with all that hardware, the hardest part of his job is when he's creating a scene and he's creating geometry, he has to stay under a certain polygon count because the hardware can't handle it anymore. Yeah, so he has to spend a shitload of time like optimizing his stuff, pulling out polygons, baking textures differently and stuff to hide the edges of the polygons. And he does all this extra work. But if he has the resources, he can just build it out as big as he wants in real time and then optimize it later in the final pass for the game.
In game development, a big one is shader compiling. You got to do that every fucking time. Every time.
You change a single piece of geometry, you got to make the whole thing.
And so that right there, you're saving hours and those hours add up, man. Those hours are thousands of dollars.
Plus, your computer is rendering. It's like, can you do something else with your computer? That's going to depend on the hardware, right?
Yep.
If you have a computer that has 2 CPUs and 2 GPUs, you can dedicate one CPU, one GPU to the rendering task and still do other stuff. Well, instead of having to go, I have to walk away and go have lunch, or I have to start it at the end of the day and hope I come in tomorrow and it worked, right?
Yeah. So even something as simple like Lightroom. It doesn't need a very powerful machine, but if you're going to throw 5,000 photos, you're trying to import 5,000 fucking or more, because that happens a lot when you're doing like event photography and or whatever. Like, you're going to end up with thousands and thousands and thousands of photographs. Being able to import those
500,000 family images that have been accumulated over the last like 20 years on my NAS.
That's
like
crazy.
Unsorted, just a folder with like 500,000 images.
And so if you can shave 5 minutes off of that, the previews in loading that's a CPU intensive thing, loading just the little thumbnails of all those hundreds of or thousands and thousands of photographs. If you can shave minutes off of that, you're gonna earn somebody thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Hey, Fortnite Battle Pass in chat just said, just as you say shaders, my shaders are compiling for Eternal, which I'm playing right now.
Oh man!
Every time I start up Forza, every time I change a graphics setting in Forza, it's sitting there 0 to 100%, optimizing for computer. That's what it's doing. It's building the shaders.
I've been playing Star Wars the Jedi Survivor. Got a good deal on it from the Epic sales and stuff. Every time I load it up, it's got to load. It's doing some shader stuff. I don't know. I'm like, bro, why isn't this done? Like, I thought this is like a one-time thing, but no. And I was like, oh wait, that's right. It has to do this. Like, it's basically like kind of preloading levels or something.
The one thing I like about ray tracing, that's the one thing I really like about RTX. As long as you got enough RTX power to actually play the game at a decent frame rate, you don't have to optimize shaders because it's actually doing the light path rendering in real time. That's like what ray tracing is.
Yeah.
They don't have to bake on everything.
The lights. The lighting. Yeah.
And that's honestly how they get the performance in a lot, like especially the older games. Nowadays, they have enough performance that they can kind of get away with, like not doing these optimizations in some cases.
I'm excited to see more.
Look at Counter-Strike. Look at like the Counter-Strike, the optimizations that they have in the code to up the frame rate. That's why you get like 600, 700, 800 frames a second at like 4K playing Counter-Strike
and CS:GO like. Still, or actually, I don't think it's CS:GO anymore. I think it's Counter-Strike 2 now. But they hadn't really updated like models or textures or anything. So you fucking load that at 640 by 480. Of course, you're gonna get 1,000 FPS.
No, but remember how fast it ran even on old hardware?
Yeah.
Like, I remember like
because they never really updated
it ran great. Half-Life ran great, and you're like, how did they get that performance with that fidelity back then?
Yeah,
and a lot of it was just tricks.
Yeah,
there's a lot of tricks involved in getting that. And it's like I remember one of the tricks, because I used to watch videos on Valve. They'd talk about how they develop the games and how they do the graphics. And one of the cool things is like the lights. You could shoot the lights and they would swing around, like a Gary's mod thing or whatever. The physics, like they're like, oh, you can shoot lights and it goes around. You actually see the light going around the room and reflecting on the walls and stuff. And you're like, how did they do that? And basically they're creating a matrix where they go through and they render that light source on all of the surfaces and then put that information into a table and then look it up. So they're trading memory for performance, because to compute that in real time, to like change all the textures and everything, do all the shading, it'd be like ray tracing, right? So instead they just pre-compute it and look it up in a table. So they're like, if you shoot the light and the light starts going, the physics tells the light to go this way. They just basically do a computation where they say, look it up in the table what the light should look like at that angle, and then get the one closest to it and display it. And it works perfect. You're watching it and it looks like they're doing real time like physics, but they're really not. It's just a trick.
Direct storage. I don't know what that sounds vaguely familiar, but now, nowadays with M.2s and stuff and PCIe 4, 5 and shit, man, PC loads stuff way faster than PlayStation 5.
Direct storage is cool though. Well, PlayStation 5 already has its own version of direct storage and has.
I've heard something like that. Yeah, something to help load levels faster.
So direct storage is the same as like DirectX is for graphics. Direct storage is for IO.
Okay.
And so what it allows you to do is, about like DMA, where basically the storage can talk to the memory directly.
Oh, yes.
So the CPU doesn't have to waste a bunch of cycles. Because, and that sped up computers immensely because now your CPU can be working on the game and it doesn't have to
go through the North Bridge. It's not a North Bridge anymore. But yeah.
You don't need a North Bridge built into the CPU. So the way that direct storage works is now it allows your memory to not just talk, or your storage not just talk to your memory through DMA, but to the graphics card's memory. So now you can literally stream the data directly from the hard drive through the PCI bus to the video RAM on the graphics card without having the CPU involved at all. The CPU doesn't need to run, as far as I know, a single instruction because the direct storage sets up like this. I mean, you have to load the driver for it.
In memory, like it has to do it. But then,
So
I guess that would still be faster than going through the CPU, but you start running into distance problem, or not problems, but the distance from literally. That's why RAM slots are so close to your CPU is because it literally, if they were any further away, it wouldn't. It slows things down. You'd have to wait. It's starting to get really weird.
You're not going to be able to solve that problem though. That's a physical problem.
It's getting weird, man. It's getting so crazy. The shit that they're going to have to figure out to do. Like at some point, I feel like
fast the distance matters now. Like, literally having the RAM like this close to the CPU versus this close is like the performance.
Yeah, it's almost like you're going to have not cache, but I get the feeling you're gonna start seeing CPUs that have like a little bit of a couple gigs of proper memory, like RAM memory built into it.
They would if they could, like right now.
I mean, what else are you gonna do
on the die?
What are you gonna do? Like you're gonna have CPUs that are this fucking big. Well, actually, that's not true. We'll start getting into like different architectures and stuff. And
the stacked memory stuff.
Yeah,
that's why they had to do the stacked memory is because they literally were running out of space. They couldn't get the memory chips close enough together to perform at their potential. So they started stacking it up so that everything was equal distance. It's like putting equal length headers on a car so that the exhaust, back pressure is the same. It's like,
here's a piece. Oh, you know what would be rad? I'm starting to see there's a few graphics cards out there now that have M.2 slots on them. I wonder if there's some trickery that might come from this where you start using that as VRAM, like a page file almost for VRAM.
Sure, it's like a level 5 cache. They're probably
no. I mean the ones that are out now, the ones that are out now actually act as just as a hard drive, like it should, because most actually graphics cards only use the 8x up to 8x. There's a whole bunch of lanes that they're not using. So the one, these are, I think they're like 4060s and stuff that have these on there. So they're not using the full bandwidth of the PCI slot.
Doesn't even use the 16x.
I don't know about that, but the ones that I've seen, these graphics cards that I've seen that have the M.2s on them are lower end, like 4060s, which don't use the full bandwidth of the PCI slot. And so an M.2, an SSD only uses four lanes. So like, that's easy enough. No big deal.
So yeah, it says the 40 series can use all 16 lanes,
but doesn't need to. You don't see a performance drop if you this is an experiment you can try at home. I mean,
I don't want to try this now.
Like, be careful, kids. You can cover up half. This is something that Puget Systems has done in the past. You can cover up half of the pins with paper or something, and it still work. You can do this in software now. You go into your BIOS and you tell the slot to only work at 8x, and there's hardly a performance drop at the lower end. But yeah, I think
to be fair, though, big ones. To be fair, it's going to be completely dependent on where the load to the GPU is coming from. If you're streaming the RAM across the bus, then the lanes are going to matter. But if you're doing the computation on the card, like the card is doing everything internally, then you're not going to need the bandwidth. You're not going to need that 16x bandwidth. So depending on what you're doing with the graphics card is probably going to have the biggest difference there. But if you're talking about like a game where you're just sending the textures to it and then it's rendering, and it's just sending back the frame buffer or something like that, then you don't need 16x, right? But if you're streaming memory,
Puget Systems done testing on this too. I can show you.
What's that?
I said Puget Systems has done.
Dude, Puget Systems does all the testing for everything, man.
Just recently too.
They publish everything publicly too, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to go and look at all the research and everything, you can just go to their website and look around.
the last 6 months or so.
My mic seems to be missing bass and treble for some reason.
You're missing bass. It's never us. It's always you. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, this is how it naturally sounds.
It could be because Jerry likes to fiddle, and
I do fiddle.
And I don't mean like on the roof. I'm talking like he messes with stuff.
I'm not allowed on the roof anymore.
Hold on, I'll find it.
I don't have any audio effects added or anything.
Just recently, just recently did. Oh my goodness, man! Sorry.
Here, you know what?
I'm seeing things that shouldn't be happening, and I'm not on the clock right now, so I shouldn't be stressing about it. But here, I'm gonna have to have I'm gonna have to have a finger wagging with somebody.
How does that sound? Do I sound bassier now?
A little, I guess. I don't know. Here we go. Impact of GPU PCIe bandwidth on content creation performance. So again, what it is you're doing.
Yeah, it's content creation.
The TLDR is the worst offender. So here's the TLDR. Most applications tested show little to no performance degradation, including Unreal Engine, Stable Diffusion, and Blender. And this is they did PCIe 4 x16, PCIe 3 x4. In general, as long as you're able to run your GPU at PCIe 4 x8 or above, you can expect nearly full performance for content creation workflows.
Yep. So it
this
depends on
probably would fuck up your gaming if you're trying to goof around in Fortnite or whatever. It probably fucked that up. But
like for AI stuff, it's not going to matter because the GPU is doing all the computation on board, all the memory and all the processing's on board. Yeah. All it's sending back and forth across the bus is basically.
There's an article about that too for HPC, but that's an older one. That's like from 2018, so I wouldn't trust that data.
Joseph, it's about 5 years old now, I think, because it was built in 2018. My last PG system.
Oh, the big one, big one, yeah.
My main workstation. So I still run 4 or 5 of PG systems builds in my house. I have
6, maybe 3 of them I built.
Yeah, because I have the HTPC you built in the bedroom,
the SG10, the FTZ01, and your big one.
Yep. And then
I just remember the cases.
You built the server, right? The GPU server.
I did. Yes.
Yep. So
with the 3060,
the media center PC, and my main PC you built. Oscar built the dual Xeon. And then the other media
that was before I came
in my
on.
living room, the cube, my original media center that they built. Was that you too?
Yeah, the SG10.
Is it the cube or the one that's like the small rectangular form?
There's the one that looks like a VCR. I built that one. That's the one you posted a picture of my signature. And then there's the one that that's like a cube, and then
the box.
We lasered the front panel on it.
You built
that's me too. Oh, so you should have my bust. You have my 3D printed bust.
So you've built my main workstation, you built the server, and you built both of my HTPCs. So I have
all but one, I guess, then, because the one that you call that's called William was built by Oscar.
Right, and that's the dual Xeon. So you built both my media centers, the cube and the flat, my workstation and my server.
Yep.
So that's crazy. So out of the 5 PCs I'm still running today,
I gotta say, I really miss building PCs. Like a lot.
You would.
A lot. It is so much fun. And did Jerry find his GoPro 9? He did.
I did.
I saw that on the tweeter.
It's right over.
It was hiding behind a key light, apparently, in the closet.
Yeah, it's I don't know why it's on right now, but it literally was sitting on top of a tripod in the closet, and I looked right at it like 12 times.
Dude, even older GoPros are still super nice, man. Super good cameras.
Yeah, here. This is a GoPro Hero 4. I don't know what this goes for on the secondhand market, but this thing actually produces an image that some people think is better than this $1,000.
Wow.
Like as a webcam, because they do HDMI raw out. So you can do 4K 30 or 1080 60. Like actually, this might even do 1080 120 if I remember right. And
that'd be nice.
Man, the Hero 4s look so good.
Well, you probably I bet you could get a Hero 4 for like less than $100.
God, if you can, that would be the deal of a century for webcam. Like seriously, the image quality is fantastic.
Dude, I'm seeing them. I see an eBay listing for $50.
Dude, there you go. $50. You buy a webcam that'll kick the shit out of like a $200-300 webcam.
It's so nice.
Yeah, and the cool thing is you can crop the sensors. I believe the sensors in them are oversized, so you can crop the sensor down to like 1080p and get rid of that whole fisheye, the GoPro fisheye effect, You can completely get rid of that, and there's even a filter that you can put on it that'll flatten out the image and get rid of all the spatial warping and everything. So this one,
when did they stop doing the? I know that they stopped doing the fisheye thing at a certain point. They started doing flat lenses after, I think after the 4
or the 2. Depends on how big you go.
Okay,
because I still get I even get a fisheye effect on this if I put it in the wide format, the 9. So if I take the Hero 9 and I put it in wide mode, then it does give me the fisheye effect, like where it looks like I'm looking at a 180-degree picture, but it also has a 5K sensor in it. Yeah. So if I knock it down to 4K and I say I just want to do normal, then it looks just like a webcam. There's no bending at the edges. Or
okay. Can I get a link to that camera? Though. It's a GoPro Hero, and then put a number at the end. They're up to like 11 or 12 now.
So I've owned everything from I've owned a GoPro 1.
I have a Hero 2 somewhere.
A 4 and a 9. Those are and the action cams. I had the action. These are the action variants.
Yeah.
Don't get these because they don't have HDMI out. You can't use these as webcams. These are just fun for just sticking on.
Oh yeah, you stick them on your fenders and stuff.
Yeah, so internal battery, completely waterproof. These are just good for just recording everywhere. Yeah. But if you want a webcam, I can tell you right now, the Hero 4 is when the sensor just went like OP. Like this thing right here produces 99% the image quality of that at 4K.
Wow.
Output. So, but if you're doing 1080 60, like if you're like I do when I usually stream to Twitch, my God, the video quality you get out of this is just insane. Like I remember back when I used to have this on my old Dexter arm, and I used to use it like constantly panning. Like, so that's what I'm going to do with this arm too. My stream, eventually you'll see me, the background will just slowly be moving the whole stream. And what it's going to do is the camera is just going to orbit around me, looking directly at my face, locked onto it. So like if I move and stuff, it'll just stay pointing at me, orbiting around slowly to make the background like a parallax effect.
Yeah.
And so I used to do that. And people, when I'd switch between my main cam, which back then was the big $3,000 freaking Sony PWX Z90V rig that I had, when I switched between that and the GoPro, people liked the GoPro better and said it looked like it was the crisper image with less noise.
Oh,
I was blown away.
Just some poking around. Somebody was asking on Reddit. I was like, is the Hero 4 Silver still relevant in 2022? So not much. I don't think too much is going to change in the last couple of years. But somebody was like, the Hero 7 or no, the Hero 5 is when they started doing the stabilization. Yeah. And so depending on what you're doing, depending on what you're doing with it, then maybe jump to the 5.
Yeah, but, digital versus optical stabilization. The digital stabilization is good though, because I've used the GoPro Hero 4 when I recorded the Mercedes video and the Viper video where I was driving around doing the external shots on the car.
Yeah,
there's like no noticeable vibration in the image, and those were very, very shaky cars when I was thrashing them around. So yeah.
I mean, I took the Hero. I have a Hero 2, which still has like a big bulbous fisheye lens on it. And I took some cool shots. I think in Hawaii. I just dunked the fucking thing under the water and was like, "Woo! Look at the waves crashing and stuff." It was really fun. It was neat. I don't think it was 1080.
The Hero 9's an overheating mess. Don't tell me that. I'm planning on using it for live streaming.
Man. So you were telling me, oh man, I should use a different. I got the little point and shoot Sony something or other
the
Mark
X100
3 or the DC. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thing overheats, right man. Now? Can't use it. It overheats. Shuts off.
Serious?
Yeah.
That's weird because I used a Mark 3 and a Mark 6, and both of them I've run 6 hours streaming.
I got the
no problem.
4, and it didn't even. It was even alive. It was on one of the TikToks. It died.
What was the temperature in the room? Like was
it? I mean, not uncomfortable.
Because my room's temperature controlled at like 68 degrees constantly.
Definitely, probably more than that.
Maybe I'm riding right on the edge of failure.
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Hopefully that'll apply to my GoPro 9 though, because I'm gonna be pissed if that thing starts locking up on me in the middle of a stream.
It's good for taking photos. Like I take pictures. Or actually I was using it for the overhead cam building PCs and it never overheated.
Yeah,
so it has to be the temperature of the room. It's got to be the temperature.
To be fair, it does say when you go into the menu on the camera and you enable the HDMI out, it does pop up a little warning that says that, the camera will create excess heat and could shut down, but I've never had it happen personally. Right now I'm on an AX100 Mark Mark 6 and I'm running 4K 60 FPS. So that should be killing the processor. Well, actually, no, I lied.
Actually, that might have been part of it too. I think I was trying to do 4K.
Yeah, I'm doing 1080-60, which is half the bandwidth. So I bet you at 4K it would probably eat shit.
Yeah.
So
and that might be part of what I was going. But this handy cam works great.
Yeah,
so
I'll probably just put a fan on it now. Just since you point that out, I'll probably put a USB fan on it. I put USB fans on everything, and I'm really pissed off that Arctic stopped making them because it was a fantastic product and it was very niche.
Dude,
like theirs was better than everybody's.
You could probably build one easy peasy, man. Like you take something apart, some USB, USB cable,
yeah, sure,
USB cable, and a cheese ball case fan, and some duct tape, and you're good to go.
Well, what I loved about it was it had the little bendy arm, and it was just nice to be able to plug it into USB, point it at something, and it would hold that position forever. I love it.
Somebody's got to make.
There's a couple people that make them, but they all suck. I've tried 2 of them because they don't put cages on them for one, so they're just spinning in the open. And then the other ones that I had like foam blades on them, or the blades are too short and it just doesn't move very much air. I don't know why they stopped making them though, because they were selling like crazy. Like when I put that up on my Amazon store, and when I made that video so long ago, I want to say my Amazon, I sold almost 1,000 of them in 4 months from the video, and it's the most sold product that's ever happened because of a video that I made, and that video didn't even get that many views, a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
And so I was shocked that many people like ran out and bought those fans, because I have them on everything. Like in my house, like I even have a surplus. I think I'm down to like 5 spares now.
Oh, dang.
They never die. Like if they start slowing down or whatever, all I do is just pull off the sticker and relube them just like a case fan, and they work again for another couple of years.
Do you guys have any experience with the other competitors like Insta or DJI? Not me.
DJI makes really good stuff, but it's way overpriced, and the software is super intrusive, whereas GoPro isn't. Although GoPro's kind of getting there. Like I set up the GoPro 9 last night with the latest firmware and the latest software, and do you want to join? You need to log in to get this functionality, blah, blah, blah. So they're kind of going that route now.
Yeah.
I will tell you though, that I used to use their main competitor, Contour HD. I don't know if they're still around.
No.
But I really like their stuff, but GoPro just stomped them into the ground.
I've heard Sony's action cams are really good.
Very expensive.
Really?
Expensive.
Really? Yeah. But I've heard that they're really good.
They make one of the best action cams in the world. Like it literally uses the same sensor as the AX series. It's like $1,000 camera, but they're like I want to say they're $500 or $600 for their action cam.
I would really like to get one of those ZV ones. I know they're a couple of years old now, but like I think that would be a good.
Which one is that? The Sony ZV one?
Yeah, it's like their vlog, point and shoot ish thing. It looks like the whatever it was, SC 100 or whatever. It looks like that, but it has the back thingy folds out so that you can see yourself better
on screen. Yeah, instead of flipping up over the top, it flips around the side.
It blows my mind how much cameras hold their value. Blows my mind. To get one of those, the older ZV ones, which are like 4 years old now, I think, it's still like $500.
Dude, I looked
even
up
a used one.
I looked up my big camera, the one that I bought, like I'm gonna say 6 years ago now, right? The Z90V, the big, professional prosumer camera.
Yeah,
that thing only dropped $400.
Yeah,
so now it's like $2,500 instead of $3,000 or something.
I kind of get it. It's like the mattress philosophy, right? You're only ever buying one like every 10 years or something, but like, holy fuck, man.
Oh, I forgot about Insta360.
Just blows my mind.
So Insta360, I've used one of their cameras a long time ago, and I really liked it. Like I thought it was pretty badass, and they're cheap too. They're super cheap.
Yeah.
The one thing though is just keep in mind that the Insta360s do have really bad fisheye. Like, I mean, by design, right? They're designed to do 360 video. So you do have to do a lot of video post processing to iron out the image and get it flat if you want it. So I wouldn't recommend them for doing like shots that you need to be like really crisp on the edges, like scenery type stuff. But if your subject matter is near the center of the screen, they're fantastic. And they're great vlogging cameras. Like if you just want a camera that's small, inconspicuous, you can just put on a selfie pod and you don't have to worry about what direction it's pointing. It'll just like one of the cool things with the Insta360 is the software is what makes it so great, not the camera itself. And what the software can do is track your face. So in vlogging mode, you don't even have to pay attention. Is the lens pointing at me? You can literally just walk around, and then when you go to edit the software, you download it into their software, and it'll face track you and spit out a file of you face tracked the whole time.
They make regular action cams too. It's just kind of unfortunate that their company is called Insta360. But they make they have like a GoPro equivalent. They've got there's this Insta360 Link, which is an AI powered 4K webcam. It's like on a tiny little rotator and stuff.
Yeah,
like they've come a long way. It's not just 360s anymore.
No, you're right.
Then they got some crazy fucking 360 like VR style cameras and stuff.
Dude,
like, holy cow,
that's just like a GoPro ripoff, but it has like a screen that can pivot up and point at you. That's awesome.
That's great.
How much are these? Here, I want to see how much this is.
A lot. I still mean a DSLR. I haven't needed mirrorless.
$450.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. But, oh wait, that's the Insta360 Ace Pro. Let me look at just the Insta360 Active. $379. That's not terrible. That's GoPro territory. So that's not bad. So that's not bad.
Smart shooting. That's fun. You like put your hand up and it start recording for you.
Yeah, the GoPro also now is voice activated, so you can just like put it on a pod and say record, stop recording, and stuff.
Very cool.
But yeah, no, this stuff's getting crazy. Like, no, I didn't know Insta360 made like a clone. This literally looks like a GoPro clone.
Yeah, it's like the same like housing and everything. It's
like even the screen. But, it makes sense. On the back, it looks exactly the same.
It's like cell phones, right? Like this is just the most efficient form factor. Like, what do you do?
It works, right?
What do you do?
Just use it.
Cool.
No, Insta360's reached out to me a couple of times over the years, and I just haven't been in a position where I'm like, yeah, here, I'll review your thing. But I don't know. I might reach out to him again because this might be a good option for Dexter Arm. Because one thing I like about putting something like an Insta360 on Dexter Arm is as long as I can control the software in real time and do like a recording of 360 video and then put it through a processor live, then I wouldn't have to worry about the inverse kinematics of the arm. I could just have it face track me, and the camera, regardless of where the arm is pointing or whatever, it would always have me in frame. And then I wouldn't have to do all the software stuff to make sure the camera is always pointed at my face, which would be pretty cool. Wait, what is it? Have you guys talked about the arm in the background? Yeah, we already had the arm do something naughty earlier. Did you miss it? Did anybody here miss the arm demonstration earlier?
I didn't. I was there.
Because I know you were there. Here, just for you guys that missed it here, I think it'll run again right here. Let's see here. Come on over here, Dex. Here, show them what the good boy can do. There you go. That's Dexter Arm's parting trick right there for all you guys out there. See, just helping me out. A little wiggle comes up, and then comes up, checks, make sure everything's okay. Like, come on up here, Dexter. Come on. All right, here we go. See, he comes over, just make sure is everything okay. Are you enjoying yourself? Yeah. See, he's enjoying himself. All right, get back to work. It's like, there you go. Everybody should have a robotic arm. It's a nice little companion to have in the nerd cave. Okay, that's enough. It's like now you know what Tony Stark was really doing with Jarvis. Okay.
The doofus arm. The what do you call it? Like dunce. It was but he berated that poor arm.
I actually felt bad the first time I watched Iron Man when he's just like totally giving him shit the whole time.
Yeah,
he's worthless and he's gonna melt him down and stuff. I was like, oh my god, dude, and he'd always get sad, like I'm not pleasing master.
Yeah,
but then he
called it dummy. Dummy and you are a pair of hydraulic arm robots Tony Stark used as assistants. Yeah, dumb E. Somebody had mentioned that. Yeah, Gamers Unite.
I didn't know one of them was named Dummy. So Jarvis and Dummy were different.
Jarvis is the house AI, like the voice AI. The arm was called Dummy. And in one scene in the first Iron Man, it's like he was when they're talking about him graduating MIT at 16 or whatever. It's like his final project. There's like a clip of a newspaper.
I gotcha.
It's the same arm.
So it's like his old tech. So he berades it and stuff because it's like it's representative of what he used to be, and now he's way better.
Right.
See, I always thought for some reason in my head, I thought it was Jarvis driving that, but no, you're right, because it kind of had its own personality and it was always screwing up, and Jarvis didn't screw up. Like Jarvis always did everything perfectly. So that would actually make a lot more sense to me. Yeah, I should do that. I should like give it a name like Dummy or something. Like
put little googly eyes on it and stuff. It'd be fun.
Like what did somebody gave it a name last night when I did that on the Twitch stream? They were like, because I called it Dexter Arm, and they were Erexter. They said after I did that demo, they said they call it a Rexter. It's no longer Dexter Arm, it's a Rexter Arm. I thought that was pretty funny. Loki said the arm looks like one of those ship robots in Red Dwarf minus the shell. It does. Yep. It actually does.
Mm-hmm.
What was the Lower Decks episode where they're cleaning out the holodeck of all the bodily fluids? Gross. Oh, that was gross. Do you watch Lower Decks? So Lower Decks is probably one of my all-time favorite Star Trek series, and it's a cartoon. And so it's what Lower Decks is about is the guys that work in the bowels of the ship that you never see on Star Trek, right?
Nice.
It's their
like
story.
And stuff.
Yeah, but not even engineering part of it, but these are like the guys that are like the janitors and like the people that have to do like the shitty jobs nobody wants to do, right?
Yeah.
And so they sleep in cots like in these corridors and stuff. It's like the bowels of the ship that you never see in the real episode, but then they go around the ship and they interact with the regular crew that are the people that you would see in like Star Trek than, you know, Next Generation and DS9 around that same time frame, right? Voyager, DS9, and Next Generation is when this plays out. And so they even like encounter Riker and the Borg and all the different species and stuff and have interactions, but they can do whatever they want. Like it actually, they have some references that are pretty bad, like in the show. But one of the episodes, they show the guy in the holodeck, and he walks into the holodeck and he comes out with like a tank that's full of like a white liquid. And he has to dump it because in the holodeck, it's like anything the humans produce in the holodeck, like that's not virtual. So they can erase it. Ew. So the holodeck, basically, they show you that's how it works. That there's a guy that has to go in and empty the bucket. So he goes in there and he opens the doors. He comes out with a bucket that's like splashing full of human bodily fluids. And it's like when you see that, you're like, oh, gross, because you immediately realize that the holodeck, everybody's doing in the holodeck, right? And so that was pretty damn funny, like when I saw that. But they have a lot of stuff on there where they poke fun. Like the whole point of Lower Decks is to poke fun at like all the things wrong with Star Trek that they just glaze over in the scripts. Anything that's a continuity issue, they call out hard. So like if there's something that's going on in the episode that like just doesn't make sense, that everybody's supposed to just ignore that glaring plot hole, they actually call it out and give it a reason. And so it's pretty good. I think you'd like it. It's hilariously funny. It's super well done. I love the fact that they like all the different characters in Lower Deck. They have like a part cyborg guy that's supposed to be kind of like Geordi or Data, like, you know, a mix between those two. You know, they have the female officer that works in Lower Decks. Her mom is the captain of the ship, but she's like such a fuck up that she has like the lowest rank on the entire ship, right? So it's like, but her mom like kind of tucks her away and doesn't want anybody to know that it's her daughter. So it's like it plays around with all those. But the funniest episodes are like the ones where they actually have like Riker. And they'll have him like with his leg up, like doing, you know, the Captain Morgan stance, just like he used to do. Do you know the story behind that? There's actually a story why Riker always had his leg up. Do you
back problems? Same with the what they call the Riker maneuver, the way he would throw his leg over the chair before sitting down. Yeah, he had like a back issue, something.
Yeah, he had severe lower back pain. So when they did a lot of the shoots, he'd have to rest his back. So they found a better solution was for him to just put his leg up on something and stretch it. Yeah. So they would shoot a scene where he'd walk over and like flip his leg up and like stick it up on a chair. And so once you notice it, you can't unnotice it.
Oh yeah.
There's so many episodes in the Next Generation where he has his leg up in that position. And you're like, you just think it's him just, you know, kind of being relaxing and letting his hair down. But no, it's like his back was hurting. And that was how he relieved his back pressure. And he also was the producer of the Next Generation. Like he was like the director or the producer or something like that. So he could make those calls. In the scenes that he was acting in, he could do whatever he wanted.
That's good, and it became a cool little quirk of the character too. It's fun.
Oh, Lower Decks is set 1 year after Star Trek Nemesis. Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, cool. I've heard good things. It's
a really good
show.
Like
it seems like it'd be funny.
Yeah, anytime a new episode comes
out. And I think they did a brief. I think I saw something like they did a one-off sort of semi crossover with Discovery. Something like that.
Was that Prodigy?
Like a couple of the characters from they like showed up in one of the newer live action Star Treks.
Okay, I wonder if that was Prodigy.
Could do. I'm not sure.
I never got into Discovery. I could not like. I guess
it was New Worlds.
Okay,
it was New Worlds.
No, I didn't like New Worlds. I mean, am I a bad Star Trek person for not liking New Worlds? Because I thought there was too much magic. Like when they did the episode where they're like on a freaking planet and it's like music or something was the answer and they couldn't figure out how it could like music was linked to how the future, like everything could be predicted with music. I was like, oh my God, this is even bad for Star Trek.
Little too Deus Ex Machina kind of thing.
Yeah, I could not get with it. Like it was too it was like they took the science out of it. And I didn't like that. So I don't know. I might be alone on that. But I also didn't like the thing that killed Discovery for me was the freaking Klingons.
There's something about the look of them or something.
The look was really fucked up, but it was also the way they talked. The way they talked was like, because Klingons are known for being like really, really loud and boisterous and talking fast and angry and yelling, and they slowed him down and made them all like super slow, like seriously like special ed. Like they would be like rock back and it'd be like, hello, how are you doing? And it's like, oh my God. And seriously, my OCD would rage, or my ADHD would rage so hard because you'd watch and it like the first pilot episode, like 15 minutes of the entire episode is just Klingons slowly talking and exchanging very minimal words. It was like the opposite of Gilmore Girls, dude. It was so hard to watch, dude. It was so bad. And so they kind of like moved away from that Klingon line, like in the future seasons. Like you didn't really see the Klingons much, and I think it's because other people also didn't like that. I did like some of the concepts though. I like the whole mycelium network or whatever for like traveling faster than the speed of light or whatever by using these like fungus networks that operate on a different dimension and link everything together. And they use like a giant tardigrade was like their how they access this mycelium network and could like teleport to anywhere in the universe instantaneously. Like and I like the ship was a giant pizza cutter where the hull actually could spin around. Like I thought that was pretty cool too.
Weird.
But I hated the Klingons. The Klingons were so bad. There are Klingons on the starboard bow, captain. Oh, is that when they were like plowing through them when they came into the field? And plus they had like ancient technology. That was the other weird thing is like the Klingons were flying around in ships that were like built out of stone and shit. It just didn't. It was weird. Dude. It just seemed. I mean, did anybody else have a problem with them? Because seriously, if they hadn't told me they were Klingons, I wouldn't have even guessed they were Klingons. It was so weird. VR Gimp said, "Lol, my wife loves Gilmore Girls. My wife watches Gilmore Girls every single night, and she falls asleep to Gilmore Girls. She literally puts it on, and she's probably, and I'm not even joking, she's probably seen every episode 100 times. Like it's that bad." Joe Taji, thank you so much for the $9, dude. Well, actually $10. Thank you. Here, we'll give you a little. Yeah, here we'll give him a clap too. How about that? Yeah. Thank you for your unending support, Mr. Joe Taji of the Tech Talk series. We appreciate it so much. He said, I literally made the Insta 360 on the Dexter Arms suggestion on Twitter yesterday. Oh, I didn't. Nice. Joe, I don't see every single post, sadly. I wish I did, but X algorithm does not allow me to see it.
And who's got time for that?
No, right? No, but it's funny because I do get a lot of people that like whenever I see something or I do something, they're like, hey, I just recommended that yesterday. And I'm like, yeah, like 20 people.
Telling you, I missed it all. I space out on I've been on Threads a lot more, man. It's really good. Well, as far as the positivity though. Well, I mean, it's hard to pull people across from one platform to another, but dude, their algorithms is pretty good as far as like it defaults to like a For You style, like suggestive feed, which is still pretty decent. And it's easy to like re-navigate if you want to like, oh man, why am I seeing all this fucking negativity, or I don't want to see these weird whatever the fuck. It's pretty easy to like kind of retrain it. I don't know, I dig it, and I think there really are focused on like keeping a like positive sort of vibe. And and part of that's the users
and start that way. They all start that way, and then they all drift away. Once everybody moves over there and they start making money, then they all do the same thing. They all just jump over to the dark side.
I'm a little concerned. I don't know if we'll see how Meta decides to monetize it because like they don't have like an ad platform or anything yet. And there's still some other features that would be nice, like muting particular words or key phrases and stuff like that. But so far I've been enjoying it, and it's been. And I think if you start early, it can, your curation will stay fairly good, but we'll see how it goes. I've been enjoying it so far, and it's fun.
Because that's what I loved about Twitter before Elon came along. It's like I saw what I wanted. I had a feed that showed me everything in chronological order. Like I could literally say
that's a
chronological
killer,
order and only people I follow, and I would never see anything that fell outside of that. Now with him in charge, it's like I don't see any posts from people I want to see posts from, and I see people in all my feeds that are supposed to be follow only. And they're people I've never even seen before that are just popping up, and I can't do anything to suppress it, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But they all do it. That's the thing, is that like same thing happened. A lot of that happened with TikTok, Instagram, all these platforms that used to give you, like, if you followed somebody, you'd see everything they posted if you scrolled through your whole feed every day. Now that none of them do it, it's like all the algorithms now have changed to just show you whatever gives them the highest dollar amount. Like show the content that
try and keep you on there as much as possible.
Exactly.
I would stay longer if I was seeing shit that I fucking follow and want to see.
That's what I'm saying. Think that'd be enough, but they and then the problem is the rage bait, right? That's the thing that a lot of these social media platforms do now, is they rage bait you into staying. Like if you don't stay because you're just enjoying the content, and they want you to stay longer, then they start feeding things into your feed to try to get you to respond. They're trying to rage you into responding. And then once you respond to something, then they're like, "Ooh, we got you. We know what'll get you to talk." So now they just keep feeding you that to keep you there. And I hate it. It's stupid. And then because it's an algorithm doing it, they get away with it. right? And it's stupid. It's really, really stupid. Let's see here. New Star Trek live action is no longer true to Star Trek. The only real sequel series to the original Star Trek canon is Lower Decks, and the Orville is better than Star Trek. I do like the Orville. I wish the
Orville is like a completely, that's apples and oranges, man. That's like a comedy show versus like social commentary.
I watched the comparison. No, I agree with you that it is definitely I mean, look who's producing it, right? Like Seth MacFarlane, obviously it's going to be a laugh. But the funny thing is the Orville is actually kind of true to the whole Federation concept and universe.
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing I like is even though it's comedy and they kind of took the Lower Deck approach, it's like they are in some ways more Star Trek than Star Trek is these days. Like they're based, like if I remember right, Seth MacFarlane said that it's based on the Next Generation. Like the whole concept of the Orville and the Federation and their interactions with other species and everything is based on like the Romulans and the Federation, and they name everything differently and the suit colors are different and everything, but like the concept of the ship and how it operates and the crew and the relationships, it's all like loosely based off of Star Trek: The Next Generation. And so, and you definitely get that vibe like when you watch it. But yeah, they do take the comedy, right? I mean, the comedy is the primary goal.
Yeah.
But the thing I like too is they do the lesson. If you notice that with Star Trek: The Next Generation and a lot of series back in the day, right? They'd always have a lesson at the end of the episode. You'd see something play out and you'd be like, okay, this episode's about racism, or this episode's about, you know, some kind of rights that have been taken away, or there was always like a lesson that was tied into the story. And Orville did the same thing. Every single Orville episode, at the end of the episode, you could immediately tell that, oh, this episode is about jealousy, or this episode is about, you know, race relations, or this episode is about cultural differences and acceptance and stuff. And that was always like a core principle of each episode would be like one of these like public service announcements, G.I. Joe kind of things. And Next Generation did the same exact thing. Yeah. If you go back and watch Next Generation, it's like every single episode would be something like, okay, Geordi, why does Geordi need his little eye thing and why does he hate it? Because it makes him different. You know, and then he discovers that it gives him abilities that other people don't have. So like what he lost, he gained somewhere else. And it's like, okay, he grew as a character. And that was like to make you feel like, oh, maybe I'm not so different. Maybe I fit in, you know, or they do an episode where somebody would do like a horrendous thing and a horrible thing that would like destroy like half of the universe, but then they'd redeem themselves at the end by doing something really good. And so there was always like some underlying episode, or you had crazy batshit episodes where it's like Picard goes down to a planet with a guy who speaks in a language that the universal translator can't figure out, and they fight an imaginary invisible monster. I mean, they do like weird episodes like that every once in a while that were just absolutely ridiculous, but there was still like an underlying story, right? Yeah. It's like, okay, two people that hate each other or whatever can, you know, find equal ground. They can find equal footing no matter how different they are. Yeah. And so, but I feel like that's been lost in like, you know, episodes like Discovery, right? And the new one we just talked about, New Worlds.
Yeah.
Strange Worlds or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of been lost. Like now it's the lesson is gone and it's just about like some weird mystical magical thing happening and you don't really get an answer or an explanation. And like one of my all-time favorite things that came out was Picard. Picard has been hit and miss for me. Like Picard, the very first season, I was like, okay, this is decent, right? It runs alongside you know, like the future of Star Trek with Picard and everything on that timeline. And I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, right? It's a continuation, but it left so many questions. It kind of made you more confused by the end of the series than if you never watched it. Then season 2 came out, and I was like, God, this is trash.
Oh,
like I really didn't like season 2 that much. I mean, I still watched the whole thing. I'm not going to say that it was like terrible, but I'm just saying it seemed like it strayed so far away from Star Trek that like I didn't even recognize Picard as a character anymore. Season 3 though, full circle.
Okay.
Season 3 of Picard is literally a continuation of Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's like because it's all supposed to be a continuation of Star Trek: The Next Generation, but it was the first one that was like legitimately tied it up
later, right? Like decades later. Way later. Like old man.
Yeah, totally way later, right? Like Riker's super old, you know, Picard's like knocking on death's door, but Picard is now an android, right? They established that in the previous season. But the thing that I liked about season 3 of Picard is you literally by the end of that season you felt like you just watched like they brought Star Trek: The Next Generation back for one last season, and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. So for me, it's season 3 followed by season 1 and then season 2 at the end. I'm not going to say season 2 was terrible because I had Q in it and I love Q. He's one of my
all-time favorite man characters. He's the best.
Like I did love everything Q was in. I really enjoyed. But it's like the side stories and the quibbles and the relationships and stuff. It just didn't really captivate me. It didn't really grab me. But my God, Picard season 3 was like a magnum opus, man. Like the way they brought all the crew back together and Geordi comes back and and Laren comes back, and like all these different characters come back together to like finish out what they started with Star Trek: The Next Generation. And it's weird because it almost doesn't even really fit with the end of season 2. It's weird. It's like season 2 is just like this bastard stepchild. But at some point for season 3, they're like, you know what? We're going to still call it Picard, and it still centers around Picard, but it's going to be, where the Next Generation left off. Like if we had one more season of Next Generation, what would we do with it to put it to bed? And my God, it's good. You haven't seen it, have you?
No.
This season? Dude, if you like Star Trek at all, you will love it. You will absolutely love it. It's fantastic.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, they do some great things with the characters too, where it's like you're really off guard. Like through the whole thing, I was confused. I had no fucking clue what was going on. And I love series like that where it's like no matter what you guess what's going on, you're wrong. Freaking love it. Hey, can you give me a minute? I gotta run downstairs and take my medicine really quick.
Absolutely not.
Come on, you got things. You got
actually it's crazy. I took that and I feel I took that I don't know what, an hour ago and I feel so much better.
Yeah, I know, and I forgot to take mine, and that's why I'm feeling so down.
Like my headache's like barely there anymore, and like I feel more perky. Like I'm still wicked tired. Like my eyes are burning, but like go take your meds.
I'm gonna go take my drugs. I'll be right back.
Take your meds.
I need my go drug.
Yeah. So quick AMA. He's only gonna be gone for like a minute. So quick, be fast. Nothing. You guys got nothing. There's like 100 and something of you in here, and you got nothing to say. Worst chat ever. 30 seconds already gone. You guys don't not a single message this entire time. The Wolf's Den, yeah, that was awesome. That's the last thing anybody's gonna say. Jerry leaves, nobody wants to say anything. How about the new Cybertruck? When did you last shave? Oof. I marked my last point of being clean shaven, baby faced. June 2012. Let me remember of 10 years ago. Dude, it makes such a difference. Like I know I was complaining about not sleeping and stuff, and that is a part of it. Is like, obviously, right? It's an amphetamine. It's gonna like give you like woo. But man, just in the biggest thing for me is being able to put like thought or intent to action is so much better, and being able to focus in that sense. What channel is all this Star Trek on? Paramount. I think you can stream all of the Star Trek stuff on Paramount Plus if you wanted to do that. I'm not sure as far as broadcast channels. Probably CBS. I think CBS is the Star Trek for broadcast channel. I think. I mean, and that's going to be regional. So whatever your regional equivalent of CBS, I think that's right. They've been the traditional broadcast for in my gut. My gut is saying CBS is. Didn't they license a lot of Star Trek to HBO? Probably. CBS Access, Paramount Plus, Amazon Prime. Okay. Everything's in the Bay. That's true. And I would still recommend more used groups, news groups and stuff than torrents these days. It's worth paying a little bit of bucks to access news groups. Season 1 and 3, repairing the sins of Star Trek Nemesis. What are the sins of Star Trek Nemesis? I thought that was kind of interesting, the whole Picard clone thing. But then I don't really remember a lot of like the story beats and details from Nemesis. But I don't remember it being terrible. I'm pretty flexible when it comes to movies, though. Like, it takes a pretty egregious movie for me to be like, "Oh, that's bad." Because I like being told stories. I let go. It's easy for me to. I did not like the 100. It was too much whiny teen drama shit. I did not like the 100 at all. I got like 5 episodes or something, 6 episodes into it, and I just couldn't handle it. It's too much whiny teen drama shit. Fucking love triangles bullshit. I couldn't get into it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's a show called The 100. And
I liked it for a while, but
I couldn't get into it. It's too much. I was saying, you probably heard me just saying it. Like, it's too much whiny teenage drama bullshit. I can't handle it. Like, there was some some weird love triangle shit between the main character girl and like the two handsome boys. Like, one of them's got to stay up on the ship and the other one got sent down with them and stuff. And I'm like, this is just dumb. It's fucking dumb. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of like side trading too.
Yeah.
Where it's like you get into a character and you think they're good, and then they join the bad side, and you're like, what?
Whatever.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I think it was another one of those episodes where or one of those shows where it was better in the later.
No, look, too. I'm totally for teen teen focused shows and stuff, like I got no problem. Like I was kind of into Riverdale for a while, and then it went fucking off the rails. It got
Is that
weird
the one that's
bonkers
based
shit.
on the cartoon?
Yeah, the Archie comics. Yeah. I was kind of into that the first couple seasons, and then it started getting fucking weird, man. Or you know what's a really good one? The first couple seasons, at least, I'm not up to date on it. Is The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina the Witch. Teenage Witch. That shit was cool, man. That was good. I liked that.
Talking about the old series?
No, not the one with Melissa Joan Hart. I'm talking the new one they did on Netflix. It's called The Chilling Adventures. The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I think is what it's called. It's good. I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool. Neat characters, fun, like mild occult stuff and whatnot. Like it's pretty cool. Oh, they did kill it. No, wait, did they cancel it or did they like finish? Because like I could see where maybe they only did 4 seasons on purpose and they finished it. Like I don't, and so there's I'm curious because I was into it and I at one point I will catch up. And I did enjoy Sabrina the Teenage Witch back then. I probably wouldn't watch it now. But
I love those corny series back in the day.
It was way more comedy and you know, like Bewitched style, like magic and stuff. It was fun.
I'm trying to think of like the shows. Like when I was a kid, my favorite shows were
Cobra Kai. I've heard good things about Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai is great. Like I kind of feel bad because I dropped off. Like I just stopped watching it after the second season.
Yeah,
but apparently it gets really good because they do a thing where they switch the characters. Like the bad guy kind of becomes the good guy.
Oh,
which that was
like, that's what my understanding was like Danny kind of is like the antagonist.
Yeah. They literally draw him out as the dick. Like
great.
In season 2, they start going down that path of like, oh, that other guy was only mean because people were mean to him. I love the like it's like sort of a re-edit almost, or like a different angle of Karate Kid of like, no, Danny's really kind of the fucking butthead here, and like whatever the other guy, I can't remember. There's a lot of YouTube videos that do that analysis where they show the movie out of order.
Fun. Yeah. Like if you recut
he literally
this,
goes and like dumps water on them while they're doing their drugs and ruins their drugs, and he like he kicks over their ghetto blaster or something like that. Like he comes off as like a total asshole that deserved to have his ass beat. I love it.
That stuff was fun.
And then they shine Mr. Miyagi in the light of he's a child predator. Like he literally just like seeks out kids to kick the shit out of him because he enjoys beating on kids.
Oh, Reacher's great too. Yeah, the show Reacher on Prime is good stuff.
Oh, you just reminded me too. We stopped watching that because we forgot what it was called. Yeah, no, Reacher was great. If you're real into it, they're putting out episodes every Thursday at 4 p.m. But I'd wait a little bit until it's all and then just binge the whole thing. But they're really good. I like it a lot. The guy, the Alan Richardson or something like that, the fucking monster they have playing Reacher is great for it. And I could see him becoming like a new Superman too, or something like that if they wanted to go that route. Or like I could see him becoming like a superhero actor at some point. Which would be super rad. For some reason, he kind of reminds me of John Cena. I don't know why. I think it's
I can see that. I can see that.
John Cena-esque.
Yeah. And like I've seen some of his like Instagram reels and stuff, and he seems like just a cool dude, like just a fun, neat guy.
What was the series that the Marvel series that John Cena was in with like the alien bugs that inhabited people's bodies? What was that called? Where he plays the same character he does in Suicide Squad.
That's DC, by the way.
Sorry,
Peacemaker.
DC,
Peacemaker.
Yeah, Peacemaker. My God, was that the most?
I gotta watch
TV
that. I've heard it again. Fucking great. Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No, I think I saw like the first episode or something.
So good.
And he was Aquaman. Oh yeah, he was Aquaman in like the Flash or something. The WB, one of the WB shows.
See that?
And it's funny. I saw him recently or it was like an old clip of him in like Friday Night Lights or something like that. It was funny. Like he's still a freaking jack monster in that too. Massive. But like you can tell that he's like 20 or something. So he's like smaller. But like, oh man, it's so much funny.
It's just funny seeing like because John Cena has like a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
And when they did him in when he was in the role of I already forgot again. What is it? Not Punisher, Peacemaker. So when they put him in the role of Peacemaker in the series, he just plays this complete bumbling dumbass. Like how is this guy even a character? But he is in Suicide Squad too, but he takes
a little
it to
bit
like the 10th level. In the movie, it's like he's just this dumbass that likes to kill people, right?
It's so fun.
But in the series, they make him out as like this really like jovial, nice guy, just wants to be friends, just wants to enjoy life and have a great time. But the best character in the thing is Eagly. He has a pet named Eagly that's literally just an eagle he named Eagly.
That's funny.
And holy shit, that relationship between Eagly and him throughout the whole series just making me laugh so hard. Okay. Wait, Alan Rickson was Aquaman in Smallville?
That's the actor who does Reacher.
Yeah, that guy is pretty jacked.
Yeah,
that guy is super duper jacked.
He's a monster in Reacher, dude. He's so freaking huge.
Yeah. He also has one of those. He has like resting bastard face. Like he just looks
a little bit
angry, like
a little intense and mean.
He's just intense. Like you look at him and be like, yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that guy.
Yeah,
John Cena's huge, but you look at him and he's
you can tell he's a teddy bear.
He's just a big teddy bear, right? But you look at that dude from Reacher and you're like, that guy fuck you up. Like that's a guy who's had enough shit. Like he's gonna break your neck.
Dex Eve, you were talking about. It helps with stuff. What were you talking about? The Adderall focus mostly. Being able to put thought or like intent to action. Yeah. Like a lot of time.
Mine this morning, I was struggling bad.
A lot of time, like, and I can tell the difference in a day, like how distracted or like just. I don't want to say like brain fog because like that to me conjures a different sort of like feeling. But yeah, it really does help to organize thoughts and stay focused and be able to notice when something is pulling my attention away, that kind of thing.
Yep. Jim Devo said he's only 6'3".
Only I'd probably Alan Rickson. Only.
Here's the thing though. The shorter a bodybuilder is, the more jacked they look.
Dude, yeah, because it's all like it's like compacted down. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You want, and the best example I've ever seen of that is the guy from the Green Mile, the black dude from the Green Mile. What was his name? Huge dude. God, he was funny too. He was in Armageddon also.
Yeah.
What was his name?
He always went by 3 names. Mm-hmm. It was his full name.
Dude was just, but he looked huge. Like when they did the Green Mile,
Michael Clark Duncan.
Yeah, Michael Clark Duncan. Absolute just monster. But the reason he looks so huge, I mean, he was a big guy, but the reason he looked so huge is because he was short. I think he was either 6 foot or under, I think. And they had to put him on stilts for
the
Green Mile.
No, it says he was 6'5", 315.
Wait, he was 6'5"?
Dude's gigantic.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Ving Rhames? Ving Rhames. Maybe you're thinking of Ving Rhames.
I might be thinking of Ving. How big is Ving Rhames? Let me see here.
6 even. And that's me. Like I'm 6.
No, Ving never looked that big. My God, Michael Clark Duncan was 6'5" and looked that big. My God, dude. That guy was
super
a monster.
Huge. Right?
I wouldn't fuck with that dude. Like, my God, he was huge.
I think Ving Rhames wasn't as like jacked. Like he was a big guy.
Yeah,
like not fat or anything, but he wasn't like ripped,
Mm-hmm.
He was just like a big guy.
Yeah, I feel like he wasn't ever like a bodybuilder.
Nah.
Right?
Nah.
It's like John Cena was professional wrestler, but those guys were, borderline bodybuilders. Right. Not quite, but they were borderline.
Yeah. Like so I'm trying to find some pictures of him like I bet in Green Mile, he's probably pretty swole in Green Mile. Or no, that's Michael Clark Duncan. I'm sorry. They're getting mixed up here. Yep. Yeah, Ving Rhames looks, I mean, just a big dude, like not super swole or jacked or anything. Yeah.
There's a bodybuilder who died a couple of years ago. Really well-known dude who he had a YouTube channel too. And my God, he was like just freak massive, but he ended up dying because it blew his heart up.
I mean, Michael Clark Duncan died in 2012, man. That's a bummer.
Yeah, I think he died of like some kind of genetic
Blacklist
defect,
was fun.
didn't he?
Blacklist was pretty cool for a while. I feel like they drug Blacklist out like too far. It's got James Spader as like the sort of bad guy-ish. And dude, James Spader is a freaking great actor all around.
Yeah.
He always plays like, I bet he would make a killer Moriarty. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like just like a wicked smart bad guy. Like he always plays such great, smart bad guys. Like he was the perfect choice for Ultron. I thought, not that I know much about like the comic character or anything, but like I felt like he embodied like that sort of cold logic. Blacklist was only 3 seasons. Oh, lasted 3 seasons. Too long. Okay, yeah.
Rich Piana. That was it. Yeah, Rich Piana. That dude, if you haven't seen Rich Piana, he was a monster.
Oh, I reckon. Holy cow, that's no wonder dude exploded.
Yeah,
like, come on.
He was taking like super amounts of HGH and everything, and he was like open about it. He took everything. He was geared out to his mind.
That's crazy.
But if you want to see another big dude that you probably recognize when you see him, but you haven't seen him in a long time, is Paul Dillette. Paul Dillette, 6'2". So he wasn't super crazy tall, but my God, dude, his chest was wide, man.
Jeez.
And the closest person I've ever seen get to him was Ronnie Coleman when he was at his prime. Ronnie Coleman's fucked up today, though. Oh my God, poor Ronnie Coleman. Luckily he's still alive, but he has to take like insane amounts of opiates every day just to function.
Damn.
But he still makes he's still a multimillionaire because he makes so much money off like selling his supplements and everything. But dude, at his prime, he was a fucking monster.
Oh wow! Apparently, I guess the Coleman thing. Yeah, had a brutal squatting routine that led him to dislocated disc. Didn't seek medical attention immediately, and it fucked him up.
Oh, dude, he's had so many operations. Like he had operations where they had to like basically pull his guts out from the front of his body to operate on a spinal cord and put it back. It was like, it's really fucked up stuff. But he still works out. I mean, he's still actually, for his age, he's still really jacked his upper half, but his lower half he can't really do much about because it's all fucked up and he can barely walk without a cane. But man, his prime, he was just bonkers huge. I'm looking through some of these other bodybuilder guys like Dorian Yates. You know, he was an older, more natural dude because back then they couldn't get that big because they didn't have the HGH and the steroids we have today. Jay Cutler, he was another really big dude. Let's see here. Raleigh Winkler, I don't even know who that is, but apparently he's known as the Dutch Beast. He looks like he's pretty big. But yeah, Ronnie Coleman and Paul Dillette, those are two guys that they don't even look real. They look like somebody just drew a Marvel character.
You know, I like John Cena as an actor more than The Rock.
I do too.
I've enjoyed the movies that The Rock has been in, especially as like a lead and whatnot, but I find John Cena to be more fun. He's more fun than The Rock.
The Rock is funny, but The Rock is like way more serious. Like The Rock he's super, super serious. I feel like fuck man, my brain is just not. Come on, drugs. John Cena. I feel like John Cena's like a funny dude all the time. Like I feel like he's a guy you'd always want to be around.
And just as an actor, I think he's just a better. I'm like, he is. Again, he's playing the roles that fit him well, of course, but like they make sense.
Here's the thing,
and they're fun and they're good.
I do like The Rock, especially when he's acting alongside somebody who plays really well off him, like Kevin Hart. I love the whole energy between him and Kevin Hart.
Yes, 100%. Like the new Jumanji, Jumanji was hilarious.
You can tell that they just fuck with each other endlessly and they're good friends, so it just magically happens. But when he's acting with other people, like in Fast and the Furious and stuff like that, I feel like he overshoots.
Yes,
like he tries to be way too serious and tries to play the hardcore character too much. Whereas John Cena, he looks like they just say action and he just starts going.
Yeah.
Like he seems like, because I don't really I'm trying to think of a serious role that John Cena has played. I can't think of one. I can't think of a single role where he's not like cracking jokes and making light of everything, even though it's like a horrible.
Yeah, even in the like more actiony, seriously ones, he's still a bit of a goof. Yeah,
he's just a goof, and all of them. And like in Suicide Squad, in the movie, they made him more serious than he is in the show. Funny. But in the show, he's really fucking off the wall.
Nobody likes to show off unless what you're showing off is dope as fuck. Shit, he's right. It's so good.
Oh, fuck me. Oh shit, what happened?
Oh, I bashed my knee into the corner of my desk.
No. Oh, bro.
Like Funny Bone style.
What about the Fast and the Furious movie he was in?
The Rock did okay. I didn't like John Cena's. I didn't like John Cena's character in the Fast and Furious.
But you're actually right. He did try to play a serious character in the Fast and the Furious franchise. You are correct. The one movie or the two movies, right? Because he played his brother, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna finish out this series.
Yeah, you're right. So I guess that would be the only movie that he tried to play like a serious role, but even in playing a serious role, he still had some funny shit.
Yeah.
Like I remember when they were gonna I think they were gonna blow up a city or something like that, and he was sitting there and he cracked a joke about it.
Yeah.
But you're right. That's probably one of the few roles he's been serious in, and that's why I don't really remember him for that role. That's just, to me, that's not him.
Yeah, I'm
like
with
you. For me, like he's at his funniest when you just let him go. Like when you're just like, dude, just play the line, play the character, be funny as shit. Like in the series, in the series, which you haven't seen yet, where he has like the eagle-y, he has this fucking bald eagle that just follows him around everywhere. It's like his teammate, right? And he even has like dialogue and conversations with this thing. And it's not even, it's a CGI eagle, the whole thing is, right? But it's just funny because through the whole episode, you watch how everybody reacts to the fact that he just has a bald eagle because, he's so American. That's the thing. Like, how fucking American can you be than having a bald eagle as your pet? And it's just, oh my God, it's freaking hilarious, the interactions that he has with Eagle-y and everybody's reaction to Eagle-y. And he just acts like it's no big deal. Like, oh no, that's just baller as fuck. And he's always into rock and roll music, and everything's rock and roll. And he just seems like if you gave a kid a gun and you didn't really teach them right from wrong, that's what they would end up being, is that character. What about Statham?
Just a good actor. I love, like, Jason Statham is, though, he's the kind of actor who, like, the characters that he's always playing a character that makes sense for him. You know what I mean? Like, you're never going to see Jason Statham in a, but like, that's what he does the best. Like,
he's the transporter and everything.
It wouldn't make sense to have him like in a comedy,
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he could be that funny, but like in stuff like Snatch, holy shit, that was funny. He was good in Snatch.
Really Hobbs and Shaw, he was pretty good in.
I like his character in the Fast and Furious movies.
He was kind of the comedy side of that duo.
A little bit.
Yeah. But you're right. He always plays the transporter. He's always just kind of like the mysterious dude with a crazy skill set that you wouldn't want to fuck with, right?
Crank 2 was great. For what they
Crank is a funny movie,
like they executed on what they intended to very well. Like,
it's basically like Snakes on a Plane. It's like they knew what they were doing. Was like funny as fuck.
Yes,
I've seen that. What is that?
That's a good one.
Rabbit
I don't know where it's I admit I stumbled on it and
if you
found a place
Snatch,
to
you need to watch that. Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Those two are fantastic movies.
Oh man, those are so great.
The dude that was like feeding everybody the pigs. That was so creepy.
I'd put both of those as technically heist movies.
Yep.
And they're fantastic. They're both fantastic.
Yeah.
Same with like The Usual Suspects is a very similar.
Didn't Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels have like who was it? Was it like Brad Pitt or something like that? Played like a fucking, or not, maybe it wasn't Brad Pitt. Who was the guy that you couldn't understand a goddamn word he was saying? The Irish fighter.
That was Snatch. Yeah, and he's a pikey. He's a pikey.
Pikey. What was his?
Not English, not quite Irish.
What was the actor? The actor
Brad
that played
Pitt.
him.
That was Brad Pitt.
It was Brad Pitt.
Okay. Yeah, it was Brad Pitt.
I thought that was Brad Pitt, and I was like, I thought that was great when you watched the movie. You couldn't understand a fucking word this guy said. His accent was so thick.
He did a great job with that.
Yeah,
I don't know how he learned how to do it.
Through the whole movie, he's just like, and everybody's like, I can't understand a fucking word that comes out of your mouth.
You like Dags? What the fuck do you mean Dags? Dags, you like Dags? Oh, dogs. Yeah, I like dogs. I like caravans more.
This is a great movie,
dude. Go watch Snatch, man. It's so good.
I haven't seen it like 10 or 15 years. I should go watch it for sure.
Guy Ritchie, right? Guy Ritchie did Snatch and Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, and I think Usual Suspects. They're like in a similar universe or something. So freaking great. So great.
I'm gonna go watch that today now. Now that you mentioned that and I remembered it, I gotta go watch that today. Because
Snatch is so good.
That's a great movie.
Yes.
Oh God. Now you got me thinking about like all kinds of crazy.
Yeah, top tier heist movie. Great twist. Oh man. And not traditional heist, like they're not robbing a bank or anything. Well, there is some robbery. There's some robbery. What I love about it is that there's like 2 or 3 stories kind of happening at the same time. Then all kind of twist and meet at the climax.
It's like Pulp Fiction a little bit. Yeah,
so good. Watch The Gentleman. This has been mentioned to me before, and I should watch The Gentleman. I've avoided it because like the little blurb about it didn't really catch me, but I should. You're absolutely right. I should watch The Gentleman.
Wait, The Gentleman. Why does that sounds familiar?
It's fairly new. It's newish. I think it's the one about London weed guy is trying to sell off his he's like trying to get out of the game and is trying to sell off his operation.
Got McConaughey in it?
Yeah, it's heavy hitters. Yeah, some heavy hitters in that one. I think the guy who played the Penguin recently in the Batman, he's an Irish guy too.
Oh, Colin Farrell.
Yeah, he's in it, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, it's got Hugh Grant in it too.
This is great.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta watch this. I didn't even know until you mentioned it. I didn't know this movie existed.
Yeah. That's what kind of was weird. Is like, man, it has these great big names in it, but
you don't hear about it. So like,
the blurb about it made me like, I don't know. So it's been recommended a couple times in the chat now. I'll have to check it out because if it's in the similar sort of lock, stock, and snatch, I'm down.
Totally.
Django Unchained, yes. If you're uncomfortable with the N-word being dropped like a million times,
especially then by like white dudes, right?
Don't
like
watch it.
Dudes saying the N-word a million
times. But overall, awesome movie too. Yeah.
No, I love the dentist.
Super a dark comedy style. Yeah, it's fun.
The dentist dude who's like the main guy throughout I fucking love that guy.
He's a great actor. I love him too.
He's an amazing actor.
I love him as an actor.
I just had his name on the.
He was in Inglourious Bastards, I think, too.
Yeah, he played a Nazi in Inglourious Bastards. But no, he plays that role so perfectly. Yeah. And he's like so calm. His demeanor through the whole thing is very happy, and he has like a happy disposition. But he's basically a fucking murderer. Like he's like a hitman.
Well, no, he's a bounty hunter.
A bounty hunter. That's what
Christoph Waltz. That's it. Christoph Waltz.
Christoph.
Yeah, he's a bounty hunter.
He's amazing.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
But the chemistry between him and Django, like,
it's great.
Oh my god, it's so good. So good.
Much fun.
But I'll tell you what, it's one of those movies where it's like, even though it might make some people uncomfortable because subject matter, because they're literally like sicking dogs on people and stuff. It's like literally slavery. The whole movie is about slavery.
Yeah.
And it's like it takes it further than Roots by like a lot.
But to a point where it's like silly, kind of.
No, but the thing is that it's definitely got the whole Kill Bill vibe to it with like everything super over the top. Right?
Yeah, but crazy blood sprays and stuff.
But the thing that's super crazy about it, like, is because they do that, the delivery at the end is so great.
Mm-hmm.
Like you watch the movie and you build up so much rage and so much anger that when you get the release at the end, you're just like, oh, this is fucking perfect. Poetic justice is amazing. Inglourious Bastards is the only Tarantino movie that I like. Really?
Really?
Fuck, I love Pulp Fiction. I love
Pulp Bill. Fiction's great. The Grindhouse films that he did, the
Grindhouse was great.
Planet something, and then the other one, I can't remember the name. But it was the two movies they did together. Death Proof. It was Death Proof and Planet something. Death Proof was cool.
I don't know if I saw Death Proof.
Reservoir Dogs. So look, Reservoir Dogs
was amazing. They shot an entire movie in like one room. It was awesome.
Yeah, which that's kind of cool. I think from a film standpoint, great, right? Like if you're going to be like a critic, it's a good movie. But like I don't know. There's something about it that I can't quite put my finger on. That like I watched it. It was good. It was cool. Like, it's like a character study, I guess. Like, I don't know the right words to describe it. And it's a good, again, it's one of these ones that it executed what it intended to do well, but it's not for me. Like, it's not that one. Reservoir Dogs, not for me.
Or Boondock Saints. I know that's not a Tarantino
Boondock Saints was great.
I loved Boondock Saints.
The sequel, not as good, but yeah, Boondock Saints is greght. It's one of those ones where they took too long. They took a cult classic and then like 20 years later did a sequel, and it doesn't hit the same,
Pulp Fiction was okay. A few jokes and scenes was semi-slow. I love Pulp Fiction. I think Pulp Fiction was great.
I think what gets people a lot with Pulp Fiction is the timeline. Like, it jumps around in the story a lot and doesn't really make sense until the very end.
Yeah, nothing comes together until like last 5 minutes. It's weird.
Yeah.
But California was good. I like California. That's one of the newer. I think that was one of the newer movies that Tarantino did. It was something in California. It wasn't just California. It was something.
Like Last Night in
something like that. In Hollywood or something like that. What the hell was that movie called?
Yeah,
it was a pretty good movie. Like, where the dude he was acting in a movie with like Bruce Lee or something like that. He like talks about how he used to be in a movie with Bruce Lee.
Wasn't it sort of? It was like semi real, like a semi-true
based on a
story.
true story. Based
right?
on a true story. Yep. I can't remember the name. It was like Up in the Hills of Hollywood or something like that.
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction has the best opening scene of all films.
Oh, dude, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Wait, didn't it open with them in the car?
Diner. It's him in the diner.
The diner's okay.
Once upon a time in Hollywood.
I like the scene in the car where he shoots the dude accidentally.
Yeah.
And he's like, you fucked up my car. You're cleaning that up. I didn't mean to. You hit a
I heard a thing like during production there. Originally he was supposed to like, he didn't die immediately. There was like a second, he's like, I shoot him again because he's like dying.
Yeah.
But it was funnier. It was funnier to have him die in one blast. And so he went with that.
They don't call it a quarter pounder, they call it a Royale with cheese. It's just funny the conversations they have when they're killing people.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
And at the end, that's just such a weird thing that happens at the end, like where they just get trapped in like the gimp dude's like sex layer or whatever. You're like, where the shit did this come from?
Yeah. For the banter kind of thing like that. Bullet Train. Bullet Train's good too. It's got Brad Pitt or is it Brad Pitt? I'll have to look. Hang on. I think it's Brad Pitt. Let me look real quick.
I know I wanted to see that movie, but it fell off my radar.
It is Brad Pitt. But I highly recommend Bullet Train. Bullet Train's great. Very fun. Very fun.
Okay, yeah, no, I did want to see this one. This one fell off my radar, so I'm gonna save this one too to watch.
And it's I think it's on Netflix.
Dude, that's awesome.
Dude, it's so much fun.
I love this. It's like I got some more movies to go watch now.
It's like a funny assassin semi-heist kind of a thing. It's like Brad Pitt plays this assassin who's like trying to be a bit of a pacifist. Like he doesn't want to be an assassin anymore. So like he takes a job that's like kind of a snatch and grab job, and then just wacky insanity happens, and it's really good.
Like he's trying to turn his life around, but it just doesn't go according to plan.
Yeah, like he doesn't want to take killer jobs anymore. But he's like he's filling in for some other assassin to do this snatch and grab. He's just supposed to pick up a briefcase and drop it off to the guy, like whoever hired him or whatever. And then all this other people are trying to protect the briefcase, and like it's really cool. It's really good. And it all takes place on this Japanese bullet train. It's great.
Dude, I'm gonna go watch that today.
I highly recommend it.
James Janus said, what is the best, worst movie you have seen? Like it's so bad it's good.
Like recent?
Of all time.
Oh, of all time, Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I haven't seen Rocky Horror Picture Show since I was just a little kid.
I'd say that's the best, like, worst movie.
See, here's the thing though, like when you say worst movie, do you mean it's like so bad you like it because it just doesn't make sense and it's dumb and you hate it? But or are you saying that it's like a dumb concept that works?
I feel like The Room is cliche. That's just like,
because for me,
that's just a bad movie that is like it's like got a cult status. But it's or like Birdemic. I've watched that too, and that's just awful, right? But like they're just like, that's just a bad movie. Like it's a bad movie. It's something that some high schooler could have done better at. What
was the zombie movie where there's the phrase "get that damn screwdriver out of my head"? Not Walking Dead.
I don't know. Oh, Kung Pao. But see, so some of these like Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
That is torture.
Kung Pao was deliberately, like, they did that on purpose. Like it's supposed to be like a caricature of like 70s.
Was that it?
70s, kung fu movies and stuff.
For me, like, okay, I think it was Night of the Walking Dead. It's like an old zombie movie where they're trying to make like a legitimate, like, zombie, like, horror movie. And I remember that we watched it over and over and over again because it was just so terrible, but it was funny because like some of the shit that was said.
Night of the Living Dead.
Night of the Living Dead. That was it. Night of the Living Dead.
No, that's from like the 60s.
Yeah, that's an old one.
That's not a bad movie either for its time.
No,
that was a good movie.
I loved it. I just thought that it was like, it was cheesy.
Super cheesy.
For me, I mean, I guess maybe like
Roadhouse. Roadhouse was a good movie. That's not a bad movie. Roadhouse is a good movie. Bro?
Don't be talking shit about Roadhouse.
Yeah, Roadhouse, man. What? That's a good movie.
What about Idiocracy? Because Idiocracy,
I haven't seen all of that. But again, I think that's like one of those like low budget like Clerks, you know, it's low budget and stuff.
I
and like
thought it was like it's one of my all-time favorite movies. Like it's literally like one of my top 5 favorite movies. I've probably watched it 100 times. And the reason that I like it is because it's so fucking dumb, but it's also like believable.
Yeah.
Like it definitely feels like you know, it's almost like Mike Judge could, you know, predict the future, because it's like you know, every time you watch it, it seems a little bit more true. Yeah. Like I just watched it again. I probably watch it 2 or 3 times a year. I just watched it like a couple of weeks ago, and it's like all the shit going on with President Camacho. Like I can immediately relate to with like shit that's happened in like the last 6 months. It's one of those crazy movies where it's like every time you watch it, you're like, holy shit, man, this is like clairvoyant. This guy talked to a psychic before he wrote this movie. Really good. I like the acting, how everybody plays like really like, it's like every single person in the movie, they just said act as stupid as you could possibly be. Like seriously, like imagine being so dumb that you realistically couldn't survive unless a machine was like keeping you alive and keeping you out of danger. And I loved it. And plus just like the concepts, like, you know, if you go to jail or whatever, like it's easy to escape. All you have to do is go into the line and tell them that you're getting out today, and they just let you go.
Oh yeah,
because they're so dumb, they just listen to whatever everybody says. Like they don't even understand the concept of people lying. So you just lie to everybody, and they're like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't understand, but yeah, sure, go ahead. You know, I thought that was pretty crazy. And the solution to the problem was just to put a giant rock on him. They chained him to a giant rock because they're like, oh, you fool us once, we're not gonna let that happen. So they chained him to a rock that's like 2 tons. I thought that was something. The House of Representing, and instead of a gavel, he has like a M249 saw, and he just starts shooting it into the air to get everybody to sit down. No, that was pretty damn funny. In what movie did they drop a toilet on a guy and the feminist was starting a fight in a factory? Was it Snatch?
No, not Snatch.
No, that doesn't sound like Snatch. Let's hear. Young Frankenstein is always a pleasant jaunt. I did like Young Frankenstein.
Yeah,
that was a good movie.
Anything by Mel Brooks, honestly, is good.
Yeah, honestly, I can't think of baseball.
I think nothing. I love Silent Movie. It was freaking great.
I haven't seen Silent Movie.
It's funny. It's kind of meta. The whole story is about somebody trying to make a silent film, and the whole thing is silent. It is a silent film. And it's like the guy trying to get like these famous actors and stuff, and like getting everybody together to try and make this silent film and all this stuff. And there's one actual spoken line, a French guy that he's trying to get this French guy to do the silent film for him. And the only spoken line is he goes, "No," in French, and hangs up on him. And that's it. The rest actually has like cards. Like they do the cards thing for talking people and whatnot. It's good.
Yeah,
it's good. Silent movie.
I just looked it up. Silent movie, 6.7 stars. A film director and a strange friend struggle to produce the first major silent film in 40 years. That's hilarious. Oh man,
it's a little
movies he made. High Anxiety. I never saw that either.
I don't know about that one, but scary movies. They did too many of those. They did too many. It was fun and funny when those sorts of slasher films were like big and popular, but they took the formula, they used that formula too much.
Yeah. Robin Hood Men in Tights, that was another good one. I love that. I laughed so hard.
Top tier.
I loved it.
and again, like
to play Robin Hood too.
Yeah, and that one makes sense too, because that came out right at the same time as like a couple other Robin Hood movies. There was a Kevin Costner one.
Yeah. It was literally making fun of the Kevin Costner one. I remember it was directly referencing a lot of stuff from that.
Yeah. Like Kung Fu Hustle. Great.
Belt. I love the chastity belt. It was so hilarious.
Call the locksmith.
Giant bush coming out the side. No, but I loved how his servant was a blind guy named Blinken.
Loki. That is fuck. We just talked about that. Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints is good.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, the rule of thumb thing.
The movie that they'll never be able to make again, though, is Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles is the last movie that will ever be made like that. Ever.
Where the white women at?
Yeah, that movie could never be made again. But it's still so satire, and like they get away with it. Like that movie. It'll be the last movie made like that, and it'll be the only movie that won't get like ripped off shelves and canceled.
That and what's the one with Robert Downey Jr. playing the black guy, or he's a dude. He's a dude. He's an actor playing a dude
playing a dude. Another dude
who's playing another. Yeah.
I remember that.
Same with that. Like you can't. Yeah, you can't. It'd be difficult, which is kind of unfair in my opinion. Like,
I'll never understand the concept of canceling an actor for playing a part, because the whole point of acting is you're playing somebody you're not.
Yeah, right. And,
so the
and
idea that as an actor you have to be representative of the person that you're representing as acting, that seems nonsense to me. Like, you should be able to swap anybody with anybody.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like off-color jokes, right? Like, like it's a matter of audience. And I think South Park hit on this topic really well. They did a whole thing about it where, like, if comedy can't, like, look, it's one thing to say like, whoa, that's an inappropriate joke, and like maybe that's not appropriate for the audience and stuff, but like the point of like satire and comedy and things like that is to like make it easier. I don't know. This isn't going to come out right, but it's like comedy and film and whatnot and things like that is supposed to like turn a mirror and stuff and like show it's supposed
to exaggerate a situation so people understand what it is. Like it's supposed to make you see how ridiculous something is.
Yeah. And so like, yeah, I understand why, like, in a general sense, things like rape jokes or domestic violence jokes or even like racist jokes and stuff, but it's like it's supposed to point out the absurdity of things. It's supposed to be like a caricature and stuff, right? And so like I understand why like Hollywood wouldn't want to back another Tropic Thunder or White Chicks, right? Like, why not? That's the other side of the coin, right?
You know what I feel like it is?
Smaller production houses like A24 or something or some other thing, like, why not? Like, that's supposed to be part of the point of this sort of
I think it teaches a wonderful lesson, and the lesson is by you making fun of it and pushing it to such an absurd level, somebody who can't see how absurd it truly is finally gets to see it framed that way.
Yeah.
So it makes you understand, like when you watch Blazing Saddles, you're like, oh, I don't get like the big deal, like this little thing, but they blow it so far out of proportion that it forces you to see how ridiculous it truly is, because even though they're blowing it out of proportion, it's still an apt comparison.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like that with comedy, that's how it's supposed to work. Is it's supposed to be like, oh, I don't see why a woman making 10% less is all that bad. But then they make a movie where they really put it on the nose. Like, you get 3 pennies, you get $500. Why? I don't understand. You got a kid, shut the fuck up. It's like, you look at that and you're like, wait a second, now I understand.
Yeah, it gives you the hyperbole of it, exactly. Right? It's meant to be an extreme representation so that like it's almost easier to digest.
Yeah, and Blazing Saddles did that so beautifully because they took the trope of like the super rich, powerful guy, like the super rich,
and he's just while the evil sheriff is like forcing him to sign stuff, and he's not even paying attention.
I don't know what I'm doing. Where am I? Oh, you know, and it's so funny. And all the women, every single woman in the movie is like basically like a prostitute or a Christian woman. And then like every single black person in the film is like portrayed as like they're either the one free guy comes along and everybody's shocked. They're like, wait a second,
the sheriff,
like wait, he's a sheriff? What? That doesn't make any sense, you know. But if you look at it and you compare it to like reality, it's like, yeah, there is a lot of there's a lot of people that even to this day are racist. They tone it down, but they're still hyper racist. So by blowing it up to that proportion, it makes you look in a mirror. Like you said, you're looking in the mirror, you're like, wait a second, okay, I understand now. Like it makes sense. You blew it so far out of proportion now that you can't unsee it. You can't justify it. It's like no longer makes sense. But I feel like that comedy is dead. Like, sadly, I do believe that we're headed in a direction where that comedy is going to die, just because things have become so separated and people don't really talk to each other much anymore. And everybody's kind of looking for their 15 seconds of fame, trying to burn something to the ground. So, so I feel fortunate to at least be able to experience some of that, because I think it was important to my views today. I think a lot of things that make me a good person today came from comedy, like growing up and seeing things framed in comedic references so that I could understand them better. And I feel like that's gone. Valley said, true regarding the comedy. But, you know, and the thing is, too, is like people have to tap dance so much now to make a movie. And I'm worried that's going to come to video games now, too, because it's like, I hope GTA 6 is amazing. I genuinely hope GTA 6 is amazing. But it's like, could they do Trevor again? Do you think Rockstar could get away with doing Trevor again?
Yes, for sure.
Do you think they're just so ridiculously rich that like no amount of lawsuits would be able to take them down, like get it outlawed or taken off shelves like Carmageddon back in the day?
What's the lawsuit against?
Well, look at Carmageddon back in the day, right? Carmageddon, where you drove around, you ran people over. It was based on a movie called Death Race back in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
And they pulled that from shelves because the company got sued into absolute oblivion for making a game where you run over people. GTA, it's like it's a game where you run over people.
Yeah, that's silly. Because I think, well, in America, violence, you can get away with violence all day long. Like, who cares? And I think if Carmageddon got sued into oblivion, then there must have been like a bit of a moral panic in the early 90s sort of thing. But like, yeah. I mean, look at how many movies and stuff. Look at but
like GTA 5 got away with like crazy stuff that was like you could literally, like, I remember in GTA 5, one of the funnest things that I found was if you go, at least I think it was GTA 5. If you go to the police station and you go walk into the police station, you go into the showers, you can find like that 14-inch double end purple dong in the shower, and then you could use it to beat
that was San Andreas, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think San Andreas had the big dong. Yeah. So
you could, and it was actually like a fairly high powered weapon. Like you could just run around and just beat cops to death with it. Like you literally can fight your way out of the police department with it. And I was like, this is great. And I'm just worried that like with GTA 6, they might have to tone down some of that.
I don't think so. You
think they'll be full send again?
Yeah, especially if they're going back to Vice City, like Miami and all that stuff. That is true. That sort of angle, I think you'll be fine.
So
I bet there'll be a lot of drug stuff going on.
Was that Nico Bellic? Was that the
that was GTA 4?
That was GTA 4. Okay,
set in Liberty City.
Oh, that was Liberty City. So Vice City would have been
also
what, GTA
Vice.
3?
It was GTA Vice City. It was set kind of in the 80s.
Literally Vice City. Okay, I don't think I played Vice City. Wasn't that a mobile only? I thought that game was just on mobile. There was a GTA Vice City like on PC or on console.
I think PlayStation at the time, PlayStation 2 or 3.
How did I miss that one? I don't think
that was Saints Row. Oh, the dong thing was Saints Row. That makes more sense.
No.
I remember there being a big thing in San Andreas.
I am 100% sure. Let me hear. I'll see if I can find it really quick. Double-ended dong in GTA. We'll see if I can find it here. Okay, how to use the double-ended? No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, hold on here.
Yeah, I just found a guide for it.
Let's
for
see
how
here.
to get it in San Andreas.
Yeah. So it is San Andreas. Yeah, I just found it too. So yeah,
it's not real big though. The big one I think is whatever the fuck.
Saints Row.
The big one. The guide I'm seeing, it's pretty small.
Because I remember the GTA games. I remember it was like burned into my memory because it was so funny. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
But I remember you had to go into the police department. Like you actually pulled up the police department. You went into the police department. You went through the lobby, through a door, through the locker room, and into the shower. And it was literally
Red County's police station. Yep.
And it was sitting in the showers. And then once you picked it up, all the police would go aggro, and you'd have to fight your way out of the police department using it. Like you could switch the gun too, but it's like that was the crazy thing is you had that, and then you could run around and just beat people with it. Like get out of your car and just wield it and flop it around. And I thought that was the funniest shit because I was like, how do you get away with that, right? I mean, the first time you could kill a hooker and take your money back, I was like, what?
I think those sorts of the extreme absurdity like that is probably the biggest like example of why video games are art.
Yeah. QA Library said, I'm surprised they didn't make a movie out of the GTA games. I don't think they could. How would you do Trevor? How would you do a movie with Trevor and get away with it today?
The actual guy who did.
No. I mean, it's literally him, right? It's like that guy is, so much fun. Trevor.
It's so great.
But like even Stephen Ott, that was Stephen Ott.
Okay.
If you got him to act in like a GTA 5 movie and you made an actual movie with those characters and everything, I feel like it would just get canceled.
I don't know. I don't know. I think
Trevor was such. I'm trying to think of like a recent movie that had a Trevor like character in it. Like I mean, yeah, but like I through the 80s and 90s all the time. But it's like I can't think of any today.
The lack of because I think you could condense the GTA 5 story well enough, cut out some of a lot of the missions and some of the side stuff and whatnot, and tell the story of the former bank robber who turned federal snitch and his meth head buddy like finds him again somehow and all that stuff. I think you could totally do that today. I
just feel like they'd have to dance around a lot of the stuff. Like I feel like the I don't know. I don't think there was any like really bad racist stuff in GTA 5. I don't really think so.
No.
Because I mean, you had a lot of stereotypical like shit with like Lamar and stuff like that. But
so what? That you do that all the time.
Fly. That would fly. I'm just trying to think of like. And I guess with Trevor, I guess he only really killed like dudes, like in the storyline. Like I don't remember him like killing any like women or children or anything like that. So
I mean, in a general sense, I don't think you kill a lot of women in GTA. I mean, you can, the hookers and stuff, but not as part of like normal story missions and things.
I forgot. No, he killed. Remember his cousin. He comes to the city and lives in his cousin's house, and then he kills her and the fiance. He kills his cousin.
Oh,
and the
that's
fiance.
right. And his that's right. That's right.
Or
at least the dude,
at least Strawberry Jam,
right? I don't remember him killing the
he does. He walks. They don't show it. They don't show it on camera, but they imply it because she does something. She's like kicks him out of the house. You get out of my house right now, or whatever. And then they pan away, and there's blood on the windows. Yeah, and the door is closed, and he's walking away, and there's no sound coming from the apartment.
But if you do NC-17, then it never gets released anywhere. Yeah. But I think you could totally do. Yeah, you could totally do an R-rated GTA movie for sure.
You could. Well, no, you could 100% if you just left some of the details out or implied it, right? Implied you can get away with all day long.
Yeah. I bet it would do really well. I think it would do very well.
Yeah, because I remember his sidekick, the meth head guy that was like Insane Clown Posse, the dumb kid that was like Trevor's like sidekick. They had the dreads and he had the clown makeup on. I can't remember his name.
Vaguely.
Yeah, but it was his cousin that was the apartment that Trevor was squatting on. And so remember, he kills him, and then that guy is basically just getting lap dances for the rest of the game at the Spearmint Rhino because he's trying to keep him from going and finding out. Yeah, Wade. Because he's trying to make sure he doesn't go home and find out that his cousin's killed. So he just keeps him at the Spearmint Rhino 24/7. Like that's the storyline.
What's the difference between R and NC-17 asking for non-American watchers? I think the biggest, there's very few that I know of that are NC-17 because it stands for no children under 17. It's oftentimes, especially for American audiences, is nudity. Because like you can get away with some horrendous look at movies like Hostel or Saw or that kind of thing. You can get away with some horrendous violence, depictions of horrible violence in America, and it tends to put things out of like over the top for American audiences or the whatever the ratings boards or whatever is nudity and sex. And because America is has some very strong, hardcore, puritanical.
Yeah, we're tied in Christianity, right? I mean, the entire country is basically founded on Puritans.
And so, Okay,
I found the list. So basically,
of NC-17 movies.
Yeah,
this is the criteria. Okay.
Yeah, for NC-17, it can get that rating for containing any adult activity such as harsh language, intense graphic violence, or drug abuse or nudity, but it has to cross over a threshold. Yeah. So like you can only show so much nudity and you can only say so many cuss words. Then once you go over that numeric boundary, you're NC-17.
Okay. Yeah. So, like in PG-13, you get one fuck.
Right. And I've seen movies do that explicitly where the whole movie drags out and there's just one spot where the person just says fuck just to kind of get it out of the way. Let's see. Okay. So the rating simply signals that the content is appropriate only for adult audiences. NC-17 rating can be based on violence, sex, let's see here, aberrational behavior, that's interesting, drug abuse, or any other element that most parents would consider too strong and therefore off limits for viewing by their children. This is from
unrated movies will never be in theaters unless it's like a small private. You're never going to see an unrated movie in like AMC or a Regal theater. It'd be some private theater like the Neptune Theater in Seattle or something.
Okay, so it says no children will be admitted to an NC-17 movie. It says this does not mean it's obscene or pornographic in common or legal meaning of those words and should be construed as a negative judgment in any case. The rating simply signals that the contents is only appropriate for an adult audience. That still seems vague as fuck, though. Like anybody could just like, depending on what reviewer you get, right?
It's the video game equivalent of AO, right? Like if which is very rare and uncommon. It essentially is a death shot. If your video game gets an AO from the ESRB, it's never going to be released. It's never going to be on shelves. You'd have to sell it yourself and download it from
Did you ever watch the making of South Park? That series where they show how South Park is the only animated series that ever goes from conception to fully published episode in like 6 days or something like that.
Maybe little bits and pieces.
So one of the jobs of a person, so like what they do is on day one, they go into a room and they talk about like what the story is going to be and they hash it out. And then the second day they start doing storyboarding, but they also have an employee that their full-time job is to call the ratings place and tell them the script and what actions are taking place to get them cleared. And it's so funny because like in there, she's like, okay, well, Butters picks up a dildo and like beats his mom to death with it or whatever. And they're like being serious, like on the phone. The person on there is like, yeah, no, that would actually exceed that would exceed an R rating, so you guys can't do that or whatever. Okay, what if we cut it back and instead of it's implied that he beats her to death with it, but we don't show it or whatever. And they're like, okay, that would be significant to get the rating. And she's like, okay, and she's like writing down notes, like it's some lady who's like going through and like explaining these things step by step to see how far they can take it. Because South Park really wanted to take everything to the edge that they possibly could. So she would like talk back and forth with the people that would give them the rating and like get it all cleared, because they had to, because they were literally like finishing the show and getting it out like within 24 hours of it finally being done and ready to publish. Like sometimes they said they were even handing the tape to the broadcaster and they didn't even have time to review it. They basically just ran the episode and then they had to deal with the fallout afterwards. And that happened a couple of times, actually, like where they aired an episode that wasn't properly reviewed because there wasn't significant time. They aired it because it came in too late. And then there was something that they had a problem with afterwards. And there was lawsuits and shit like that. So it became a big deal. And but that's why they have the person now that like literally calls with the script and like works it out and negotiates. And then they come back and say, okay, this is how much you can show. This is how much has to be implied, or this can't happen at all. There's been a couple where they said things and they're like, there's absolutely no way you could even imply that without going over your rating. So I just thought that was funny that it's like they have a full-time job for somebody who literally has to figure out, what is the worst possible thing we can write to imply like a bad action without going over the limit where we can't broadcast on public TV. Because it's also the FCC, right? Back then they were broadcasting over the air. So sure. They had to abide by FCC rules and stuff like that. It wasn't just like cable TV. But it's just wild, like the shit that they have to go through to get a rating. And same thing with movies, right? That's why they have the unrated edition of a movie. Like if you ever get the unrated edition, it's usually like all the footage that had to be left on the cutting room floor for them to get the rating they needed to go to the theater and make money. Because like you're saying, if it was an adult only movie, you're not going to sell out the tickets. It's not going to be running for weeks on end. Like you have to get a rating that lets people
even nowadays, it's hard to find an R-rated movie flat out. Like a lot of movies being made are not even close to being R-rated anymore.
I'm trying to think of what the last R-rated movie would have been. Yeah, was Deadpool even?
No, I mean I'm sure there's been others, but it's still very uncommon.
And I know Deadpool had an unrated version that went to DVD. I don't remember what the difference was. Let's see, what was Deadpool rated?
R.
It is rated R. Okay, so
all of them. That's like I think that was a big thing that Ryan Reynolds was pushing to even be a part of the project, was that it had to be. So Joker. Oppenheimer. Okay, so no, I guess I'm not that far. Oppenheimer is rated R. I didn't know that.
Why was Oppenheimer rated R?
You got me, man.
I watched Oppenheimer. I didn't see anything that really
a lot of horror
talking about
movies.
Like dropping a bomb and killing like tens of thousands of people.
That's true. Here, let me see. This is a list of highest grossing.
The first Harry Potter movie, first cut of the movie ran 4 to 6 hours. Wow.
Oh, I bet. Well, yeah, I bet, because
they leave a lot on the cutting room floor, though. There's been movies where they've cut more footage out of the movie than what's actually in it.
I think it'd be cool to see like an extended cut of all the Harry Potter movies, like they did with Lord of the Rings. I think that'd be cool.
There's a reason they can't do it though, and it's because of the sequels. So as soon as they release a movie and they do a sequel, the sequel is based on the established canon storyline from the first movie. And if they put all the additional footage in, it changes the story and it no longer lines up with the sequel.
I don't know. They did okay with the Lord of the Rings. They come out with the extended editions even after the DVDs come out.
I'm sure that there's some more that they can put in to go over the time that they were allotted
nudity
for the
and sex in Oppenheimer. Okay.
Oh, there was nudity in Oppenheimer.
I didn't watch it. So
Oppenheimer likes getting it on with
looked
the
like it'd be
ladies. He was quite the womanizer. So you know what? I have to say it was boring. I wanted the Oppenheimer to be this like amazing movie, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's so great!" And as, they did this real nuclear explosion with conventional explosions of an equal thing. I didn't see it. I honestly, I almost fell asleep. Like, is that weird? Like, I wanted to love that movie.
Like 3.5 hours or something.
It was really slow too. It was like a super slow burn. Like, I cannot do that. I cannot do the slow burn movies.
The best. I just want a list of R-rated movies. Not the best. I just like by release date.
I was just thinking about Deadpool. It's like, how could it not be R-rated with the scenes with him and what is it, Marina Baccarin or whatever her name is? Marina. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Where it's like Christmas and she pulls out like the strap on or whatever and hands it to him and he's like, that was so good.
Release date.
Oh my god.
Okay, so here we go. We got IMDb's got a list of R movies.
Give us a list of like the recent R-rated movies.
It doesn't look to be. Oh, this is somebody's fucking R. This is somebody's list. This is dumb because like
not official.
At the top of it says Ambulance, which is from 22.
R-rated movies of 20.
Kingsman is rated R.
How?
Get out.
How? I'm trying to think of like how that would be rated R. I literally.
I guess for violence. I guess the King's Man, the sort of prequel to that.
Yeah, the one with Rasputin in it. Or
yeah. Probably. I guess for violence. I guess. And cursing maybe.
I mean, there was some violence and some people got shot. I mean, the dude gets
rated R for sequences of strong, bloody violence, language, and some sexual material.
I can't think of like any nudity in it. I literally just watched this within the last 2 weeks, and I would have never guessed that. Maybe like PG-13. I did not think that was an R-rated movie.
And House of Gucci is rated R, probably for language.
I haven't seen House of Gucci yet. John Wick definitely rated R.
Of course, John Wick. There's like 400 people dying in that movie.
It's like every movie,
and all of those movies die. So I guess there's been more than I really felt. But I guess I'm surprised that some of them have an R in it that are rated R. Like it just didn't seem that like they would be.
So I have the actual official list of rated R movies from 2023. Is that what you pulled up?
No, it was a person had put together like their
so this is top gross to least gross. Okay, so it's like most tickets sold to least tickets sold. Oppenheimer was number 1, John Wick Chapter 4, followed by Scream. Scream is number 3.
Dude, really? I liked the newest Scream movie. That was pretty cool. It was pretty good.
I mean, it must have been. It was number 3rd top selling movie of 2023, or R-rated top selling movie.
Yeah.
Equalizer 3. I didn't even know they made.
Also good. Also good. Denzel Washington is a great fighter. Beat him up, secret agent.
I do. He does play a really good. Like, what was it? Man on Fire. Did you ever see that?
That was good.
Fuck, that is a great movie.
Yep.
The Nun 2.
Oh, scary movie. So that makes sense.
Killers of a Flower Moon. I've been wanting to watch that.
Oh, that also makes. I haven't seen that, but that makes sense. That's
supposed to be based on a Native American like true story, and my wife is actually a quarter Native American, so we've been wanting to watch that. Evil Dead Rise.
Also a scary movie.
Some of these movies. The Exorcist Believer. There was another Exorcist movie.
I guess. Oh, I have to go.
Oh shit! All right, we get one more. Cocaine Bear. I have to say, Cocaine Bear.
Fun. Okay, for drug references for that and violence, right? Over the top violence.
Yeah, get out of here, bro. I know you got a hard cut off. I'll wrap up here.
Okay, bye everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Follow me on wherever, all the places.
Follow wherever.
It's the same name everywhere. Twitch, Twitter, fucking Instagram, all the places.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega and the other gal. They booted the other gal, and then Jenna Ortega pulled out in like solidarity because the first gal was like free Palestine kind of stuff, and they axed her and stuff. But yeah, which is dumb. Like that's why I don't know, but because Hollywood's controlled by Jewish people. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
These places are burning down our forests.
Totally goofing. But all right, you guys have a good one. Space lasers and stuff.
Bye. Peters. Oh my god, I love getting my AuxxZillary fix every week. It's wonderful. God, it's so cool. I get to hang out with him every week. It's a blast. David's been really busy lately because going into the new year, a lot of stuff going on with his kiddo and his family and stuff. But he'll join us when he has time. He messages us every single week and lets us know what's going on and when he can join us and when he can't and stuff. It's really cool. Dylan said it's Cuffs Gaming. Oh, your name on here is Dylan Fane YouTube, but your Cuffs Gaming. Man, I have to remember so many names on so many different networks. Wait, were we talking about space? Just join. No, we're talking about rated R movies. Like how many movies in 2023 were rated R? And it turns out quite a few of them were. AuxxZillary was thinking that there might not have been that many R-rated movies because they're trying to push to sell a lot of tickets in movie theaters and stuff. And if you are R rating, it like minimizes your audience. James Janus said it's kind of funny ratings over time. Go watch a 1980s R movie and it would be like PG-13 at best. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I've seen, I've seen like you can definitely tell that they've chilled out on the rating system because I remember like when I was a kid, like some of the movies I even watched in the movie theater that they let me in, and then clearly it wasn't rated R because they let me in when I was like 11 or 12, and I remember watching those and there'd be like brief nudity and stuff. That was actually incredibly common back then. So or actually, you know what? No, so James, that's maybe for violence. Maybe for violence, it's the other way around. But for nudity, I almost think it's still the same, or even worse. Because I remember, like, I can't remember like any specific movies, but I remember it was really common to see, like, you know, when I was growing up, like in the early '90s, it was like really common to see like a topless scene in movies that I don't remember being rated R. Like maybe they were like, you know, NC-13 or something like that, or not NC-13, but whatever, PG-13. Like Titanic, right? Titanic wasn't rated R. I remember growing up and that had like a whole freaking like nude scene in it, like a fairly lengthy one. Titanic movie IMDb. What was the rating on Titanic? Because like today, if they redid Titanic today, it'd probably be R rated just because of that one scene, or at least NC-17 or something, because there's, you know, he's basically like painting a nude woman for, you know, a minute or two. What was the rating? PG-13. Yeah, so it was just PG-13, even though it had that scene in it. So, and it had the scene, you know, it wasn't just that. They also had, you know, the implied sex scene in the car. And so, and they managed to get, when did that come out? God, I know it was a long time ago because I was literally on a date. 1997. I was only 17 years old when that movie came out. Because I remember I took a girl to see it. And it was really awkward when there was suddenly a scene where they were like painting, you know, he was painting Kate Winslet nude on the bed, and I was like, I had no idea the movie had any nudity in it, so I was like, it was super awkward because I'm there on like a, you know, a date. It was just for, you know, friends, because I friend zoned all the girls growing up, and I remember watching that, and it was like really uncomfortable to get through that scene because I'm like, okay, we're sitting here in a movie theater to watch this, all of a sudden there's nudity on the screen. It was just really awkward. Let's see. Ferville said kids can go to R-rated but need an adult with them, parent or guardian. It was the same thing when I was a kid. When I was a kid, my dad used to, we didn't go to the movie theater very often. It was maybe like twice a year. But like whenever there was like a huge action film and my dad would get like free tickets from his work, like his boss would give him tickets to the local movie theater, he'd take me. So I got to see like movies. Like I remember seeing Tango and Cash with him. I remember we enjoyed that movie a lot. Maybe like 3 movies. E.T. I know that wasn't like an R-rated movie, so that doesn't really count. But yeah, anytime there was like a shoot 'em up movie out, me and my dad would go and see it if it was a big deal, and they would let me in. And I swear at the time I was like between like 10 and 13, and I'd go into those movies because I was allowed to watch R-rated movies growing up. Like we'd like one weekend a month we'd go and rent a VCR, like the, you know, back in those days. This is how old I am. Like we didn't own a VCR because VCRs were too expensive. We would save up once a month to go and get pizza from like Little Caesars because it was like super cheap pizza, and then we would go and rent a VCR. You had to literally write a check with a deposit that they could cash if you broke it or whatever, and then you'd rent a VCR. And I want to say it was like a VCR and 2 movies. If you did it like on a weekday, which we did, we always did on like a Thursday or whatever, you got a VCR and 2 movies for like $18. And you got to keep it for 24 hours. And then but I remember we'd do that like once a month. We'd get pizza and movies, and we'd have like a movie night at the house. But it's just funny, like thinking back then, because like we'd watch on like this old color, like our color TV was like from like the early 80s, late 70s, like super old console television with like maybe 18 or 19-inch tube TV, which was big back then, but it was a huge console television, shitty picture quality. So Pizza said, "What's up with my dad? He's doing better. He's finally doing better. He's just resting and trying to heal up at home. They got the bleeding to stop, thank goodness. His brother is looking after him. His twin brother's now looking after him. And he's got some help from his sister, so now I'm not so worried. But I'm glad he's doing a lot better. I hope he stays on that path though, because that was really scary. I genuinely thought we were gonna lose him. Your first VCR cost you $500 and the last one only cost $35 new. Yeah, talk about technology getting cheap, right? Like, look how many technologies were like super expensive when they first came out, and then they just got super cheap. Like the biggest one for me is TVs. TVs are absolutely insane. I remember when I bought my first rear projection TV this would have been 2002. So let me see, 2001. So because I remember I got my full-time job at Microsoft, and to celebrate getting my full-time job, I went and got a credit card, and my first credit card I ever had in my life that wasn't like tied to a store. And I remember I wanted to buy something big on my credit card. So I went to Magnolia Hi-Fi and I bought my very first super high definition TV. And it was a Sony rear projection. It was a 1080i, not 1080p. That didn't exist. It was state-of-the-art 1080i, and it could focus between 16:9 and 4:3 aspect ratio. It was a square screen, but it could basically refocus the projector. Instead of doing black bars, it would actually change. It would squish the image, so you kept all the resolution. So you still got 1080i, even when you squished it down to 16:9. It was really cool. And I bought it, and you had to push a button on it where it would like converge the red, green, and blue CRTs together, the high resolution CRTs. But I want to say that TV was $3,800 when I bought it. $3,800 for a 60-inch rear projection 1080i screen. And today you can buy a 74-inch 1080p for like $400 or $500, and then for like a 4K, maybe like $800 to $1,000 for like, you know, the lower end. They would just blow that out of the way, like in every way, brightness, resolution, frame rate, everything, just absolutely just destroy it. And the TV would weigh, you know, a tiny fraction. Like that rear projection TV I had, the entire cabinet on it was all wood and metal. Plus it had a giant glass lens in it with a bunch of like other shit. I want to say the TV was about 460 pounds, I think was what it weighed. And you had to move it around on caster wheels. When I moved my house, it had to be like specially prepped to move. And it was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. And then I bought a plasma TV. My next TV after that was a plasma TV, and it was a again 1080i, not 1080p. And it was made by Gateway, the computer company. And so it was a Gateway plasma television. You know what? I don't even remember. Was it? Yeah, I think it was 1080p, because I remember I did use it as a computer monitor for a while too, towards then. But it got hotter and shit. It got so hot you could see heat waves coming off the top of it in the room. Like you could visibly see heat waves coming off of it. Like I thought I was going to set the house on fire, and it smelled like burnt plastic if you left it on for more than 2 hours. And I bought that TV, I want to say, for $3,200, and that was a 42-inch. It was a 42-inch plasma screen, and the contrast was so bad that when the TV was off, it was light gray. It wasn't even black. It wasn't dark. It was light gray when it was off. But it was so bright that when you turned it on, the light gray would then give you some level of contrast. But it looked like shit by today's standards. That was $3,200 on sale. So that was what I bought to replace my 60-inch TV. I actually downsized because I wanted to put that one in the bedroom, and I couldn't fit the giant TV in the bedroom. Still weighed a shitload, though. I want to say that was still like a 200+ pound TV. It was super thick. It was like this thick. It was wild. Now you fast forward today, and you can buy, you know, a 75 or 74-inch, you know, 8K panel for $2,500. 4K panel, you know, or OLED, even OLED, the best there is, like best contrast ratio OLED. You can get like a 60-inch OLED for like, you know, $2,500 or something like that. So technology has gotten super cheap. What screens do I have in the Nerd Cave? Same ones I've had for 7 years. They're all super burned through. The backlights are all delaminated on the panels, so it looks like there's 1,000 really brilliant white dots. It's terrible, but I can't afford to replace them right now. So I'm rocking like first generation, non-HDR, 60 hertz, no frills. Just it's like second generation LCD technology, with very few backlights too. Like I can actually count the backlights because they're bleeding through. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 across. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 14 by 8 is how many backlights, how many zones this thing has. So 14 times 8. I have 112 backlights in these screens. Now, to compare that to like modern technology, my TV in my bedroom, I think, has 2,400 like backlights, and that's the mini LED. And then the new QLED TVs, I think, have like, it's like 10,000 zones, 8 or 10,000 zones. So 8 or 10,000 little LEDs behind the LCD crystals. So the technology's gotten way, way better. No way is it still those Samsung TVs from your man cave tour a long time ago. Not the first tour. The first tour was 45. Like when you first saw the one back in 2011, that was the 45-inch TVs. And then I upgraded to the Samsung 50-inch TVs. Same technology, just one generation newer. And I'm still on those TVs today. So why not use the Quest movie theater as your monitor? Just it sucks having something hot on your head all day long. It just can be fatiguing. Plus the resolution's not as good. Like if you're looking at a lot of small text and stuff over a period of time and using a keyboard and peripherals and stuff like that, it's not very realistic for that. It's great for watching movies though. Like if you're watching movies or playing a video game, the Quest is fantastic. Like I was telling people the other day, it's like if you can find a Quest 1, even like an original Quest 1 with the OLED screens, still fantastic today. Even though they can't run many games locally anymore because like everything's been upgraded to death that they can't do a very good frame rate because the onboard processing isn't that good. It still supports, even the very first one still supports Wi-Fi 5. So you can still install a virtual desktop on it and completely lag-free have a computer drive it remotely and wirelessly in your house. So I can literally lay in bed. I can play my PlayStation 5, pass through the computer on it, sitting there with a PlayStation 5 control playing Gran Turismo and a Quest, a Quest 1 with no cables connected to it, just laying back in bed. And it looks fantastic. It looks absolutely fantastic. It's like you're in a movie theater playing a game on a giant movie theater screen. It's absolutely fantastic. More people should try it. Do you think he'll ever work in VR? I mean, anything's possible. Anything's possible. Oh, I got it. Still 7 years. That's a while. Please do an updated tour when you do get them. Oh, I totally will. I totally will. That's the biggest thing that's been holding me back from a room tour is one, cleaning the room, which I finally to some extent got it a little bit more squared away. But I really want to make sure these screens are replaced because that's why I don't want to even shoot YouTube videos. Because if I have these screens on in the background, because of how bright they appear to the camera, it literally, everybody's just going to say, why are there all these like grids of white dots all over your screen? Like it'll literally, that'll be the comment. I mean, hey, that could work to my advantage though, because that'd boost SEO if like there was a million comments, just like with old Diablo videos where it's like, why are there so many random white spots on your screen? What the hell's wrong with them? Did you see the 115-inch TV Linus got from China? Yeah, that thing is badass. I'm sad that he got a dead pixel though. That dead pixel, because I have really bad OCD, so that would haunt me for life. That one dead pixel would drive me absolutely crazy. But that screen is amazing. The brightness and uniformity on that screen is just freaking crazy. I mean, I could never afford it. I mean, a $13,000 TV, but honestly, for what you get, like compared to like a comparable projector setup, better in every way. Absolutely better in every way. Plus the fact that it could do 144 hertz. Like I found that really surprising. 110-inch screen or 115-inch screen that could do 144 hertz 4K. That's pretty damn impressive. Sony has some good mini LED TVs coming in 2024. Yeah, the mini LED stuff is amazing. Like I think the mini LED is going to finally compete with OLED. James said, I've seen a few videos. Have you ever done any chores using Quest VR? No. My son has the Quest 3, so I haven't used it that much. I just used it for the week that I was setting it up for him. But you totally could. Like you could totally just walk around with the Quest 3 on. Like the pass-through mode is definitely good enough that you can just go about your life. It's not disorienting at all. So you have a dead pixel on your TV and you hate it? Yeah, no, it'd drive me nuts. It would drive me absolutely nuts. I actually have a cluster of about 5 dead pixels on this left screen. And every time I look at it, my eye draws right to it. Like, even though like it's not really visible out of my peripheral vision, but it's like my eye just gets drawn to it every time and it drives me nuts. And the funny thing is, like, I have backlights bleeding through on every screen, which is like this huge, massive eyesore that drives me absolutely fucking nuts. And it's more visible the brighter the content is on the screen. The darker the content is on the screen, the brighter these white dots are. And it drives me absolutely nuts. But you know what bugs me more? The dead pixels. The dead pixels bother me infinitely more. Hey, thank you, Charles. Yeah, I plan to return to making YouTube videos this year. So I'm not quite there yet. I'm still struggling with health bullshit that I got to deal with and everything, but I'm trying to be more positive. I'm trying to do more little things here and there and set things up so that I've got some stuff to do. But I got to get a couple things straightened out before I can do that. But I definitely have the power to do it now. Like I've got a 4090 that Nvidia sent me and the system for doing AI stuff. So I want to do some video content for AI. I want to release some YouTube videos showing people how to use LM Studio and stuff like that. So let's hear. Loki said, I'm only trying to get a cheap, simple 45-inch LED TV as a movie screen, change my triple screen setup into 3 screens plus a TV, but I have to do it when everything else is paid off. Yeah, isn't that how it goes, man? Seriously. Yeah, Bally, I feel like I'm doing better this year too so far. I mean, we're only 6 days in, but I've been trying to focus a lot more on positivity. I've been trying to, not be so down on myself. And it's been helpful. Yeah, I want to play around with Home Assistant too. I haven't had a chance to, but a lot of people have recommended it. Guys, I think I am going to wrap up, though, because I didn't get a chance, unfortunately, because I woke up late this morning. I didn't have a chance to have any breakfast, and all I've had is some of the nuts, and they're making me kind of sick to my stomach, so I got to go find some real food. Do I own a smartwatch? I do. I'm just not wearing it right now, but I have a Garmin watch that I really, really like. It's super duper cool. You have a dead column on your screen, and you're like, meh. Oh, it'd drive me nuts, dude. It'd drive me absolutely nuts. You guys have been awesome today, though. I will see you again on Monday. I guess we can close out with one more Dexter arm demo for the few scragglers that showed up. But if you guys want to see a lot more of this robotic arm, it's going to be over on Twitch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So make sure you're following me over there so you know when I'm streaming, so you can see what kind of shenanigans I'm up to. Did I see Jay's video update on his health? If you're talking about the video from 4 days ago, yes. If he did a newer video than that, I haven't seen it yet. Hey, thank you for the membership, Joe. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot. That helps out a lot, brother. Shit's been super tight lately. Everybody's having a rough time right now. Like expendable income is down for almost everybody. So it's been really rough trying to be a live streamer, but soldiering on, and I appreciate you, brother. I really do. Your Google phone battery charge died. My phone has a dead pixel. Oh no. Wait, the battery died and it killed a pixel on your phone? How does that work? That would suck though. I'd be like super, super mad. Oh snap. I seen a Flipper Zero in the back. Yeah. That's a Flipper Zero. Not only that, but I even have a Marauder board that I made out of an ESP32 for it. I got to find it. It's somewhere around here. But yeah, I have an ESP32 that I flashed with Marauder that can do all kinds of crazy shit with Wi-Fi networks. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, the Flipper Zero is amazing. Like I'm worried though, if I ever go outside and go to restaurants and stuff, I'm going to get in trouble because it's too tempting to like fuck with the air conditioning, fuck with the televisions and the projection systems and stuff. Like anything that has any kind of IR radio transmitter to control with a remote control, this thing can pretty much fuck with it. It's hard to resist. The Google phones are called a Pixel. Oh, so when you say you have a dead Pixel, you're saying dead phone. Okay, I get it. That was a joke. My bad. All right, well, here, let's let Dexter do his job one last time, shall we? Let's zoom it out. Here, hold on here. Because this is just too funny. Because everybody wants to know why I have a robotic arm and why people need a robotic arm. And this is all you got to do. You just got to run a job. The job is called My Robot Hand Job. And you just push this button. And that's what it does. And this is why everybody should have a robotic arm. See, isn't that convenient? Like you get a little side-to-side little courtesy there. And then after a while, he'll come up and check on me and make sure. Yeah, that's a Rexter. It's not Dexter arm. It's a Rexter arm. See, yeah, you did a good job. You proud of yourself? Yeah, you are. Yeah, he's a good little guy. All right, get to work. Get back down there. We ain't done yet. So yeah, everybody should have a Dexter arm. These things are fantastic. Seriously. And that grip. Okay, you take a break. Hey, if that ain't worth a tip, I don't know what is. Just the tip, though. Just the tip. But I convinced you to get a 48-inch OLED to use as a PC monitor. Just got it a few weeks ago and love it so much. Oh, dude, like monitors are great. Like there's some great computer monitors, but honestly, I prefer just using TVs as monitors now. TV technology has come along so far. It basically is a monitor once you disable all the smart shit. Hey, thank you, Joe, for the $5. I appreciate it, brother. He said, trust me, you will love Home Assistant. It can be a bit of a pain, but it's so cool. Hey, anything worth using has to be a little bit of a pain. If it's too easy, then that means it doesn't have as much functionality as you want. Cheaper than a divorce? That it is. You need an arm with more finer movements? Oh, I can give it more finer movements. Did you guys want to see me give it more finer movements before I go for a more realistic stroke? So for that, all I got to do is just create a new job. So let me create a new job here. So Dexter UI, I'm gonna say, okay, create a new job. I will come down here, file, new job. There we go. Create a new job, create a new instruction. Okay, go home. There we go. I'm gonna home the arm. Let me put it in its ready position. So bring it down 45-degree angle, and then I'm gonna tell it to start recording. Okay, there we go. Because it can do fine motions. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab it, push the button to take control. Come on, give me control, damn it. There we go. Okay, right now it's going to track my movements. Like, watch, if I push it up, it's like gravity on the moon. See? Like, it can actually it bounce around. So I can guide it around, put it wherever I want. Normally, it has an effector, but it fell off when I was doing a trick earlier, so I got to do that. But I can bring it down. And then if I want to record a motion, there's a button on the side. Where is it? It's right here. Where the hell's the button? Yeah, right here. There's a button right here, and you just push the button to record where you want it to go. So like right here, see, I can put it in any position I want. See, I can even rotate this out. See, it'll follow me wherever I want it to go. So let me see, get it right about there. So bring down. So you said short stroke, right? You want little short strokes? All right, so let's turn around like this. All right, let's do some realistic short strokes here. Get it right about where we want it, and then we'll go one there, 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 one there. And then maybe we'll like change the angle a little bit, do a little offhand. And then, I don't know, maybe coming from this side a little bit. And then a couple of Ron Jeremy strokes just for good measure. And there we go. That's probably good enough. Go ahead and stop recording. Go ahead and take him back. All right, there we go. Let me see how many actions I recorded. It looks like we have, so we go from line 5 to 77. So we have 72 actions in the queue. So I should be able to just play that back. So let me save this file, save as. We're going to call this micro robot hand job. There we go. Go ahead and save that. And there we go. Eval it. There we go. And I got to rename it here too. Let's see here. Micro hand job. There we go. Save. Eval. Okay, you guys ready? You ready for the playback? Here we go. Program or on repeat. I can actually tell it to just loop forever if I wanted to. So here we go. Let's see if it'll do it. Come on over here. All right, see if we got the strokes a little finer. Is that better? Is that more realistic for you? What do you think? Is that a more realistic stroke length? Oh, changing angles. There we go. Oh, yeah. Get that angle. A little up and down there. Yeah. All right, not too bad. All right, change the angle again. There we go. Get it from that angle. Yeah. Yeah. Little up and down action. All right, and do some big Ron Jeremy's. There you go. Got something for everybody. And then it's done. Although I didn't tell it to go home at the end, so I got to tell it to go home manually. Here, go to series, job, Dexter UI, return to ready position. Micro is the harsh use of the same verbiage as ladies do cute. We know when your camera off, you will connect the flashlight to it. Who says I haven't already? Where do you think I got this idea from? What, you didn't think the thing literally came with a gripper on the end. You don't think I tried to stick something in it? Like, come on, guys. You know me better than that. Jeez. Could be used for whatever. Here, I got to bring this back here. Come over here. Come over here, Dexter. Turn around. Come on over here. Come on over here, big guy, where I can reach you so I can fix your claw. There we go. Here, bring you down a little bit. There you go. Come on, stretch out. There you go. All right, let's see if we can't fix your little claw doober dab here. Okay, I got to reboot the joints. Give me a second here. Test, reboot. Reboot joints. Okay, rebooting the joints. Okay, let's see. Okay, servo motor's dead. Let's see if I can back drive that a little bit. Oh, is that what that thing's for? Is that to line it up? Oh, so if I go, okay, let's see if that fixed it. Series, open, job, Dexter UI. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can. Nope, still sucked it in all the way. Not flashing red. All right, hold on. So what I need to do is reboot the joints. Sorry, I have to calibrate this so I can get the gripper to work again. So let's do reboot joints. The Dexter arm was too powerful. No, it's just powerful enough, actually. And the closer it is to the base, the more torque it has. So when you have it like way out far, it doesn't have a ton of torque. Like you can actually get it to skip and then it has to recorrect itself. It can, though. It can correct itself from, even if you skip over the stepper motor, it'll do a correction on the stepper motor to get it back where it needs to go. So as long as you don't overdrive the belts too far to where it can't go all the way to its extent, that then you have to mess with some stuff. But for the most part, it stays. Oh, shit. I forgot how strong it is, though. Look, it can actually see how it's ripping the tape up off the desk. Like if it pushes down against the desk, it'll completely dislodge itself. So it doesn't have enough power to. I mean, I think they said it can hold at the tip without it. Like it can hold 3 kilograms, which is a lot of weight. I mean, that's like 9 pounds can hang off the end of this thing all the way at the end. So it's quite a bit. All right, so let me do a calibration here really quick. So Dexter, reboot the joints, open up the UI. Okay, close this up. Here we go. So that's open and that's close. So open and close. And then I want to move. Let's see. How do I do this? Do I got to put this in like this? I need to overdrive it a little bit here. Here, close this. Series, job, reboot joints. And then feed that in until it's right about. Okay, that's too far. So I actually want it right there. Got to get this lined up just right. Ooh. That actually might be perfect. So let me open this up. Then reboot the joints. Oh, that's so close. I just have to get in just a little bit further. Jobs, Dexter Tools, reboot joints. Give me just a second here. It's a servo, so it knows where it's at. So you got to get like just perfect. Okay, let me see if that works. Reboot joints, advance. Nope, still overdrove. Darn it. Okay, so stop. Reboot joints. I need to go back through the manual. It's pretty complicated to figure some of this stuff out. So, because keep in mind, this isn't like a production thing they ship anymore. So, but they're still developing it because they use the technology internally for the company that acquired them. So let's see. Okay, so I got to move this out. If I let this drive all the way in, so like if I start it right there, and then I go like that. All right, let's see what happens. Move. Got it. Close. Not quite. It's still like it's pinching down too tight. Yeah, it already overloaded. Darn it. So reboot. Reboot. Hold on, give me a second here. Reboot. Okay, and then I should be able to open and close. Okay, so that's only giving me 20% of its movement. So that means I need to move it out further. Okay, so this little red. Oh, is that what that is? Is that an alignment mark? Hold on. I think I just figured out what I have to do. So if I reboot, okay, reboot joints. Okay, so I have a little red dot right here. So I think I need to bring this around. So where does that have to go to? Is there another red dot on here? So there's a red. That red is supposed to line up with that one. And then, so like that. And then this. Is it supposed to be like that? Let's try that. See what that does. Oh, that's actually not bad. Oh yeah, that's got a good grip on it. Okay, so that should be able to hold like this. So if I put a GoPro in it, I should be able to grip down a little bit. Oh, that's good. All right, perfect. Here, let's see if I can get it to grip this. Okay, grab it. There we go. Okay, let me, oh, that might be a little too grippy. Nope, that's perfect. I should be able to rotate the joint. So I can rotate that out like that. Should be able to whip this around. Okay, so the servo motor can lift that. That's good. And I should be able to whip this around. Oh, don't want to overdrive it. Okay, move that up to the top. Go up. Go up, damn you. Oh, shit. Don't do that. Okay, this should come to me. Okay, so I bring it out to me and then bring it back to center. I can rotate it around its center. Oop, nope, don't do that. Try not to crash it into itself here. Okay, bring it down. Then rotate around. There we go. It's working. It's doing its thing. I can also drive it with the keyboard too. Okay, so that's out, rotate outward, rotate in, and then this should be go around. And come back. Extend outward. Fully straight. There we go. It's working. Hey, Oystein, thank you for the 51-month sub to the channel. Say Happy New Year's. I got a new toy. I did. I love this thing. It's so freaking great. How hard was it to program? Not hard at all. No, that's what's cool. Is it's super easy to program it to do stuff. Like that part's not hard at all. I do need to figure out how to get it to unlock the servos. I'm having a problem with it unlocking the servos when I'm doing the manual programming. So let me release it. So like normally what you do is when you're recording the points, you're supposed to be able to squeeze this together. That's why it's got the two little points in here so you can have it grab stuff and pick it up. But I can't get it to unlock the two servo because there's 4 optical encoder actuated joints. And then at the end, the last 2 axes, the pincher and the wrist are servo driven. So and servos can remember their place. They think of them like having encoders built into them. They don't need an external encoder. But the problem is I can't get them to unlock. Like they're fighting me and going back to center. Like see if I skip a tooth there, see it'll just pop back. So it can correct for if it skips a tooth and go back to the exact same position. But I can't get it to unlock enough that it's allowing me to like manipulate it when I'm in manual mode. So I got to figure out how to get those other 2 joints to unlock when I tell it to let me control the whole robot. So like, for instance, what is it? PID, move all joints, move to. What's the difference between move to and move all joints? There's move all joints and then there's move to, and I don't know what the difference is between them. Here, let me try something. I'm going to try a little experiment here. So let me do a search and replace. So I'm going to change move. So I'm going to change. Let's see here. Move all joints. I'm going to replace that with move to. Okay, and then oh shit, I fucked it up. Okay, hold on. Select everything. Replace. Okay, I want to replace move all joints with move to, and I want to do replace all, eval. Okay, the job looks good. So what happens if I run it now? Oh, got an error. Instruction for reason. Instruction control error. The reason is error in instruction job micro hand job do list program counter of 0. So it didn't like me changing the function from move all joints to move to. So why? What is move here? Let me see how many parameters move to takes. What does move to take? Insert instruction. I'm learning as I go here. Okay, so move to takes 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it takes a different set of parameters. Oh, so if I do, hold on here, micro hand job, eval, execute. Let me remove all these. I'm going to remove these ones, delete, eval, and run. Oh, no. I had to kill it. See, that's why I have a power switch. Because if I tell it to do something and it overruns its area, it can damage itself, and I don't want it to do that. All right, so put her back into its position to start out again. Sorry if you have to see my ass crack. I apologize. Let's see here. Rotate it around. Get her pointed in the right direction. There we go. You got to put it in a certain pose when you start it to initialize. So I'm going to fire it up. Let the FPGA boot. We should be good. All right. Screen record would be nice. Yeah, it's coming. I need to redo everything. Like my whole OBS setup sucks. I need to go and redo everything. Have you tried using your PS5 controller with your iPhone? I have. It works great. Also works great with an iPad. I even linked up one of the PS5 controllers to my son's iPad so he can play Roblox on it, and it works great. go to is setting the vector position. Bradley, that I don't know. I have to go look at the documentation to figure that out. Oystein, thank you for the 500 Nox. I appreciate that. Appreciate that support greatly, sir. Let's see here. Where's my little dashboard? Oh, damn. That was huge, Oystein. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, things have been really rough lately, so we appreciate that greatly, bro. Seriously, that helps out a lot. All right, I think we're almost done with calibration. It's just got to go through and do a couple things. You mean that is what it's doing? Bradley, how do you know that's what it's doing? Do you have a Dexter arm? Because just the name of the function doesn't necessarily like move all joints and move to the name of the function, unless you're looking at documentation. A lot of this stuff does not mean what you think it does. I'm not saying it doesn't mean that, but I'm just saying like you don't want to make that assumption with this thing. You really don't. Do you still use your 3-screen setup? Yep. It's really messed up, but I do use it. Yeah. So let's see here. I'll look up the move to function in their documentation though and see what it says. Let me see if I can find it here. Move to documents, getting started. Okay, eval, user guide, reference manual, IO jobs, jobless instructions. Okay, robot. Okay, how to create a function, serial, simulation. There we go. Instructions. Dexter's instructions. Okay. So Dexter move all joints, or robot Dexter 0 move all joints if you want to reference an individual robot or the default robot that's selected. And then I've got data array, instruction strings, calibrated build tables, move all joints relative, move home, move to relative, and move to straight. Okay, let's see. Okay, this function commands Dexter to move from wherever it is to the position its end effector is at a given XYZ location. Move to is complicated by the fact that it usually is more than one configuration of Dexter's joints that can achieve that position, and that Dexter is inherently limited by the lengths of its links. Parameter XYZ tells Dexter to position the end effector to a position, an array of 3 numbers, each indicating a meter from the position 000, which is at the center of the base of Dexter. Okay, so it's not in Cartesian coordinates. You have to basically go off of the middle of a center point. So it's not the same as like something that has like a Cartesian XYZ. Its center point is actually center 360 degrees out there, and then radians out or degrees out from the center. But it has to basically, because there's no like if you have a gantry with an X and Y, like on a laser cutter or a 3D printer, there's only one set of commands that get you to that location. Like you have to go over so much here and so much here. That's the only way to get to that point. When you're dealing with an arm that has so many different axes, you have to use inverse kinematics because there's a ton of different configurations that can get you to that same point. So you have to do some reverse math to basically figure out, based on the position of it, how can it get to another position without breaking itself or obstructing itself? And which way is the fastest way to get to that location, given all the different ways that it can achieve that location in space. So it gets kind of complicated. And that's why, you know, like recording coordinates and playing it back is nice, because when you say move all axes, you're basically saying I want each axis on the robot to move simultaneously to achieve a position. So, and by doing that, you get a playback of exactly what you told it to do in space. It doesn't have to do any of the inverse kinematics. But if you tell it you want to go to a point in space, now it has to decide how to get there from wherever it currently is. And it could try to go through itself to do that, which it obstruct and hit and break stuff. But there's supposed to be calibration inside of the robot so that it knows not to hit itself. So if it gets to the point where it's going to hit itself, it'll redo the math to work around it. Thus a vector position added to the last position. Yeah, but it's not a true cut vector position. So when I say go to a vector point in space, you have to factor in how it gets there. Whereas with a 3D printer, you don't have to. Like, it's always going to be the same coordinates on each axis to get there. This, it's different on each axis. But yeah, if you want to call it a vector position in space, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that's not something that you should assume with this, because like I said, it's from the center and it can be different things. Like that can be a different length than that, and it can change the angle on it and get to the same point. So it can hold the thing in space while moving all the other joints around it and changing all the lengths of the joints, and it can still hold that position in space at the end of the effector. So I don't know where the calibrated end of the effector is, though, because I don't know if they calibrated it to the point where the two clippers come around, or if it's the center point, or if it's right where the axis starts. I need to measure that to see what it thinks. Otherwise, adding the positions could be dangerous. The safer way to do it, though, is just to move everything. So instead of using move to, which you're having the robot do the inverse schematics to figure it out, using move all joints, it's slower, but it's going to take the same path to get there. So which is usually safer. Are there limit switches to stop damage? No. There are no limit switches to speak of, because everything can rotate around itself. Like here, watch. Let me reboot the axes so I can move it around here. Let's see, reboot. Come on down. Oh no, that gives me control of those two. Here, let me bring it around here really quick, and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, open up Dexter UI. Bring it down here. Okay, come on down. Come on, Dexter. Listen to me. Daddy's telling you to do shit. Do what Daddy tells you to do. Okay, come around. Come on. Why are you not listening? Well, and he's being defiant right now. It does this sometimes. Okay. Connect. There you go. Okay, go to home. There you go. Go to the next point in space. Okay, why are you being a douche nozzle? It's giving me some troubles here. Okay, failed mode 2, reboot, eval, connect. Okay, we are connected. Go to ready, go to home. Why are you not listening to me, Dexter? It does this every once in a while. I need to, here, close out all the jobs, close that job, close that job, close that job, close that job, kill that, open up Dexter UI, query, go to the home position. There we go. Okay, now it's talking. All right, go back to the ready position. Bradley, what did you want me to ask AI? Okay, come around. Why are you not listening to me? Come on, Dexter. You were just talking to me, bro. Come on. Here, let me try running. Well, no, I don't want it to go to that point in space, though. Here, let me delete this. Delete that. Get rid of that. Okay, insert one instruction. I would like you to go to this point and this point only. Eval. Okay. And then connect. And then step. Come on. No more instructions detected in the job. You're literally looking at the job right now. Why are you? Okay, undefined. Eval. There it is. Okay. Okay, cool. Now are you going to listen to me? Come on around. There it goes. I also have a simulation of the robot on screen, which is pretty cool. About the go-to and how to apply the settings. Oh, no. The AI doesn't know anything about it. I haven't trained this documentation into the AI yet to ask it questions, but I will eventually. So I can't really ask the AI about it because it's going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because again, keep in mind, this isn't the standard Cartesian system. So if I say, hey, just, how do I plot the vector coordinates in 3D space? It's going to give me a generic representation. It's not going to give me a representation that properly plots all of the points from here to say here, unless I first explain to it and get it to understand, how they're doing their math from here out to here and around it. So, and it also goes to like a huge amount of floating points too. So it's like, you're not just going steps, like 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. You can go like 1.0005 step, because you have like a million, it like 3 feet out, you have 1,000,000 degrees to go all the way around. Like, it's technically 360 degrees, but you can do fractional degrees too, because it can achieve 1,000,000 steps with the gear reduction that they have and the optical encoders that they have. Let's see here. You need to give the arm a cookie. I don't have a cookie to give the arm. But BB Junkie, to answer your question about the limit switches, the stop damage, if I calibrate the arm, like, I really need to do a full calibration of it, but I can't do it right here because for a full calibration, it needs to be able to go around 360 degrees. So I need to be able to mount it like on a tripod in the middle of the room to do the calibration. But once I do the calibration, the full calibration of the arm, where I know that it's precisely where it's supposed to be in 3D space and it's not even off by like a couple of degrees, then what it'll do is it has a simulation of the arm. And if the simulation of the arm shows that any 2 points intersect, like between the optical encoders, because like this optical encoder, if it spins all the way around too far, can actually intersect, and it's actually broken off some pieces of plastic that are housing the infrared LEDs. It still works great. It still works fine though, even though it broke off that little housing. So I got to 3D print another part just to close it in so that stray IR light doesn't get in there and confuse it. But so that it doesn't wrap around and do that again, I need to make sure that when I calibrate it, that I say you cannot go past this and you can't go past this. And I also have to base it on the angle of this arm. So that can all be done in calibration. I basically just have to walk it around and show it its endpoints so that it can't exceed it. And I think there's a way that I can do it automatically too. I just don't really know how, because again, this is all like an internal tool, internal development, internal software. It's a very sophisticated piece of software too, Dexter development environment. It mirrors Visual Studio. And there's a huge amount of documentation that I need to go through that represents like years of work evolving this arm. And once I go through that, I should be able to learn enough about it that I can go through a proper calibration process where the arm itself can basically determine all of its extents, all of its intersections. And I should also be able to make the inverse schematics much smoother. So like right now, the way that it's figuring out how to go between 2 points is it can still theoretically intersect itself and cause damage or lock itself up or even jump a belt. But if I properly calibrate it, then it shouldn't be able to move to any spot that's outside of the box I put it in. And I do need to do that because right now I could spin around and just hit my monitor and knock my monitor over or punch a hole in my monitor. And that worries me. That's why I'm always here to turn the power button off. And my friend is sending me a foot switch so that I can step on the foot switch to kill it if I have to in an emergency. Because right now it could just go through the arm. It could flip around here and grab that and hurl itself off the desk. And I've got it going really slow. By the way, this arm can move like 10 times faster than it's actually moving. I just don't have the speed cranked up because I don't have it secured well enough to the desk that if it moves really fast, it could break itself off the desk. But it can move a lot faster. Like I've seen this arm move like this fast. Like it can really rip around when it wants to. So I've got to figure out how to get it to where it won't intersect itself. And I got to put it in a box. Once I figure out the final mounting solution, I think I'm going to move it a little bit closer over here. Or I may even put it on the ceiling. I was thinking about maybe putting it up here on the ceiling right over me at a 45-degree angle so that it can roughly reach down here and get in this area and pan around my face and turn around and look at the screen or look down at the keyboard. I thought that that'd be pretty cool. But what I'm actually going to do is basically define a box which it can move in that takes into account the limitations of the monitor. So I can basically move the arm. Once it's solid mounted, I'll move the arm to the screen, and then I'll move it along the screens, and then I'll move it down to the desk and any other obstructions. And then once I move it to those points, I'm going to say you can only move 2 spaces inside of these spatial coordinates. And then once I create that virtual box, it should not, even if I give it a command to leave that box, it should ignore that command. And then by doing that, then I can be reasonably certain that it's not going to smash into shit and break stuff, and it'll be a lot safer for me to run. So, but yeah, that's on the list of things to learn and things to do. And the thing is, like, the company started out building these robots and selling them to the public. So there's quite a few of them out there in the public. And there's a lot of companies that bought a bunch of them for doing researches. Schools bought them. Google bought a bunch of them for doing shit. So there's a lot of these arms out there, but they never sold on any kind of mass scale. And because all the development and everything on it was like open source, and they're still, even today, they just released like a new version of the Dexter development environment like just a couple of days ago. So they're still actively developing it because they're using the technology internally for themselves. But because it doesn't ship externally, they don't spend a lot of time on creating like creature comforts for the average user. It's very much considered a prototype piece of hardware. So you can't really expect them spending a lot of time on making it like super user friendly so anybody can use it. It's like they're more interested in making it able to do anything you tell it to do, and then you kind of have to have the intelligence not to do something bad with it. Let's see here. Is it listening? Okay, good. I wanted to make sure it was still listening. So it can still fully extend. There we go. Can I get the arm to come out at me here? Okay, that rotates the elbow. What about this elbow? There we go. And then the other thing is, it can, for some reason, I got to look in the documentation, but for some reason, it only goes to 100 degrees on each axis, like 100 degrees of like usable range, but you can exceed that just by pushing buttons. So like right here, I can only rotate the arm. So that's 100 degrees. So 100 degrees, if I go to 0, it roughly moves 10 over 90 degrees. So you can see that right there is exact between 100 degrees, but I can add more to it. So like right now, that's 0, right? So that's 0 degrees. So if I want to, I can go to negative 100, but I have to type it in. I can't use the slider. See, and it'll still listen to me and it'll go there. And if I want, I can take off another 20 degrees. So when I'm programming, I go like that, and then I get it to rotate even back further, right? I think I can even go here. Let's go to 160. Oh, that's the limit. Okay, so now it's smart enough. Now it's doing what it's supposed to. So the optical encoder is about to intersect and hit, so it won't let me go beyond 160. So now if I go back to 0, there we go, and I go to 100, and I go to 120, 130. Oh, no, it just intersected. Did you see where it hit right there? So it's not taking into account the width of the end effector here. So it did bump into it. So again, I'm gonna have to factor that in. So let me rotate it so it doesn't hit. See how it just slid along the arm? So this hit it. And I'm guessing that's probably why they have this 3D printed at an angle, so it can push out and away from it without breaking. But yeah, there's just so many places where it could intersect in order to calibrate it so that it doesn't hit itself when this isn't when you can change out these two axes. Like you have to go through a whole calibration thing to make sure it doesn't bang into itself. So it's gonna take some time for me to figure this all out, but I'll get it. I used this thing quite a while ago. Remember, I had one of these for about a year before I burned out a servo, but they fixed the servo problem. Now they're using these really high quality servos that if they overheat, they don't just burn themselves up like the old RC car servo we were using. This is a high torque servo, micro servo that can actually, if it overheats, it just blinks a red light and disengages so it doesn't burn up. So now I don't have to worry about like pushing the arm against something so hard that it blows shit up. It'll either slip to protect itself. Like the gear itself is designed to either slip so that it'll just pop. If it exceeds the amount of weight that it's supposed to handle. So it can't hurt me. It's not physically going to hurt me. And then these servos, if they overheat, like if I grab it and it tries to rotate with more force than it can't move, it'll just turn red after 4 seconds and disengage power. Let's see here. If you'd like to talk about it, how are you in your depression? I mean, it's a fight every day, brother. When I used to watch you, that was a big struggle. Got any wisdom or advice to impart? Therapy is amazing. I miss therapy terrible. I wish that my therapist didn't get forced into early retirement. However, medications can help too, but for me, SSRIs were not the answer. Too many downsides, not enough upsides, but for some people, they're fantastic and life-saving. But the best advice that I can possibly give you is to learn to accept it, not question why you have to deal with depression, not try to be mad at it, just understand that it's a part of who you are and learn to work around it the best you can. Distractions are the best though. I'll tell you that. Staying distracted, like live streaming, is fantastic. It's hard for me to be depressed when I'm entertaining other people. So, but it does still happen. And sometimes I can't even get started to stream. Oh, Bradley, that's a great idea. He said, design it to paint AI paintings. Dude, not only could it do AI paintings, I can also use it to paint in 3D. So this, you can use it in reverse as a controller. So like, for instance, let's say I want to feed in 3D coordinates like you would with like a 3D space navigator. Or let's say I wanted to trace an object. I can do this. So here, let me see if I can get the little pincers to work here. They don't pinch far enough together, so I need to borrow a sacrificial Lego here. Open it up. Open up. There we go. Stick that in there like so. Gonna go ahead and grip her down. Here we go. All right. Grip it a little harder than that. There we go. All right. That's pretty decent grip. Okay. So let's say I have a point now, right? And let's say I want to trace something. Well, all the coordinates are constantly feeding back. This thing's feeding back a stream of coordinates. If I put it in manual mode where I can move it, and then I can record those coordinates, and then I can play those coordinates back in software and create, points in space. So if I want to, I can come in here and say, let's see, where's the one where I can unlock it? Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to unlock it by pushing the button. So I can grab these two things right here. So this is so I can manipulate it. I unlock the arm. Now the arm's going to follow me, right? Now I have to move kind of slow because I don't have the arm set up to move super fast. And keep in mind, these joints are locked. What they're doing is they're detecting through the optical encoder the flex from me pushing and imparting force on it, and then it's following me. So it's kind of like pulling on a dog, and it's like slowly allowing you to lead it, right? And that's how I'm able to move it around in 3D space like this. I can speed it up if I want to in the settings, but I don't want to I want to start off on a slow speed. But because I can do this, I could trace an object. Like if I had like a 3D object and I wanted to create points, I could come down with the little button here and go, like let's say like a joystick here. I could come down and go, record 0.1, come over 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and just go across like this and record each point and then play that back into some software, creating a vertice for each joint and then connect them. And I could create a 3D object. So just like you see those guys that have those 3D tracing tools for tracing points, you can use this to achieve the same thing. And it also has a thing where you can grab here, like it has another arm so you can manipulate the arm. So like if you want it to bend in a certain way, like let's say I want to get to the same point in 2 different ways. I can get to the same point by going like that, or I can get to the same point by going like that. Notice how I'm not moving the end effector. I'm just moving the arm, but keeping the point in the same spot. And that's because the robot can get to multiple different points, multiple different ways. I can also rotate it. I can rotate it this way and that way to get to any point in space. So if I want to rotate around an object, I can. See there, I hit an extent. So that's as far as it can move in that direction. What am I bumping up against? Oh, I'm hitting this. I'm not hitting a physical limit. When you see it just stop right there, that's the stepper motor refusing to go any further because it thinks that if it goes down any further, it's going to hit something here because of the calibration. It technically could go further, but the stepper motor's stopping it. It's pushing back right there. So it's like an invisible barrier that it creates. Isn't that neat? And then it's just like gravity. Like if you let go of it, let's see. Oh, the weight is making it pull up. Normally, if it doesn't have weight on it, it falls under the weight of the own arm. But because I added additional weight to it, it thinks I'm pulling on it. Because gravity is like pulling down. Watch. See how it's like kind of pulling up? It feels that weight. It feels that tiny little minuscule weight from just that thing in that Lego is enough to make it think I'm tugging down on it. Because if I put force on it, it popped out of the things here. Hold on. But look, like even by this like super flimsy thing, I can lead it around. Isn't that cool? That's super neat. Dude, I totally could use it with a Dremel. Like now, I wouldn't want to just pinch. You could technically just pinch the Dremel in the arms, so it's not going to give you very good quality. What I would want to do is take off this end effector. It's just held on by, let's see, it's got a slip ring. I guess it does have wires going through it. Because it has wires going through it, I think it would be kind of hard to change out. But I could 3D print something that could screw into the back of the servo, because the servo has like places for 6 screws. So I could screw a thing onto the backside to hold a Dremel, and then, come down here and program in the coordinates, flat with the desk. I'd have to do like touch points on the desk, come down and like touch at each point just because the desk isn't going to be perfectly level. So, but then once I have that plane defined so it can't exceed it, then I could put a Dremel on it and have it come down and Dremel on something. That would be cool. That's a great idea, actually. I like that. Like maybe start with a pen, like have it draw some stuff on paper with a pen. So, but I need to work with it to figure out the feeds and speeds and everything. Because obviously, if I move it too fast, because it is made from 3D printed parts and stuff like that, if I move it too fast, it will have some backlash, and that's going to show up in the drawing. So what I need to do is like figure out the right speeds and deceleration and everything like that to get like the best possible result. But when it's moving under its own power, it moves really smoothly. So like if I wanted to again, right? Like I could come over here and say, let's see. I'll try to do some smooth movements back and forth. So I'll start here. Let's do a movement there. Let's do a movement over here. Let's do a movement up here. Let's do a movement over here. Okay, let's arc the arm down. I'm going to make it come in. Do a movement there. 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 Move there. Move there. Move there. Go in a circle. Stretch back out all the way. And then even like, let's see here. Rotate this around. Then come back around this way. That one could go 360 degrees. And then we'll end it up here at top. There we go. Okay, let me stop it. Okay, so we just recorded in. Oh, shit. Okay, where are you going, Dexter? Okay, he got a little confused. It like flipped over backwards. Dremel can be iffy if the arm falls down. Running a tool could be bad if it fell. No, that is true. That absolutely is true. If it loses power, it doesn't have any locks on the joints, so it will literally just fall into the piece. So what you need to do is have power connected to the Dremel where you can hit a stop button. You know, if it does collapse, you can kill the power immediately. But here, let's play back what we just did. We just created what, like 50 instructions. So now if I play back those 50 instructions, let me do an eval. Wait, all joints not defined. What did I screw up? Move. Oh, I had one bad instruction. Let me remove that. There we go. Eval. Okay. Line 49. I have a rogue character. Where's my rogue character at? Let's see. All joints. Oh, no, I found it. I had a bad piece of code. Delete. Eval. Okay, now we're good. So I should be able to play it back now. Okay, eval and run. Nope. It tried to shoot over too far. I didn't tell it to go there. So the first instruction was wrong. So put it back in its pose. There we go. Fire it up again. Got to let it boot up again. Just put a pointer laser on it into the Uber engineered cat toy. Oh no, I've got lots of plans for this. So I'm not just going to put a laser pointer on it to mess with the cats. I'm also going to 3D print a thing that can hold like a one of those feather dusters. And so like if you ever had like your back tickled with a feather duster, it's like the most amazing feeling thing in the world. It gives you like goosebumps all over your body. I'm going to make an attachment where I can put a feather duster in that thing and I can just sit here, take my shirt off and just have it on my back to go to a bunch of random paths within the span of my back. So I can just put down the back of the chair and just let this thing sit there and like tickle my back. And then I was like, you know what? I could take this technically because all it has is an RJ45. And I can also connect that to something, to a Wi-Fi dongle so that it doesn't have to physically be plugged into a network port. And it gets an IP address from my network. So I could take it anywhere in the house. And as long as I have a hard mount where I can start it up and calibrate it in the same position so that it follows the same path each time for the programming, or I can do AI, I can use a camera too. And that way it can start from wherever it wants and figure out its coordinates based on a camera or based on radar or what LiDAR or whatever I want to put on it in the future. But I can basically just make it follow a path. So I could put like a V mount on the wall, mount this thing because it doesn't have to be flat. It can be upside down. It can be a 45-degree angle. It can be off a wall. And then I could literally just have the thing like follow a path. And so I could get this thing to scratch my back, get to tickle my back, and technically get to massage my foot if I wanted to. So I'm gonna make this thing do as many crazy things as I possibly can. I also want to use it for 3D printing too. I want to use it for a factory 3D printing situation where the printer prints a bunch of stuff. This goes in, recovers everything off the build plate, like goes in, sweeps it off the build plate into a box, closes the door, and then starts another print and just keeps doing that 24/7. I want to see if I can get a somewhat reliable manufacturing loop going. I think that'd be really cool. Contact Peachtree Foam Craft. It's what they have something like that for 3D foam cutting with a wire and engraving. That would actually be pretty cool. Because, I mean, it's got a decent reach. It's not bad. I think the reach out from the center is like 2.5 or 3 feet, and it can do that all the way around 360 degrees. So technically, if I put a 3D printing head on it and I powered the 3D printing head, like basically I put a 3D printing pen on it or whatever, feeding filament through, I should be able to slowly print a wall all the way around the printer and it'd make a dome. So I should be able to print, like in theory, I should be able to print a 3-foot dome around the robotic arm if I wanted to. Tickle your back, massage your foot, and everything in between. You know it, man. Hey, if it can do those things, you know it can do other things. Hey, we already went there earlier, right? I already created a job for it. All right, so why did it stop there? For some reason, it thinks that's the home position. Why? Here, connect. Huh. It did connect. So stop. Okay, connect to Dexter. Connected to Dexter. IP address connection established. Go home. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. I like booted it up and it went to its last position, which it usually doesn't do because it's supposed to rehome when you reboot it. Let me try running this job again and see if it tries to pull the same shit again. So let's go micro job. Okay, let's see if it comes down and stops this time or if it follows the right path. Okay, here we go. Look how smooth that movement is, though. Okay. Oh, it's hitting the, okay, that's what it's doing. Hold on. It hit the smoke machine with the back. Okay, so here it goes, swinging around. Okay, now it's going to come down. Okay, don't intersect. Stop. Good. Okay, moving back. Now it should go in like a semicircle. So far, so good. Hey, what's up, Estonia? How's it going? Now it's going to do the rotation. It's moving that axis very slow. Let's see. Actually, it's probably the same speed as the other axis. It's just so short you don't notice it. Because the longer the axis is, the more it moves with each movement. Okay, it's rotating around. Nothing's intersected so far. That's good. Okay. Okay. Stop. Okay, good. Come back the other direction. Here we go. Coming back around. You need caution tape around it to remind you not to put things where you don't want to hit. No, that is true. Like, you do want to be careful setting shit within the path that this thing could actually follow. Okay, coming back around. Okay, so now we know it can safely travel that whole path. So I want to see. I haven't tried yet, but let me see if I can speed it up. Let's see here. Start options, job, eval, insert, run instruction, show dialogue. Okay, change mode to set open loop, set follow me, set force protect, set keep positioning. Oh yeah, if I set keep position, let me see here. Okay, let's see. Hold on here. Okay, that just makes it rigid, so I can't move it. So that's set keep position. Okay, acceleration. Okay, so I want acceleration, angular speed, angular acceleration. Okay, I'm going to set acceleration to 50. And then set parameter. Okay, acceleration is set to 387,737. Okay, that sounds dangerous. Let's see what happens. I'll keep my hand on the power. Oh, nope. Oh, it just unplugged itself. Damn it. I was holding onto the power plug and it pulled back and unplugged itself. Whoopsie dizzles. Oh well. Anyways, I need to do some more work on that. So I'll be working on this for the next couple of weeks so that we can get our robotic cameraman up and running. So I got to figure out like all the programming, like for setting the acceleration. You can also set like, so when it goes between 2 points, you can set it so that it will go direct, or it can use Bezier curves. So like if you say go to point A, B, C, D, E, it'll smooth them out and make them angular. You can also change the speed between movements, so you can have it go really fast between 2 points, then slow down between other points. Obviously you can rotate and open and close the claw and grab things with the last two axes, 6 and 7. What else can you do? There's yeah, you can do another thing where you can set a point in space. Basically, I can take a ruler and measure, or a tape measure, and measure from here to where I'm at, like where my face is in 3D space. And then there's a way for me to tell the robotic arm that that's where I'm at and tell it to always point the end effector in that direction. And that's what I did with the original Dexter arm. I hope I have a backup of those scripts that I created back then. It was from years ago, but hopefully I can find them, because what you do is you basically say, I always want you facing this point in space. And then no matter if I can record a bunch of movements, go here, go here, go here, go here, go here. And then I can basically tell it that regardless of where you move inside of your envelope, I always want the end effector pointing at this point in 3D space. So like if it gets really close, it'll go like this. It'll always be pointing at it as it rotates around it. But if it's really far out, it'll still do the same thing, just less dramatically. So basically my frame, my head around here, the box, the microphone would always be in the center of the frame while everything else in the room is like a parallax effect. So think of like a 3D slider that can move anywhere. And then what you can do is you can transition between programs. So what I can do is I could, just like I did before, I'd have it hooked up to my Stream Deck. I could push a button, have it go into a mode where the camera's just panning, like constantly following a predefined path at a certain speed so that, you know, I'm in frame as a secondary camera. But then I could push another button and it would immediately stop wherever it was and then transition into, say, over my keyboard pointing down. Like, let's say I wanted to show you something I was doing on the desk. I could push that button and the camera would actually come out, point down, and look down at the desk so that you could see what I was doing. Then I could push a button. It could go right back to resuming where it left off in the orbit. So you can change it back and forth, like in real time. You can change its programming. Another thing the Dexter Arm HD can do that the other arm couldn't do is it can run jobs stored on board the FPGA. So there's two modes that I can put the robotic arm in, and one of the modes doesn't require it to be connected to a computer. I can literally say, when the arm boots up, I want you to run this job. Or I can even go to a web server that's running on that FPGA right there, and I can tell it to run a job from the memory. So you don't need a computer at all. So there's two modes. You can run it in a mode where the computer is feeding it commands, streaming the commands to it. Or like if you want to do stuff with computer vision and stuff, that would be the best way to do it. But it also has inputs on the FPGA. So if I want to add sensors to it, I can actually read the sensor data through pins on the FPGA, or I can add an ESP32 to it. And then I can use that to have the arm do stuff standalone without even needing a computer driving it at all. Arduino control a rail in the arm with the servos? Oh, no need for the rail. That's the whole point of having the robotic arm. Slow-mo guys, robotic arm, they did that. Yeah, something similar to the slow-mo guys, just on a smaller scale. I think they were using a really big arm, if I remember, in their video. Like one of the, what is it, Kirky arms or whatever they are, the really big ones. Yeah, ain't nobody got money for that shit. But yeah, the cool thing about this is I should be able to extend it. Like if I 3D print a thing that's straps onto the end effector, I should be able to extend it out like another foot. And because it can hold the GoPro and the weight out past the servo, but it will put weight on the servo, and that joint is going to incur a heat penalty from holding it there. But as long as it doesn't exceed the heat penalty that it can handle, which these servos can run really freaking hot, especially on the big joints, it should be fine. And then I can extend out how far I can move the camera. But just remember, every time I add a length of segment to it, I need to make sure that I calibrate it so that when it's rotating around, it can't accidentally overlap and hit itself with that, because it has to know about the end effector and how much space the end effector occupies so it doesn't accidentally swing it around and hit itself. And that's what's happening with the claw right now. Is I can tell right now it's not calibrated to be aware of the dimensions of that specific claw that's on it. So when you tell it to move between 2 points, there is a theoretical point where it thinks it's going to clear itself, but it doesn't. It brushes. So I need to fix that. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap things up. You guys have been absolutely amazing today. I love your faces. Thank you for everything that you do for me. I hope you guys were entertained today, and I hope to see you again on Monday over on Twitch. Make sure you're following me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Barnacules. I stream over there on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's when I do my solo streams. And then on Saturday, of course, I come back to YouTube to do Tech Talk with you guys with my co-host, AuxxZillary, and sometimes even David Hewlett, the guy that you know as Dr. Rodney McKay from Stargate Atlantis. So much fun when he gets to stop by and hang out with us. We love it. If you guys ever have any questions for me or you want to know anything while I'm offline, come on over to Discord. You can find all my links down in the video description. Or you can come over and hit me up on Twitter. I'm on Twitter quite a bit, more than I care to admit, even though I can't stand the platform now with the new algorithm Elon's put into place. But hey, you know, you don't really get a say in those things. So I'm still over there. I'm still chatty. So if you manage to get a message through the algorithm to me publicly, I probably will respond. Just tag at Barnacules and hope for the best. Just don't think I'm ignoring you if I don't reply. That's X literally will not even show me half of the shit people tag me on. Just be aware of that. Stymie said, I hate to change the subject, but my neighbor still has their Christmas tree up. I need to take care of this. Have a great weekend. We still have our Christmas tree up too. Oistine said, thank you, Jerry. See you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get some sleep. I didn't get very much sleep last night. That's pretty typical on Saturdays though. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on what's going on with the robotic arm. I'm pretty excited with all the stuff I'm going to do with this, but I need to find a good mounting solution. That's the next thing I'm going to invest in for this thing is I need to find like a V-mount solution that can handle like fairly heavy camera or something like that I can bolt down to the desk. Like I want something that I can physically bolt to the desk so I can strap this thing onto it and it stays exactly in the same spot where it's supposed to be. And then I'm going to bolt these two desks together by putting plates underneath them and drilling them up so that everything is nice and relative to each other so it can move around. I'm also thinking still about inverting it and putting it on the ceiling. So if I can find a mounting solution where I can take out one of these foam panels and put it right up above me pointing down and it can reach, a fairly good distance in here, I think that would probably serve me best. And for like giving me an orbiting camera that can get up and out of the screens, but also come down and manipulate stuff on the desk with an extension, I think that would probably be best. Plus, it would take a lot of stress off the arm if the arm was operating in an inverted position for a lot of the stuff that I want to do, allowing it to carry even more weight. So yeah, once I find a good solution for that, that's going to be a game changer, because then I can start doing the more advanced programming stuff, because I don't want to do that right now because it's relative to its position literally being loosely taped to a desk, which means that all my programming is completely negated if I move the arm. So I need to figure out a good mounting solution first, and then I'll turn it into Gladys. All right, guys, you've been amazing. I love your faces. I'll see you around on the interwebs, and then I'll see you again in person on Monday. Later.